Hello and welcome to the course. Let's do a quick introduction to the course. Let me walk you through who is this course for, what are the topics inside this course, and how this course has been organized. Let's look at who is this course for. Well, this course is for absolute beginners who want to start learning PHP from scratch. So this course assumes you have no previous experience with PHP. That's why you see this course is very detailed and go into very basics of PHP. And there are examples and exercises in this course which are focused more towards learning the PHP language. That's why in this course we are not developing a website, we are not building a shopping cart. Rather, we are learning the PHP language. And we believe that once you learn how to write PHP, then your development speed will actually improve drastically. It's really important that you have to have a solid background of how PHP works and understand the PHP language in detail. Let's look at the course structure and what topic we will cover in this course. So the first topic will start off by setting up the PHP environment, where you'll install PHP on Windows and Mac, and then you'll try to run PHP on your local machine. Second, we'll do the introduction of PHP. Here we'll understand what is PHP, how PHP works, and we'll compare PHP with other web-based programming languages. And then we'll also understand what is client-server model, request and response. Then we'll jump into the PHP language basis, understand how to write a PHP file, how to open a file, and how to print the output from our PHP files. Then we'll look at variables and constants, how to define variable, how to define constants, and what different types of variables that we have. Then we'll look at expression and operator. Then we'll look at different type of operators, assignment, conditional, bitwise, all the operators that we have in PHP. Then we'll look at data types. We have string, integer, boolean, double and null, and how to define all those data types we're going to learn in this section. Then we'll look at namespaces, how to organize your program into different files using namespaces and combine them into single file. Then we'll look at control structures, if condition, switch condition, looping statements, all those things we'll cover in these control structures. Then we'll look at strings and its operations, how to find a length of a string, how to find a word in a string, and we'll do some commonly used string operations. Then we'll cover array in detail, wherein you'll understand different type of arrays, how to define an empty array, how to define an indexed array, multi-dimension array, associative array, and how to iterate the array. And we'll do all sorts of things that is required to understand array concept. You'll understand how to write your functions, how to pass parameter, how to return a value from a function, what are default and optional parameters of a function, anonymous function, dynamic call of a function, passing variable as a reference to a function. So all sorts of things which will help you to write better functions. Then we'll look at how to handle exceptions, like writing try-catch block, writing finally block, understanding how to throw an exception and how to catch multiple exceptions, and how to create your own function to catch exceptions. And then you'll work with files. In file section, you'll understand how to open a file, read a file, write a file, how to read a CSV file into an array, and how to convert array into CSV. Then we'll look into how to read a configuration file, and we'll play around with files of different types, and we'll try to understand how to read a file using different methods. Then we'll work with one of the most important topic in PHP is the date and time, which you will be working in any of the projects that you're working in PHP. You need to know how to work with date and time, how to convert a time for a specific country, and how to get the time, how to change the time, how to convert the time, how to compare the time. All these things we'll look in date and time section. Well, these are the sections of the topic that we'll cover in this course. Let's look at how this section is organized. Well, there's a pattern on how we have organized the lectures in the section. Well, this is the section structure, and we follow a standard structure for all our sections. So let's understand what is this structure looks like. So first, for every section, the first lecture will be objective, wherein you will understand what you will learn in this section. Then there will be some theory lecture where you'll understand what is the concept all about. Then we will do some practical examples where we're going to show you how to do it. Then you will have some exercises wherein you can try yourself. Then you have quiz to test yourself. Then you have assignment to challenge yourself. Then you have resources where you can continue your reading on that topic from the PHP manual. Finally, we'll wrap up this section with a summary. We will summarize what you should have learned by end of this section. Well, that's all about introduction to the course. Let's move to the next topic. Hello and welcome to the lecture. Let me show you how to download the 200 PHP code that is used in this course. Well, these are the exact examples, exercises that will be shown in this course. It's better that you download the course materials upfront, and you'll have all the code references before you watch the videos. Okay, so this is the link. Go to php.link/200. So let me show you how you can download this material. So go to this link, php .link/200. So you will be landing onto this page. Enter your name, enter your email ID, click on this button, download now, and you will see what we'll be covering. We'll cover all these topics, and is how the folder structure looks like. So click on download now. Okay, so once you enter your email ID, you have to open up an email. You will get an email like this. You have to click this button to download the files. Let's look at the email now, and you will get an email like this. All you have to do is you have to click on this button, and this will start downloading the files for you. Okay, let's look at what is the folder structure. So once you download and unzip the folder, you will see the folder structure like this. And if you open up the folder, you will find all the files in the after folder or the before folder. And anyway, this is the same material that will be used to understand PHP in the next lectures. Okay, so make sure you have downloaded this zip file, and this will be the material for your course. Okay, so let's jump into the course now. Hello and welcome. Before you jump into understanding and learning PHP, there's one advice we would like to give you from becoming a basic PHP developer to a pro PHP developer. Well, if you just take this one advice from us, your programming skills will drastically improve. And that advice is practice, practice, and practice. Well, you have to practice PHP on your machine. If you are just watching the videos and assuming you know PHP, then you're not gonna learn PHP anyway. Okay, you might be assuming you know PHP, but once you start implementing those concepts without a practice, it will be difficult for you to move on. Well, you have to focus more on practicing rather than watching the video. Okay, if you want to improve your learning speed 10x time faster, we highly recommend you do this. You stop watching and start typing. Start typing PHP code. Write code without referring to the samples. We will be showing you exercises. We will be giving you assignments. Try all the exercises and assignments which is highly recommended and focused on that specific topic, which will help you to learn PHP faster. And whenever you're trying to learn something new, think of a logic and try to write it with PHP. If you have learned strings, think of a logic in a string, try to implement that concept in the PHP. Don't target to finish watching the videos over a weekend or within a week. Rather see if you can do the exercises and assignments without watching the videos. This way, will give yourself some time to learn and write the programs. Okay, don't just watch these videos and try to finish it over 1.5x speed, and don't assume you just watch this over for like 1 week and you'll understand PHP. Take some time. You're trying to learn a new language, go into it, read some books. Well, if you really want to learn PHP faster, you have to give yourself some time to learn. Take some time every day, 1 hour, sit with PHP, write the PHP code, understand the concept, write the exercises, do assignments, take out your own examples, try it out, and try to learn more about PHP from other sources as well. The only way you're going to learn PHP is via practice, practice, and practice. That's the best advice we can give you. Well, if you're not practicing PHP and your goal is to just watch the videos, highly likely you will just understand PHP, but you will not be able to write PHP. Well, that's all our advice to learn PHP faster. Well, let's move on to the course. Hello and welcome to the section on setting up the environment. In this section, you're going to set up your system with PHP, and then you're going to understand what type of installation available and what softwares you can use to write your PHP code. I'll show how to install PHP on Mac and also how to install PHP on Windows. And after that, we'll also learn how to start writing our PHP code. So let's look at the section objectives. After completing this section, you will be able to differentiate between different types of PHP installation software. This will help you understand to pick your own software available, and there are different terms that has been used during PHP installation, which will not confuse you after you understand this. Next, we'll configure PHP on Windows and also on the Mac. Then we'll choose our PHP editor. So whichever you feel that you have a license or whichever you have previously used for other programming languages that you're comfortable, you can start choosing your own PHP editor. I'll give you some option to choose and I'll show you which one I'm using for this course. Then we'll develop one hello world program using PHP, introduce you to the PHP code, and I'll show you different types of writing an hello world and how flexible the PHP language is. Then we'll understand how to write comments in PHP in different ways. This will be a starting point to understand PHP and its language. Then we'll start describing its syntaxes and we'll go into each of the topics in the upcoming sections. For this section, we will start with comments. Finally, there are a couple of exercises, there are interview questions, resources, and practical test. I believe if you're looking to get a job in PHP, you have to go through with all these exercises. Don't just skip it over, because it's not going to help you if you're just going to watch the videos and not going to do any exercises. So do the exercises, attend all the interview questions. There are practical tests available. Do attend all those things. This will help you to improve your PHP knowledge and help you to write a better PHP program. Okay, so let's look into each of these lectures now. Welcome to the lecture on PHP installation softwares. So what we're going to do here is we are going to start looking at what type of installation stack is available and what type of softwares are available to support that stack. So if you're hearing stack for the first time, so this is a good section that you will learn all those things here. Okay, so let's move on to the topic. So the lecture objective, after completing this lecture, you will be able to differentiate various installation stack, and also you will explain the type of installation software that you can use to install on your local machine and then start writing the PHP program. So one thing before you start looking at these things, don't be confused with a stack and a software, right? Stack is basically combination of things. Software is basically a software that is available to download and install that application. Okay, so we'll look at first at the various installation stack. So let's look at the types of the installations stack that we have. First stack is called as LAMP stack, which is Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. Linux being the OS, Apache being the web server, MySQL being the database server, and PHP script is the scripting language. So these are individual components combined together to form a stack. And this stack is called as LAMP. So means if you build a web application and this web application is running on Linux, then you need a LAMP stack or LAMP stack. So in order to understand what is a LAMP stack is nothing but a combination of softwares together. Right, these are the softwares for different application and different purposes. Like at the OS level, what OS you are using, at the web server level, what web server you are using, and also at the database you can choose to have different databases, and at the PHP script level it is always be PHP. Okay, so this stack is called as LAMP stack. The next stack is called as MAMP stack, which is the web server, DB, and PHP script remains the same. The underlying OS will change. If the underlying OS is Mac, then it is called as MAMP stack. Also remember, stack is not software, is just an stack. Stack in the sense, if you are changing any of the components, let's say you're removing MySQL with something else, then it's no more called as MAMP stack. Whatever is that name here, you attach it to in the short form. But as of now, when someone says LAMP stack or MAMP stack, it's pretty much indicated that it is a Mac, it has Apache, it has MySQL, and it has PHP. Similarly, for Windows, you have WAMP stack. So WAMP, basically you have underlying OS as Windows and rest of the components remain the same. Okay, this is a very standard stacks that is people use for PHP website development. And if you are choosing to have your web application running on Linux, then you need to have a LAMP stack installed on your machine. Similarly, for Mac, if you are having a Mac OS book, then you should be looking at MAP stack. And if you are using a Windows, then you have to have a WAMP stack. So different softwares are available to install all these components together, because when you write PHP script, you might be connecting to a database. So this stack will help you to understand what kind of software is required for your website development. So I hope this is very clear from the stack perspective. Remember these names, because whenever you're going to go in the internet and start reading or downloading any software, they will talk about these three stacks: LAMP stack, MAMP stack, and WAMP stack. LAMP being the Linux, MAMP being the Mac OS, and WAMP being the Windows OS. Next, let's look at the software that is available in the market to support this stack. The first software is called as AMP. The AMP basically is a famous software that support all the three stacks. You can install LAMP, MAMP and WAMP, right? Next is MAMP. This MAMP, don't get confused with the MAMP stack. MAMP is basically a software name. We're going to look into the website as well. This software supports Windows and Mac OS, and pretty much it is very famous in the Mac. So if you are using a MacBook, I highly recommend you use MAMP. XAMPP software, this software uses MongoDB instead of MySQL. WAMP is again for Windows, where you can install the WAMP stack. The recommended one are the two on the left hand side, AMPS and MAMP. Basically, AMPS will have all the stacks available, so it's a very good case where we can install the same software on Linux, Mac and Windows, where all the other three, some will support it, some will not be supported on all the three versions. So I highly recommend you install AMPS, and which I'll be showing you in the next section. And if you are using MacBook Pro and you do already been using MAMP for other reasons, so you can highly recommend to use MAMP. If you are on Windows and you want MySQL, then WAMP is the only option. XAMPP is also a good software, but the database is MongoDB software. We're going to look into this website now and I'll show you the difference there. Okay, so let's head back and see these websites now. So I have opened all the four softwares. If you're using AMP stack, then which has WAMP, MAMP and LAMP stack. Now you know what this means, right? And you have Apache, MySQL, MongoDB, PHP, Perl and Python. Means when you install MAMP stack, you actually get all these things in your software already available. Means if you want to run Python code, Perl code, MongoDB already available and pre-packed into AMPS, right? If you want to have only the PHP based stack, that is the MAMP stack, then you can go to mamp.info, wherein you get the MAMP software, and this software works on Windows and also on Mac. Okay, next look at XAMPP. XAMPP is Apache, MongoDB and PHP and Perl. So this is how the stack is organized. So if you install XAMPP, you basically get all these softwares, and notice that there is no MySQL here, and they have all these three versions available for Mac, Linux and Windows. For WAMP, WAMP is for Windows. They clearly mention that this is a Windows based WAMP stack where you have Apache, PHP and MySQL database, and then they have PHP MyAdmin as well. So on all those four software that has been available, I feel AMPS is much flexible and recommended from standards point of view, and it has much more options available and easy to work with because it has all the options of stack supported. Okay, so in this course I'll be using AMPS. So next section we'll be installing this software on Windows and Mac. Okay, so we have seen all the PHP installation software. So by now you should be able to differentiate various installation stack. So if you're hearing stack for the first time, it's all lies from whatever the components attached in that stack. Okay, it helps you to see if you are using a Windows based OS, then you need all the softwares for Windows. Alright, that's why the stack installation come in picture. The next is the types of the PHP installation software. We have seen all these things. We have seen 4 different softwares, and AMPS is a software we are going to install in the next section. Okay, so that's the summary for this lecture. So I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to Configure PHP on Windows. So I'm in the amps.com, and let's install this software on Windows. So I'm on Windows now, and I'm onto this site amps.com. So if you go to the main page, there's a download page. Click on downloads. The current version that I'm seeing now at time of recording is 3.8. Maybe when you watch this video, maybe there's a higher version. Go to Windows, download it. So I'll pause the video and we'll come back once the download has been done. Okay, so the download has been completed. So just want to bring your notice that there are 2 download buttons here for Windows. This is for Windows 10, 8 and 7 and Vista. You can download this. If you're using Windows Server 2008, then you use this download option. Okay, so I'm on Windows 10, so I click this button and I have downloaded software. So the software is downloaded. Double click it. Typically when you download from Chrome, it will be available in the downloads folder. Just double click it and then we'll start installing the software. Okay, so let's install our software now. So this is the welcome AMP setup wizard page. So I'll click next, accept the agreement, say next. And if you look at the agreement, you can see PHP, Apache, MySQL and everything will be installed for you on this machine. Click next. And most important thing, you should remember this path. Okay, typically what I do, I install in C:, I go to my PC, I can go and install C:, but I have a D drive. So the D drive or C drive, you can go and create a folder called amps. Okay, so this could be your C drive or this could be your D drive. Make sure it's a top folder, and then we'll install the amps here and say next, yes, and next. Then you'll create all the icons here, say next, and then install. So why do I do it is basically, if you have program files 32-bit, 64-bit, it will be confusing. But if you install on amps, then you know that if you go to the main folder, you can go to amps folder and this is your installation directory. Anything you want to do, just select and delete this, then your software is deleted. So it's easy that to see where it has been installed. That's the one thing. And also if you want to do some changes in the configuration, you know it's on the top folder. You don't have to worry about going into program files 32-bit or 64-bit and all those things. So the software is installed, so click finish. This will launch the amps. If you don't click it, it will not launch it, so make sure it is ticked and say finish. So this will launch your software. So it's asking us to install something, say yes. Okay, make sure it's installed. I agree. Setup is completed, say close. Now if you see on the right hand side, I see a box here. Okay, this is basically the software that is saying is running or not. Okay, so the AMP software has been installed properly, and then you should able to see Apache, PHP and MySQL. The couple of things that you need to do before you start using it. First thing, when you click on this box, you can change the PHP version to 5.6 or 7.1. So when you click 7.1 and go back, you should see 7.1 somewhere here, right? And then you should make sure it is in running mode, and first time your MySQL will be in stop mode. When you try to click it, maybe it's not working. There's a quick fix for it. There's a common issue with amps that MySQL is not working. You have to add this parameter in the configuration file. So I'm going to show you that. Copy this, go to amps, click on this gear button, then you can see this toolbox and you have to find MySQL and under it you have to add this file. There's nothing, is very simple. Just find it, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V and then close it. Once you save this, you have to restart your AMP. Before that, there will be another problem that many people faced when installing AMPs. It's just a one-time activity. So there's one DLL that you have to install. That's basically the redistribute package for x86. Don't install 64-bit, install the x86 because AMPs run on 32-bit. Okay, once you do these two steps, the first step is when you click this, you will download this file. Let me show you that. You'll download this 86 one, that is 32-bit. Double click and install this. Just say yes, it will install it. Because I've already installed, it's a repair. I don't want to do that. I'll cancel this. So when you install this and then you have to restart, just cancel it, or you can just go ahead and quit. Go find your amps and then you should able to toggle between the MySQL. If you're not able to toggle, two things. First is you do the configuration, click on gear, open up this file, go to MySQL. This is one configuration. The other one is you have to download this package. That's basically DLL. If the DLL is already available, then you won't be seeing the issue that I'm seeing it here. But it's very a common issue, and I typically follow this method when I first time installed apps. Double click and run it, and you should be fine running with it. And make sure you change your PHP setting to 7. Okay, so make sure all the components in running mode. So let's open the home page now. Go to amps, right click on it. I'm using my mouse to right click on this icon. Then go to amps admin. That's your admin page for PHP. Then you go to home page. Right, don't do anything as of now. Right, just make sure you're able to access this 2 page. Okay, and if you have any issues that you cannot install, there's a couple of ways you can reach out to me. You can write a Q&A section, you can reach out to me there. There's a forum where we constantly discuss about any issues that we see in the entire PHP space. So you can go there, pick your topic of setting up the environment, and then push your screenshots there. We'll be there helping you out setting this up. Once you have this software up and running, you can do many things in this software. So this is a good starting point for you to start fresh and start with the right step. If you have once set up amps on your machine, there's no looking back. You can try out all the examples in PHP. Okay, highly recommended. Do this step. Make sure you install amps on Windows. Okay, next let's look at how to install amps on Mac machine. Okay, I also want to show you where I have kept those documents and the softwares in the material. So if you go to setting up the environment, if you go to amps, so if you have any issues that you see while installing the amps, go to Windows folder. Here is the link where you can find the settings, and also you install this on your Windows machine. So with this too, your MySQL which will be up and running. And if you have any issues, you can go to forum.phpjobtraining.com where you can post your issues, and also you can engage me on the Q&A in the section, and then you can post your question there and I'll be happy to answer it and resolve your issues. Okay, so before you move on to the next step, make sure your PHP is installed, because if you're just watching the videos and there are too many exercises that is listed out, then you will not be able to do the exercises without a proper PHP installation. Okay, so make sure you have a proper installation before you move on. Welcome to the lecture on configuring the AMP software on Mac. So let's open the AMPs page. Click on downloads. Select the Mac OS and say download. We will download this software and then we will install the software. Okay, so the download has been done. Let's click this. Okay, to install, drag and drop this application in the applications folder. So it will copy all the files and then you should be able to run the software. Okay, the installation has been done. So if you go to the amps folder in the application folder, you should be able to see this executable file. Just double click it and this will open up the amps. And if you see this error where it can't be opened, say okay. Go to your system preference, go to security and privacy. You can see it's asking you to verify the download. You can enter the password here, say unlock, and you can say open anyway. Okay, now you can open the software. Enter the password again. Okay, so AMPs is running here and you have no MySQL issue as we have seen in Windows. It's a good thing. So let's open our Safari and we'll create a new window and we'll try to access the AMPs here. Localhost /amps. Okay, it's perfectly running, not much changes that is required. The good thing about amps is when you have installed this in the Windows and in the Mac, you see the look and feel, everything is the same. You don't have to worry about Mac based configuration and Windows based configuration. That's the beauty of the apps. So if you see the icons and if you see the actions that we are doing it here, everything remains the same, right? This is what we have done, same thing in the Windows, the same thing you're going to do on the Mac as well. And whatever configuration we will do here is based via this web page. This web page will be similar if you access via the Windows or via the Mac. If you're using Mac, go ahead and install maps on your machine, and then you should able to access this page, localhost/amps. Well, that's it about installing apps on the Mac. And if you like to know where you can drop your files, the PHP files, you can go to Finder, go to Applications, open the amps folder, and there's a folder www, the same folder that we have installed in D: in Windows. And the look and feel, everything remains the same. There are no changes. Whatever changes we are doing in Windows, you can come back to Applications folder, go to the amps folder, and you should able to see all the same folders that we have seen in Windows as well. You should able to see MySQL, you should able to see PHP, Apache, and PHP MyAdmin. And obviously you will have a www folder wherein you will go and create a folders here. And once you start creating folders, in that folder you will be placing all your PHP files. Okay, so follow along the same steps what you are seeing here in the amps, and then you can pretty much able to do same thing on the Windows and on the Mac as well. Let's look at the next section. Welcome to the exercise section. So in the exercise 1, we're going to verify the installation steps. So we have installed our PHP software. So this exercise will help you to see whether the installation is correct or not. We will do these following things to verify whether our installation is correct or not. Well, if you have installed amps, then you should be able to find that software and you should be able to start that software. Second, you should see the software icon in the task view buttons to make sure the software is running. Then you should be able to start and stop the software. This is a very key thing that you should learn, how to start and stop your software. Then you should be able to access the page at http://localhost. This is the URL that you should type in the web browser and you should see a welcome page. Next, we will find the installation directory where the software has been installed, and then we'll verify that folder. So I want you to do this exercise, and then once you finish your exercise or you're stuck, you cannot finish this exercise, you can continue watching it. So pause the video here, do this exercise, and then you can come back and play this video. Hello and welcome. So let's do the exercise. If you go to materials folder, setting up the environment, go to exercise 1, you should be able to find the text file. Okay, the step 1 is basically to able to find and start the software. So if you go to search and type amps, you should be able to find this software. Okay, that's your first task. Second one is see the software icon in the task view bar button. So if you click on the task view buttons, you should be able to see amp software here. Right click and you should see all these options, and you should be able to start and stop. That's basically the third point. You should be able to start and stop the software. So if you right click on this, you should see start and stop, and you should be able to start and stop. Next is access the local host page. So if you go to this amps, you can go to home page. That's basically the home page of the amps. You should be able to see this page. And remember that when you go to localhost, there's nothing there. You just have to go to localhost amps. Okay, but make sure when you have localhost showing up amps, means the amps is properly installed on localhost. And when you want to access the amps dashboard, just type /amps to reach to the amps admin dashboard. If you type localhost, you will see the amp software. If you type localhost amps, then you should see the home page of the amps. So this is basically a way to verify whether the local host is properly working or not. Then you should be able to find your installation directory. If you remember correctly, we have installed in D:amps, and if you have installed in program files, then you should be able to locate this folder. If you have installed in C:amps, then go to C:amps and verify all the files are available here as shown it here. And make sure you have MySQL, PHP, and basically Apache. These three folders are available for you to work with, and you have www folder. Okay, so next when we start writing the program, what we will be doing is we'll be opening up the apps, and we will be seeing whether all those services are running fine or not. Okay, so make sure you have these steps verified before you move on to the next step, and you have done this exercise to make sure you have a running PHP environment to start developing your PHP programs. Okay, that's all for this exercise. I'm gonna see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on favorite PHP editor. This is basically a lecture which explains you about different types of PHP editor available in the market. So if you have a PHP editor already in mind, or you're basically having some experience with editors and you have your favorite one, then I highly recommend go with that, because it will give you more flexibility on how to edit the files, how to rename the files, and how to play around with the editor. But there are some favorites that's in the PHP community. I just want to bring you to the notice so that you can start using it if you are new to PHP and you haven't used editor before. So this will be a good guidance for you to see what favorite editors are available in the market. This will also differentiate between the two terms, which is IDE and code editor, and I'll show you the softwares from these two perspectives. Okay, so let's jump into the topic. So the lecture objective, after completing this lecture, you will be able to differentiate between code editor and IDE. You will be able to explain it, what is the difference between code editor and IDE. It's a very common question that people ask, whether you have used a code editor or IDE. If you don't know the difference, then it's very hard to explain that. Then I'll show you some favorite editors that I've picked from the market and which we'll be using as part of our course as well. Okay, so let's jump into the topic now. So let's look at the types of the editor, not the actual editors, but what are the types of it. So there are two types of editor. I have picked two editors. One is called as code editor, one is called as integrated development environment, which is IDE. The code editor is basically a simple notepad kind of application wherein you have to type everything yourself. It doesn't do autocomplete, it doesn't check for syntaxes, it doesn't do actually anything. It's basically a simple notepad where you can start open and start writing. If you don't want too much of help from the editor, then this option works well. But IDE is actually good for learning as well, because IDE actually is an environment which actually compiles all the code on the fly, and it will give you some suggestions as well to see what options are available. So there's basically two parts into it. You get to learn something and your code is compiled then and there, so you know whether whatever you're writing is correct or wrong. Wherein code editors, you don't know that until you compile it, and if you have an error, you have no clue with which line that error is. But if you're using an IDE, even while writing, you already know there's an error, so you can correct it then and there, and then you can save your time compiling and figuring out the errors. So next I'll show you the different types of editors that's available in the market. So first one is Sublime, then the Notepad++. These are called as code editors. So you can choose any of the two. If you don't want to install those heavy softwares and don't want all this autocomplete and code checks and everything, you just want a pretty simple notepad, then choosing any of these two softwares will help you on that. Next is the PHP editor and the NetBeans. These are called as IDE. I'll quickly show you the sites where you can go and download the softwares. So here are the softwares. The first is Sublime Text. If you go to www.sublimetext.com, this is the Sublime editor. You can use it to write the PHP code as well, and it's very flexible tool and also very famous in the community. The next is PHP Storm. This is an IDE. This is one of the favorite and one of the famous IDE editor for PHP. If you are using for enterprise purpose, PHP Storm is the IDE. However, it's not free. You have to purchase the license to use it. The next code editor is Notepad++. It is very simple than Sublime, is also very flexible, and also it can do the color coding of your code as well. Then PHP Designer 8. It has HTML, CSS and JavaScript embedded as well. So you can show the syntax checks and you can also see the color coding for your code. Okay, and it has many other features as well. The next is the NetBeans. However, NetBeans is more famous with Java as well, but it does has the PHP support and C and C++ support. So if you are looking at an editor which has Java and PHP and other languages, then you can go to NetBeans and use this software. Okay, so let's summarize the lecture. So by now you should be able to differentiate between code editor and IDE. And make sure you remember this and don't make a mistake of confusing between any of these two words. Next is you will pick your favorite PHP editor. Okay, so let's move on to the next lecture. Okay, so next let's install the Sublime editor. Go to Sublime. Okay, so we are in the Sublime text homepage. Click download for Windows. If you're Mac, you can use download for Mac. So once download, we can start running the program to install Sublime on your local machine. Okay, so the installation has been completed. Let's install this. So it will ask you for a folder name. Just use your D or C colon, then it's easy to find. But typically for softwares, I don't do install on C colon or D colon. I prefer to have in program files, but for training purposes I do it in D colon. For you, don't change this, let it be like this. But for me too, if you have multiple notepads, I just have to have on D colon so that I can show you different versions of it. Okay, so I select Sublime on D colon, change the folder. You don't have to do it, you can install in the program files. You can add to the context menu, yes, add it, and then install. Okay, so Sublime has been done. So now you have an editor. Let's go to editor now. Sublime. You can right click on it, pin to taskbar. So Sublime is here. You can go to amps, right click on it, pin to taskbar. Okay, so now you have your Sublime. You can right click and open it. Your Sublime is here, and actually I have a license. I will add those license here, so I will not see unregistered. For you, you will see an unregistered here. If you have a license, you can go ahead and enter the license from help, enter license, and you can paste the license here. Okay, so let's do a quick check before you start writing the Hello World program. Make sure you have Sublime installed. This is your editor, and we have seen how to install this editor. Then you should have amps installed. Make sure the Apache is on, the MySQL is on. Anyway, we're not going to use MySQL now, but make sure you're able to switch it on. Then you change your PHP to 7, right? That's the latest version. And then when you go to home page, you are able to access the amps admin page, and then you are able to access the amps home page. Okay, make sure both these pages are visible to you and you have no issues accessing them. So once all this has been installed properly, amps and Sublime, we will start and developing our PHP program. Welcome to the lecture on writing an Hello World program using PHP. So before we write the program, I want to run through with some of the basics of PHP. So let's look at what an Hello World program consists of. The PHP code that you write, make sure it is with a file name with extension of .php. Then only the PHP code will be executed. If you write phpx or .ph or .p or something else, it will not be executed. Make sure your file name extension is .php, which is considered as a PHP code. The second is how do you write a PHP code is basically between these two tags. These two tags are called as opening tag and a closing tag. If you know XML, then you have an opening tag and a closing tag. It's something similar to that concept, wherein your PHP code, whatever you write, has to have a starting point and an ending point, and they are called as opening tag and a closing tag. And how the opening tag will look like, it is less than symbol, question mark, the word PHP, then you have all your PHP code, then you end with question mark and greater than symbol. So I'm going to show you how we're going to do all these things, but this is basically the basics that you need to know before you write the code. The opening tag, which is less than question mark PHP, actually tells the server to start interpreting the PHP code. We know PHP is an interpreter, right? So when you write this code, this opening tag, it's actually PHP will start decoding the code and understanding whatever you have written inside the PHP. Similarly, the closing tag question mark and greater than server will stop interpreting the code. So whatever is the code available before and after this, means before the opening tag and after the closing tag, is not considered as PHP code. It is displayed as it is that you wrote into that code. All the PHP code should be inside this code. That's a basic general rule. Remember this, whatever you're writing outside this code will not be executed. It is displayed as it is. The source code itself is displayed onto the web browser because you are not writing inside this opening and the closing tag. Any PHP code written outside the block will be displayed as it is on the browser. We discussed this. Every statement should end with a semicolon. If you are from a Java background or a C background, you know everything should end with a semicolon. This basically indicated to the interpreter to say the code, the statement has been completed. So now I am writing to the next statement. And there are two methods, two functions, echo or print is basically a function which is used to print data on the browser. We're going to look into all these things, but we take this as a guideline for you. So whenever you're writing an program, make sure you follow this and understand what is the prerequisite that you should know before writing the program. So let's look at a simple PHP code. We're going to still write this and then we're going to execute this, but before that I want to show you something. So everything you write PHP code should be inside this block, opening tag and the closing tag. And how do you display the text? You use a method called echo or print, and there's a semicolon here to indicate this is the end of the line, end of the statement. Similarly with print, you have used echo, now you can use print as well. We're going to look into all these things again, and there are various variations in how you print a text with echo. Opening tag, closing tag, and you can write echo on the same line. There's another short notation for it wherein you can use less than question mark equal to, and this less than question mark equal to is a short notation for less than question mark PHP echo. So instead of writing all this line, you can use this short notation. Okay, so remember this basic language syntax which will help you to write the PHP code. So next is the semicolon. It's kind of tricky. You need to remember that you can skip the semicolon for the last statement. So if you're writing a semicolon here, it's fine. If it's a last statement, means before closing tag, if it's a last statement, then you don't need to mention a semicolon. So we'll look into all these examples. So let's start and write one simple hello world program. Okay, so let's start building our hello world program using PHP. So before that, if you head over to the material, go to setting up the environment folder. Here you will find examples and exercises. Okay, and then there is a practical test. So what we are doing now is basically an example. Example is something I'm going to show you. Exercise is what I want you to try. Okay, so let's head over to the example folder. When you open this folder, you'll always find these two files. One is the deliverables and another is logical flow of examples. If you open these two files, this is basically the logical flow of how and what tags we are going to see as part of the example. And deliverables is the files that I'll create, and I'll try to explain you how these things are done. And these are the files will be available in the after folder. These are the same files, these are the deliverables, and you can refer back to these files with whatever example I'm going to show you here. So this way, even after you finish the course, or you have some clarification required maybe on semicolon, you can come back to this material and then you can refer back to the exact code and then you can reuse it. Okay, so what I want you to do is open this logical flow of example and open this deliverable. So as and when I'm doing it, you can just see what I'm doing first, then you can try out the same example. And if there's something you cannot get what I'm doing, you can always refer back to the after folder. This has the code that has been shown in this demo. Okay, so let's go ahead and create one by one all these examples. Okay, so let's start developing the programs. So before that, we'll open the deliverables file. Okay, this is a good reference for us to see what we are doing. and what we want to achieve after this example. Okay, we'll be creating all these files, and this is a logical flow. This is how we're gonna build our examples. So let's open our Sublime and also make sure the amps is running. Okay, make sure it is. When you right click, it should be in the start mode, so you can able to restart and stop, and this option should be enabled for you. Okay, the first file that we're going to create is called as hello world.php. Okay, so before that I want to show you something. I want to show you where you're going to save these files. Okay, so let's look at those configuration first. So in the D colon or C colon we have installed amps. Open the folder, go to www folder. In this I'm going to create one folder called hello world. Okay, and in this I'm going to place all my files. So how to access this folder I'll show you once we write the file. So let's create a new file. Let's save this in this hello world program. Okay, and I'm going to call it as hello world.php. Okay, so we have our files here, hello world.php. Okay, let's do our examples. So I make sure we see all these things what we are developing. Okay, so the first thing we're going to develop is display hello world with PHP tags. So we have understood that the opening tag should be less than $PHP, and the ending tag is basically greater than symbol. So anything that you write inside this block is called as PHP code, and anything that you write outside, the interpreter will not take this code and will not interpret it. So the first thing is, how do you display hello world? So we have a function called echo. You can say hello world, and then you will end with a semicolon. Okay, so I have used single quotes. You can also use double quotes. Okay, it doesn't really matter if it's single quote or double quote. Okay, so save this. So how to execute this code now? Because you have amps installed now, so and you are able to access the amps as well. So open the browser, and what I want to do is I want to execute this code. So before that, what we can do, we can check localhost / the folder name hello world / hello world.php. Okay, there it is. That's the text that is being printed. Okay, couple of things here I want you to understand. First, in the URL we have given the folder name. That folder name is nothing but this folder name, which is under the www folder. So any folder that you create here, you just have to say localhost / and that folder name / the file name. You cannot skip the file name like this and say okay search and then show me. It's going to error out. You have to type in the file name, that is .php, and once you type that, whatever is the content of that PHP, it is interpreted, right? The text is interpreted and it is displayed onto the browser. So that's how the PHP will display a content, and this is happening at the AMP server. So AMPs has PHP installed, so this PHP will convert this piece of code as an text onto the browser. So if you look at the code, there's a hello world, and all these tags are not visible. The echo is not visible. It's basically converted into a HTML text, right? And what happens, just play around with it. What happens if I place outside the block? What will happen? Any wild guesses? What do you think what will happen now if I place the function outside the PHP code? So let's execute this, and you're gonna see the code here, because PHP doesn't really care what's outside the closing tag. it only want to know what is inside the PHP code, and then it only executes and interpret the code that is inside the PHP. Okay, that's why whenever you place anything outside your closing tag will automatically display in the output. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. Okay, this will be our first example and first deliverable to print hello world onto a web page. And there are two ways you can use double quote and single quote. Okay, so let's move on. Next, we'll create hello world with a print function. Okay, I'm going to copy this, go to Sublime, say file new, save this file. I'm going to write the same thing, PHP opening tag, closing tag, and instead of echo I'll do the same thing. And single quote. Okay, nothing fancy here. I have just created a file with hello world with print.php. Instead of echo I'm using the print function and everything remains the same. So let's execute that file now. Okay, the output is gonna be same. So I'll create one more tab. Okay, that's our first example, hello world.php. The second example is hello world with print.php. Next, we will create a hello world without an echo. So we will not use echo or print, but we will print hello world. Okay, so create a new file, new file, save the file, put the file name. Okay, so there is a short notation for it, less than question mark is equal to, and then you can start putting the hello world here. This less than question mark is equal to is actually equal to, instead of writing less than question mark PHP echo, right, what we have done is we have replaced this with this short notation, and whatever you're gonna write after it will be directly printed. So echo is already embedded here, and that echo will display this text. It's the same thing. You can use single quote now. Okay, and see here I'm not putting a semicolon, is also fine. You can put a semicolon, is also fine. So let's execute hello world without echo.php. So I'll copy this file name, localhost. Okay, it shows the same output, hello world and hello world. So we have seen display hello world with PHP tags. We have seen display hello world with print. We have replaced the opening tag with an short notation. So let's play around by removing some semicolons and try to execute that code. So it will be interesting to see when to use semicolon and when not to use a semicolon. So I'll create one more file here, file, new file. Let me save this file. Okay, so let's try to play around with the semicolons. So first example, we'll try to print hello world, and this time I will not put the semicolon, and I'll see what will happen. I'll use the same thing for single quotes. And I'll use the same method then I'm gonna say semicolon here, then I'll remove the semicolon here. Okay, So if you notice, I'm just playing around with semicolons. I did not put semicolon here, not here. Even here I didn't put, but in the second line I put, then I removed the semicolon here. The interesting thing is, if you remove the semicolon, this one, it'll error out. I'm going to show you that. So let's execute this program. Then I'm going to play around with semicolons. So let's open that file name. Okay, so we have all these hello worlds here. If you remove this semicolon, you'll see an error stating, something is missing in the code, which is obviously a semicolon. The reason behind is, it's okay to have in one line, the last line you should not have the semicolon. That is the rule. Means this is the last line, this is not the last line. So this should have a semicolon. So it's a tricky one. Let's say someone show you this code and say, guess what's the output? The output is an error because this line doesn't have a semicolon, as this line is not the last line. If you have the semicolon here, this is the last line, then it's perfectly fine. And if this is the last line, then you don't need a semicolon. And these lines basically are individual lines, right? This line has nothing to do with this line. So this is an opening tag and a closing tag. So this becomes the last line for this opening and closing tag. Okay, so understand how semicolon works. You can give semicolons to everything. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really care whether you are using semicolon or not. You're removing the semicolon, right? The rule here is the last line should not have semicolons. It's okay to ignore it. Okay, so that's on the semicolon. So next, let's show all the possible ways to display text. Okay, so we can try this out, but I'm going to show you one example here, then you can go ahead and do the examples. So we're going to create one more file, and then we're going to use both the notation. I'm going to use the PHP notation first. This we have learned of opening and closing tag. The first function we learned is hello, and using hello we can use double quote or single quote, doesn't matter. Welcome to PHP. Close it with a semicolon because I'm going to write one more line. Here you can say, excited to learn this new language. You can ignore the semicolon here because it's going to be a last line. I'm not going to put semicolon here. Then I'm going to use a short notation here, and I'm going to say PHP is interesting. And you can use the same thing, use it with single quotes. Okay, and you can try out with a semicolon as well, doesn't really hurt. And then you have all the examples here. You have echo, you have your opening tag and a closing tag, you have your echo function here, you have your print function here. Echo function ends with semicolon, print doesn't need because the last line. Then you have short notation, which already have echo embedded in it. You don't have to end with a semicolon, and you can use single quote and a double quote. So let's execute this program just to verify it has no issues. Right, so everything works perfectly, no issues at all. So this is how you basically use echo and print and opening tag and closing tag and short notation to print text onto the browser. Okay, so before we close, I just want to let you know this code will be available part of your material. And if you head back to the material, which is under your materials folder, go to settings, setting up the environment, go example 1. After files is all the same files that I've shown here. Okay, you can use it for your exercise, and all these 2 file variables and basically logical flow of example is already available for you to practice. Okay, that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on writing comments in PHP. So in this example, we're going to learn how to write comments in our PHP code. Okay, so let's move on. So let's look at what are the types of comments that is available. There are three types. First is called as single line comments. The single line comment starts with 2 forward slashes. Then you have multi-line comments or block comments. It starts with forward slash asterisk and it has ending tag, which is then it has asterisk and forward slash. This basically indicating a block. So whatever write inside this starting and ending comments is basically hidden from the output. Then you have a single line C style comment. This is called as hash comment, where you put a hash symbol here like an hashtag that you mention in Twitter, a similar hashtag, and then you can write your comments here. It's no difference between single line comments with double forward slash and single hash type. It's just to make sure if you're coming from a C language, you still have those kind of comments available. Okay, so let's look at when to use these comments. So if you're using single line comments, mostly it is used to quickly explain about one liner or a short note, right? It's just a one liner one. So it's quickly to explain. Let's say you're writing an add function to say, okay, this is an add function, it will accept 2 values and then output will be addition of the 2 values. That's a single liner you can add to the add function. But you have a multi-line comments wherein starting off that PHP code, you want to write something called as documentation to say what this code is all about, who wrote it, when was the last change happen. That's basically explaining the version history of the code as well. You can even write about the flow of the code, like what this code has been doing. You can also write tracking history, like if you have the changes happening, you can mention your enhancement number or whatever ticketing number that you have. You can mention that in the multi-line comments and start documenting your PHP code. And also about the requirement, and you can say what this code is doing and why you actually did this. So what if there's a project or a project code, you can mention that because of this project code we actually implemented this file and this file basically does. So if you want to write a big comments, then you have to go for multi-line comment. If you are explaining a single methods or a single statements, then basically you go for single line comments. Okay, so let's write these comments and play around with it, and let's have some fun with comments. So let's do the hands-on example for comments. Let's understand the 3 different types of comments that we have: single line, multi-line, and hash type. So if you go to materials, if you have an example to comments in PHP, open that folder, open deliverables file and logical flow. Okay, so the logical flow is basically we're going to do 5 examples. First is show single line comments, then we'll show multi-line comments, then we'll show hash comments, then we'll show the error while using comments inside comments, then we'll compare HTML versus PHP comments. So we're going to create 6 files for this, and you can find all these examples in the after folder. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this example. So for this I will go ahead and create a new folder called comments. So I'll go to my d:\amps and I'm going to create a folder in www called comments. Okay, so we're going to create all the files inside this, and how I'm going to access this, I'm going to say comments and slash whatever is the file name. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So for that, let's open Sublime and let's create the first file. That's basically single line comments. Copy this, save, change the folder to comments. I'm going to paste the same file name, save. Okay, so now the file is created. I'm going to minimize this and let's create the single line comments. So for this, I hope you have done the previous exercise, so you know how to show text onto the browser and using the both opening and closing tag and also the short notation for it. So I'm going to use the short notation here. I'm going to say PHP is interesting. Okay, I can use semicolon. Let's close this. So you can attach comments with 2 forward slashes and say print text. Okay, and I'm going to save this. You can even use the single line comments, the echo. When you are saying echo welcome to PHP, you can add in here, let's say this is echo method. I'm gonna resize this, or you can put a comment on top of it as well. Okay, both ways are fine. So let's execute this. There's a single line comment I'm putting inside the short notation, and also in the opening and the closing tag I'm using the echo, and I'm using 2 different ways to use the same single line comments. So let's print this. Okay, it's showing PHP is interesting, welcome to PHP. Let's analyze the code. And one interesting thing is there is no comments here. The comments is being ignored and comments will not be passed to the browser. So whatever commenting you're doing is only for your PHP code, right? It will not be displayed onto the browser. So you can type whatever you want, you can play around with it. You can put any secret thing that you want to put in the code. It will never be displayed to anybody. It's only when you open this PHP file, this PHP file comments is only visible to you. Okay, so let's do multi-line comments. Okay, so I'm going to create a file, multi-line comments.php. I'm going to use Control N to create a new file and Control S to save it. The file name is multi-line comments. Save it. Okay, so I'm going to write a multi-line comment. So we'll open PHP tags. So inside that I'm going to write the multi-line comments. I'm going to say this program is used to understand the types of comments in PHP. Okay, and if you observe, this will not be displayed onto the browser, but this is how you basically write a multi-line comment, and you can, whatever you write inside this block will be commented and will not be displayed in the output. It will not be used as a processing also. So let's use the same code here, and we'll convert the single line into a multiple line. So I'm just gonna say single line comment, say comments are fine here. I'm gonna convert single line into multiple line. Okay, so even you can use it as a single line, it's just fine. And I'm gonna comment this code. To comment this code, you can do this. Okay, make sure you don't put comments here outside of the PHP code, because we just discussed about this, that anything that you put outside the PHP code will be displayed as it is. Okay, so we don't want to do that. Okay, the comments will work only inside the PHP tags. Okay, so let's execute this. Okay, you're gonna see PHP is interesting, which is coming up from here, and you have all the comments which is not be visible in the output. Okay, so let's move on. Let's do the next example, that is showing the hash comments. So let's quickly create that file. I'm going to type PHP is interesting, and we can use an hash based comments here. Okay, and you can even use this I'm just copying pasting just to save time. You can replace this with hash. You can replace this with hash. Okay, and everything is going to work as it is. Let's quickly run this. Okay, that looks fine. Next, let's create the comments of all types. Okay, let's quickly do this. Control N, Control S, paste the file name, press enter. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly do this. So we're gonna have the multi-line comment. And we're gonna close this. Then we're gonna use single line comments, and we'll say PHP is interesting. And then we can use hash based comments. You can use it here. Or you can use it here as well. You can close this. Okay, so let's open this file. Okay, so this is the multi-line comment, single line comments, and hash based comments. Next, look at comments inside comments. So I'll show you one error here just to make sure you understand this concept. So I'm creating this file, error comments inside comments error file. This will be an error and I want to show you the error. Okay, so let's focus on showing this error. Okay, so what we're going to do is, let's say we are having a multi-line comment. Okay, so we're going to say this is a multi-line comments. Okay, and I want to have one more comment inside a comment. Okay, I can have single line comments. And I can have hash based comments. Okay, now I want to have one more comments here. This is another comments. And now I want to close this comments. Okay, and once you do that, you see there's an error here. So I just want to have a multi-line comment inside a multi-line comment. Okay, and somehow it doesn't recognize my ending of the parent multi-line comment. It just ends the multi-line comments. All the multi-line comments that is open will be closed with one single multi-line comments, and that's why you have an error here. We're going to verify that. Let's open this file quickly. Okay, and you're going to have this error, and this error is already visible in the code editor here, which says that there's a missing comment somewhere. Okay, and you can have n number of single line and hash line. It doesn't really care. It only worried about multi-line comments. And multi-line comments, everything that you close, if you have many multi-line open comments and you have one closing, all the open multi-line comments are closed with a single closed multi-line, and thereafter if you try to close any other multi-line, it will give you an error. Okay, so make sure you understand this concept well. So many a times you will be writing like 1,000 lines of program. Somewhere in the top you have opened the comments and you forgot it to close it, and then you start again a multi-line comment, then you will have errors like this showing that some of the multi-line comments are not properly closed. Okay, so let's do the final example, HTML comments versus PHP comments. So I'm going to create one more file here, HTML and PHP comments.php. For that you need to know how an HTML comments look like. So this is how an HTML comments look like. This is HTML comments. Okay, and if you want to verify this, you can go and open this file. There's no output, but if you view page source, you can see the HTML comments here. There's a comment of HTML, so it's displayed it here as a comment, and in the output this value will not be there. And what is a PHP comment? We'll say hello. And this is a PHP comment, means it will not be displayed in the target side. Okay, so let's play around with it. What happens if you comment the PHP code? Okay, now I want to comment the PHP code. Let's see what happens. So what do you think will happen? Will this print the PHP code, or will this just show whatever is a code that has been printed? Okay, so let's see this. So this basically, if you look at view page source, so it's showing the output, right? It is showing will I be printed. The PHP code is executed properly, no issues, but it is commented because you are using HTML comments. So even though you put PHP code inside the HTML code, the PHP code will get executed first, because the server will read the file, the PHP code, wherever it is there. It ignores whatever is outside. It doesn't really care is it a comment or it's a code or it's JavaScript or anything. It doesn't really care. It only cares about the PHP code, and whatever is inside the PHP code, it take this out and then put this code as an output and send back to the browser. So browser will see this. Okay, let's do another example. Now I will put the HTML code inside the echo, and I'll say will I be printed. Let's mark it as 1. Let's mark it as second. And now guess what's the output. So will this be printed? The second one. What do you think? So let's go ahead and verify that. Okay, let's view source. So you see, even this has been printed. So you see the PHP code executes and print the comments, and the comments will now be understood by the browser. So whatever the PHP code is been executed, the output will only be understood once it is been given to the browser. It's nothing to do at the PHP side. It doesn't really care whether it's a HTML comment or HTML code or JavaScript. The purpose of PHP is to display. So it just display, it doesn't execute what is inside that code. Okay, the whole magic happens when this output is sent to the browser. The browser knows this is a code, this is an HTML comments. Okay, PHP doesn't know about it. For PHP it's just in text. So let me give you one more example. These are all tricky one and good to know how this PHP behaves. So let's say I started a multi-line comment, okay, and I say will I be printed 3. This is an interesting one. Okay, so have a multi-line comment starting here and ending it here, and have an HTML code, maybe a simple text outside the PHP block. So let's see what happens to this. Okay, nothing happened. This one is ignored, means it is ignored at the server level. This is treated as a comment and it's not been sent back to the browser. Okay, so this is the reason behind the PHP tags. Even though you write in different blocks, it understands the continuation that you're basically doing. If there is an multi-line comment started on top and you're writing the normal HTML or whatever outside your PHP tags, you're closing it somewhere else, it still remember that this is all PHP. Okay, it's good to know. Let's do a last one example, very quick. What happens if you comment this inside the HTML comments? What do you think will happen here now? Any guesses? What will be the output? So let's verify that. The HTML comments are displayed. The reason behind, we have seen in previous case that this one is completely ignored and not been sent to the browser. And if you have comments, anything on top of it, right, doesn't really care what's inside it, it just printed out to the browser. So understand it, how this actually works in PHP. Anything that you write inside the PHP block is executed first. Whatever is left over, whatever is outside your PHP will be given back to the browser. The browser take in charge and then it try to see whether it's an HTML comment. So the browser understand HTML comment. The PHP understand 3 types of comments: single line comments, multi-line comments, and hash based comments. Okay, so that's all about the comments. I hope this example has cleared you different types of examples that we have shown on comments. So you can go to the after folder, you can find all these examples, and there will be many examples here, more than what I have shown, just to illustrate the same point here, and you can play around and have this as a reference. Okay, so that's it for this comment section, and I have some exercises for you to do. So I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the exercise 2. Exercise 2 is about printing your name using PHP program. So whatever we have learned so far in the hello world, we will try to use those tags and then we'll try to print your name on the web page. So here's what you're going to do in this program. You will print your name with echo function. You will write your favorite thing to do with a print command, then print your hobbies with a special tag without using echo and print functions. Okay, so we're going to do this. Consider this as your written test. Imagine that you have gone to an interview and then they have given this program for you to write on a piece of a paper. This is very simple program. You don't need a computer to write this, but you can have an hands-on section here. You can try out this section by writing on a piece of paper, or the highly recommended one is write in a Sublime and test it online, just to make sure and have a feel that you are able to pass this test. Pause this video and do this exercise. Then once you play it, then I'll show you how you're going to do it. Okay, so let me show you how it is been done, and I hope you have done this exercise and you pretty much know how the output should look like. If you go to materials folder, setting up the environment, you can find the exercise 2, print your name with PHP. So there are 2 files, deliverables and logical flow. We know what these 2 files means. One is the file that you will create, and whatever you have to do in that file is the logical steps are here. Okay, so let's open Sublime now. I'm going to close this and I'm going to create this file. Okay, and where I'm going to create in www folder. So for that I'll go to amps www. I'm going to say exercise right? In this I'm going to create my folder. So I'll hit back to Sublime. I will save this file, go to one step back and go to our exercise folder that we have just created. This is the file name I'll create. Okay, so let me summarize this. Okay, so now what we have to do, we have to print your name with echo. Okay, we're going to do that. Echo. You can use single quote or double quote, whatever your choice, and you can write your name there, semicolon. So that's basically will print my name is Srini. Then you can print your favorite thing to do with print command. So head back, say print. My favorite thing is to watch movies. Okay, so this basically print my favorite thing. Next is print your hobbies with a special tag without using echo or print. So you cannot write that statement here. Okay, that will error out. Okay, you cannot embed the short notation inside the PHP notation. Okay, you have to write it outside the PHP notation. Okay, now you can print your hobbies here. Okay, so that's basically your hobby. So that's basically will do whatever has been told in the instruction. You print your name with echo, you have done that. You print your favorite thing to do using print, we have done that. Then you have to print your hobby with a special tag without using echo and print. So this is basically your short notation tag using which the output will be printed. Okay, so let's verify that. You go to localhost, exercise folder, and then you go to the file name, hello world me. So you can see your name, you can see my favorite thing to do, and that's my hobby. Okay, so this is how this exercise can be done. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the exercise 3. In exercise 3, we will use all the PHP tags that we have seen so far. Okay, so here what we're going to do, we're going to use all the PHP tags. We will use multi-line comments to describe about the program. Okay, second, you will use single line comment statement to describe that statement. Then you'll print your name without echo or print tag. You have already seen that. Describe yourself in one liner using echo or print. Okay, we have also seen this, but we will use all the tags together just to show that we know how to write a PHP program when this kind of questions is being asked. Pause the video here and do this exercise, and then come back here to check the answers. Okay, so let's do the exercise 3. If you go to materials, setting up the environment, go to exercise 3, you can find the logical flow and the deliverable. This is the file name we will use, hello comments, and these are the 3 statements, 4 exercise that we will do part of this exercise 3. Okay, first thing is we will create this file in the exercise folder. So go to Sublime, close this, Control N to create a new file, Control S to save the file. So I'm in the exercise folder, I'll just create this file. Okay, this is the first thing is use multi-line comment to describe about this program. So this program is to do this thing. I'll copy this out and I'll write multi-line comments. If you remember multi-line comments, so it starts with slash asterisk and ends with asterisk slash. Okay, so here is the description about the program. Okay, that's the first task. Then we'll use a single line comment to describe the statement. So the first thing is you print your name without an echo tag. Okay, okay, so that's a name without the echo or print, and I will write the comment. Okay, so this one has achieved 2 and 3, wherein I print my name without echo and print tag, and also I have used single line comments to denote that statement. Next is describe yourself in one line using echo or print. So I'll say about me. I'll use echo tag. You can use print or echo. I'll say I love PHP programming. I'll do it without semicolon just to show that I know there's no requirement of semicolon here. Okay, so couple of things we have done. We have used multi-line comments, we have used single line comments, we have print your name without the echo tag, and you have described yourself using the echo and print tag. Okay, so let's access this file. To access this file, this is hello comments.php. You go to the same exercise folder, copy this file name. Okay, so you should see my name is Srini, I love PHP programming. That's basically coming up from these two print statements. Okay, so that's all for this exercise. Do these exercises so that you are very clear about what you have learned in this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on certification tips. Here we're going to cover only the tips that is related to certification. We're not going to cover all the things that we have seen previously, but I'll scope it down to the key things that you have to remember when you're attending a certification. This is also helpful when you're writing for a written test. It will be a tricky question that may be asked in the written test. So let's jump into and understand all those certification tips. The first is the PHP tag. The PHP tags are basically 4 types. Opening tag and the closing tag is 2 that we have seen and 2 we haven't seen. That's basically the less than question mark and question mark greater than, and then you have a script tag. We will be only using this 2, will not be using the other 2. The reason behind is PHP 7 doesn't support these 2 tags. So only the top 2 that has been highlighted is supported from PHP 7 onwards. From in PHP 5.5 you were having 4 tags. In PHP 7 they minimized to 2 tags. So remember this, if they are referring in PHP 7 and they are referring to these 2 tags, then there is a chance that they are tricking you to say whether these are supported in PHP 7 or not. Okay, next is the semicolon. The terminate statement with a semicolon, don't forget that. Sometimes they remove it. That's reason because if it's a last line then they might remove it, but for every statement you need to have a semicolon. And also remember, the last statement line does not require a semicolon. This code will compile perfectly even though the semicolon is not there. So don't get confused when you see this kind of code wherein the last line doesn't have semicolon. It's okay to be leaving out the semicolon here. Then the semicolons, there are different combinations available. I want you to have a look at it. The first one you have a semicolon, the second one doesn't have a semicolon, the last one doesn't have the question mark greater than symbol. The reason behind is the last statement line does not require a semicolon and nor the greater than question mark greater than closing tag. You don't need that closing tag. If it's a plain PHP code, means there are no other source code available on that page, means you can only leave out the question mark and greater than symbol. Okay, then the comments, there are 3 types of comments: single line, multi-line and hash based comments. Make sure you understand this syntax very well, so that next time when you see a PHP code and someone asks you to guess the output, you can able to check all these things before you actually tell the answer. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the resources section. This section is about installation guides and forum support. So I believe you have done all the installations, you have written your PHP code, but there will be times wherein your software doesn't get installed, you are unable to get the output what I'm showing you. So these are the resources which will help you move forward to ask a question and check out the installation guides. That will help you as a reference point if you have any issue. The first resource that you have is the forum, right? If you have any topic that you are uncomfortable with, or you need more explanation, or you are stuck with some settings, or you see some weird errors on your system, I highly recommend go to forum.phpjobtraining.com. and submit your topic there. Then I can engage you there, and then we can start discussing about resolving your issues. Next is the PHP configuration guide. This guide will have all the screenshots, PHP installations, and also some of the lectures that I have shown here. So go ahead and download this PDF, which will help you to resolve some of the installation questions as well. Okay, so that's all for the resource section. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the summary section. In this section, we're going to do a recap on what we have learned in setting up the environment in this section. Then we'll summarize what you should be able to do after this section. So let's do a quick summary. First, we have looked at LAMP, MAMP, and VAMP installation stack. So you should be able to define this if someone asks you what is a VAMP stack, right? Then we have looked at code editor versus IDE software. So you should differentiate what is the difference between two. If someone asks you which editor that you have used, then you can always ask them whether it's a code editor or an IDE. So just a quick recap on what is code editor. Code editor are basic editors, easy to start coding with. IDE has some learning curve but very flexible for complex coding. Then we have download and install AMP software to run our PHP code. We have written and run an hello world program using PHP, and we have also seen how to comment the PHP code using comments in PHP. So I believe you should be able to explain all these things and understand how these things work, and you should be pretty much start writing your PHP code here onwards. And you should not have any installation softwares, you should not be confused about your editors. You should be able to write your code. You should be able to know a basic syntax of the opening tag, closing tag, semicolons, and very basic commenting. You should know all these things before you go to the next lecture. If you're not clear, I'll highly recommend take your time, go back, do this exercises that I've given you, get to know the PHP first, get to know the installation done on your laptop or your machine, then move ahead to the next lecture, because next lecture will be focusing more on that topic instead of looking at the installation and syntaxes. Okay, so let's do a quick summary again on the objectives that we have seen previously. The first thing is types of installation software we have seen. So you should be able to define the type of installation softwares. You should be able to configure PHP on Windows, Mac, and also choose your PHP editor. And then you should be able to develop your own hello world program, write some comments in it. Okay, so there are some exercises again given in this section, some interview question, resources, and test. Don't skip it. If you are planning to just skip all this section, I highly recommend don't do it. Just go through all these exercises. It's very much tuned and focused towards what you have learned. There's no out of scope from the interview questions, and also from the exercise is very focused on what you have learned. So do take it so that you get to know the concepts very well. So that's all for this section. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the section on Introduction to PHP. In this section, you will be able to learn about client server mode, request and response pattern, and get to know the PHP language background. This section focuses more on concepts to help you see the bigger picture of what and why we are using PHP. After this section, you should be able to explain what is PHP and its features and compare PHP with other web languages. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so let's look at the objective of this section and understand topic you will be able to do after this section. First lecture, you will be able to learn about client server model. Once you understand this concept, then you will be able to draw your own client server model, and also you will be able to explain client server model to anyone. Next is request response definition. Well, request response definition is basically a pattern that you have to understand before you understand how PHP works. So this is a very common question that people ask, how the request response work in web. So here we'll understand how request response works, and also you will be able to draw your own request response pattern. This way you will understand the concept well, and also you will be able to explain this concept to anyone. Then you will also learn what is PHP and describe what you can do with PHP. After this lecture, you should be able to explain what is PHP to your friends. Next lecture will be interesting to know how PHP works in a web application. We'll combine all the concepts that we have learned and understand how PHP language is used in the web application. This way you will appreciate the problem that PHP is solving in the web and how PHP can be used in the web applications. Last, you will also be able to see the difference between PHP and other web languages in the market doing the same job. This way you will get to know what are the other languages similar to PHP, and you'll understand why PHP is a neutral and a simple language compared to others. Well, that's all you're going to learn in this section. Let's go into each of the lectures now, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on client-server model. In this lecture, you should be able to understand what is client-server model and how it works. The couple of things that you will learn in this lecture. First, you should be able to define the definition of client-server model. Then you should be able to explain what is client-side and server-side in general English terms. Then you should be able to draw your own client-server model. Okay, so let's look at the lecture objective now. After completing this lecture, you should be able to explain client-server model concept. You should be able to explain terms like client-side and server-side. And also you should be able to draw a simple client-server diagram. So we'll go in the details of each of these concepts. Let's take a step back and understand how the client-server model works from the things that we use today. Imagine you are trying to access Facebook from a mobile or from a computer or from an iPad. Right, you type in facebook.com, or if you have a mobile app, you try to open it. So all these devices basically connect back to Facebook and they fetch all the details and then show it to us. That's a very simple way of accessing Facebook application. But did you ever wonder what happens at the Facebook side? What's going on at the Facebook side and what kind of things are available at the Facebook? Any guess? Well, Facebook has a server, right? And this server actually holds all the things that you are accessing on the Facebook application. It could be a music file, it could be an information, your post information, it could be a video, it could be an image. All these media files are called as resources on the server. So whenever you're trying to access this application via the Facebook, the server is responding back to you by giving this information back to your devices. So let's use this concept and define a definition for client-server model. Okay, if you strip off the Facebook application, that's the company, and basically if you strip off us, so the communication actually happening between two systems. The left-hand side is called as client, the right-hand side is called as server. And these two systems basically communicating with each other within common language. And if it's a web-based application, then there is a web protocol called HTTP, using which they are basically exchanging the information. Okay, so if you have to define a client-server model, here is the definition. Client-server model is an architecture where server holds all the resources like your media files, your videos or your images, and client will access it whenever required. So the request has to come from the client to say that I want to see this. The server takes that request and then send whatever information is requested by the client via the communication protocol. That could be an web protocol, which is an HTTP. So this is a standard definition. If someone asks you what is a client-server model, remember this definition. It's an architecture where server holds all the resources and client will access it whenever required. So in the client-server model, server holds all the resource and client will make a request to get those resources. It's as simple as that. Keep it in a very simple terms when you explain about client-server model. Okay, so let's move on. So let's look at the two terminology that we use in describing this model. One is client side and one is server side. So from the definition here, the client side is basically all the left hand side, could be your computer, your iPad, your phone, your laptop, is called as client side because he is the one who is requesting the information. And right hand side is a server side which has all the resources and it's basically taking the request and giving us all the information that we have requested for, right? So that's basically your client side and server side terminology. So if you have to explain to someone what is client side, what is server side, you can use a simple definition. Client side will make the request to access the resource saying that, hey, I need these files, can you give it to me? Then server side actually accepts that request and provide the resource back to the client. Okay, so remember this definition, and I give you one tip. If you want to remember this, always use this in your terminology. So when you talk to someone, when you're explaining this concept, use client side and server side instead of saying client and server and browser and iPhone or PC. Don't use those words. You can combine all those concepts into simple terms, which is called as client side and server side. Okay, let's move on. So here is one simple exercise that I want you to do. Take a paper and draw a simple client server model with whatever we have discussed so far. Draw a very simple one. I'm not looking for a complex. Draw a simple client server model based on whatever you have understand till now. Then I'll show you my diagram and the right diagram that you have to use for client server model. So before that, I want you to think through what concepts you have understand and put down on a paper all those concepts. Okay, so pause the video now and I'll see you after a second. Okay, how did it go? So whatever is your diagram, if you have understand the concept clearly, then you should be drawing something like this. So you have different clients and then you have a server on the right hand side. The clients are making requests to the server to fetch the informations. So this is a simple definition I want you to remember. Client server model is an architecture where server holds all the resources and client will access it whenever required. Okay, let's move on. Okay, let's do the summary. So by now you should be able to explain client server model concept to anyone and also explain terms like client side and server side. And also you should be able to draw a client server diagram. Okay, that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on request response pattern. So in this lecture, we will do the same thing that we have done previously. We'll try to understand request response pattern, and then we'll also define one standard definition how to explain request response pattern. After that, I'll show you in a real world how a request response happens from a web browser to a server. After that, we will do a simple exercise of drawing our own request response pattern. Okay, so let's move on and understand the objective. So this is the objective of this lecture. First, we'll explain request response pattern. You should be able to define this in your own words. I'll give you a standard definition. If you remember it, if you understand the concept, you should be able to explain in your own words. Then you'll understand the concept with a real world example. I'll show you in how in a real world the request response happened from a client side to a server side. Then you should be able to draw a simple request response diagram based on whatever understanding that you have done. Okay, so let's move on and understand what is request response pattern. Let's take a step back and understand in real world how this request response happens. So imagine a scenario where you're trying to dial to your phone. First thing, you will pick up your phone and you'll dial the number and you'll call your friend. The friend will answer your phone and then you initiate the communication of talking to your friend. So this type of communication or pattern is called as synchronous communication, wherein you're calling your friend and your friend is answering your call. This is also called as two-way communication because it's a synchronous communication and the friend is also available talking to you at the same time. It's also called as two-way communication. Okay, so let's define with these concepts what is called as request response pattern. Okay, so let's define the same concept, synchronous communication and two-way communication in internet. At the client side, I have a browser. At web server, I have server which have all the resource. So in the request response pattern, the first request is initiated by the client. The client will request to say, okay, I need these files. The web server will give a response saying that, okay, these are all the files that you requested, here it is. And this pattern is basically called as request response pattern. Well, here's a standard definition. In web environment, client, the browser, sends the request to the server, and server, which is nothing but a machine, gives a resource as a response. Okay, so this is how the two communication happen between two systems. One is called as client who's requesting, one is called as server who is responding to that request. Okay, so let's continue and see this example in the real world. Let's do a quick demo on understanding how the request response happen in a real world. So I have the two servers here. The left hand side is basically a client, the right hand side is a server. So let's understand how the request response happen via a web browser to a server. So on the right hand side, as I told you, I have a Tomcat server. This is a web server. And on this Tomcat server, I have a folder called PHP training. And I have two resources. One is an HTML file and one is an image of a dog. So now the client want to access this resource on the server. Okay. So what happens is the request is initiated by the client. That's what we are saying. So the thing is, you need to know where this server is accessible, right? So there's an IP address. So I'll type in the IP address and then I will type in the folder name. And once the folder name, then I'll say I need index.html file. Okay. So when I click it, So the request will go to this server. Tomcat server will say, okay, you need these 2 files. The 2 files will be given back to the client, and the client will able to display that output. Okay, so we're gonna see that. So when I click enter, okay, so you see there is some text and there is an image here. This is basically coming up from this server. So this server is web server, this is a client, and if you have to see more in detail, you zoom this. Okay, so that way is basically showing you how the request response happen from client to server. Okay, so if you don't have access to the server, obviously if you're trying to access yahoo.com, you don't know what's happening at Yahoo. But from the browser, you can even check this transaction, how the request response is happening from the browser. For that, right click on the web page, say inspect, then you'll go to network tab. Okay, refresh the page. So when you refresh the page, you should be able to see the index.html and dog1.jpg. And if you click on the page, you should see something interesting happening here. There's basically a request header and a response header. And you see there's a request that has been sent to this file. And then there is a response that is coming up from the server. So you see there's a request response happening from the client to the server. So if I refresh and click this again, you should see there's a request response keep happening between the 2 servers. So this is the pattern that I want you to remember, that there is a request that has been sent from the client side to the server side, and server side will give you a response of whatever resources that we are asking for. This is very important to understand how PHP works. So when we try to bring all these concepts together, then you'll see how the PHP application is used in the web-based applications. Okay, so let's go back and draw a simple diagram of how a request response works. Okay, so that was a simple example and a real world example of how request response works. Next, let's do a simple exercise. I want you to draw a simple request and response pattern on a paper. This way, whatever understanding that you have, you will come to know whether it's correct or it's wrong. So I highly recommend you do this exercise, show how to draw a request response pattern. Okay, so you can pause this video, then come back here and again play this video. So how did it go? Did you manage to draw the simple request and response pattern? So here is a simple request response pattern looks like. You have a web browser. Web browser is sending a request to the web server, and web server is basically having an HTML file. That's what we have seen. The HTML file is given back to the web browser by the web server, which is called as response. So don't forget the definition. If someone asks you what is a request response pattern, give this definition to them. A web browser sends the request to the web server to access the HTML page, and web server sends the HTML page to the web browser as a response. Okay, this is a standard definition. If you're going to an interview, or you're going to write a written test, or you're going to explain this to someone else, please use this definition and help them understand, to show how you understand this concept very well. Okay, so let's move on. So here's a summary of request response pattern. By now you should be able to explain request response pattern. You will be able to understand the concept with real world example. Whatever exercise we have done, you can even go ahead and do that on the Chrome by accessing a web application. You should be now able to draw a simple request response diagram. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on what is PHP. In this lecture, we'll understand PHP and what are its benefits and features. Then we'll understand how PHP will work in a web application. Okay, so let's jump into the topic. So here are the lecture objectives. After completing this lecture, you should be able to explain what is PHP. So we'll understand what you can do with PHP with the concepts that we have previously seen, like client server model and request and response. This way you'll be able to appreciate what problem that PHP is solving in the web application. Okay, so let's move on to the topic. Before we look at what is PHP, let's take a moment to understand how the logo looks like. So on the left hand side is the official logo of PHP. This is how it looks like. On the right hand side there will be an unofficial logo which looks like an elephant. So there will be times where you'll see the elephant logo showing up with PHP. This is not an official one, but quite famous around the PHP community. If you want to access the PHP manual, that's basically all the documentation of PHP, go to www.php.net. This is where you can find all the libraries and all the manual of PHP. If you want to find what are the latest updates on PHP, you can go to this site. Okay, remember the logo, don't get confused when you see the elephant logo in the PHP. Okay, so let's look at what is PHP. PHP is an acronym for PHP Hypertext Preprocessor. Okay, this is basically a preprocessor for the text that is being exchanged over the internet. That's why it's called as hypertext. PHP is a server-side scripting, which means PHP runs on server side. So we know what is client side and server side. So PHP language runs on server side. That's why it's called as server-side scripting language. PHP is an interpreted language. You have a compiler, you have an interpreter. Before you run the program, you have to compile the program. That's basically the compiler language. Interpreter is interpreted whenever you access it. It's not compiled in the background and ready to use, but it is interpreted every time. That's basically called from the source side. Okay, so when you run a PHP program, the program is interpreted into the whatever output that PHP is to give at the runtime itself. Next is PHP is basically used to create dynamic content. Dynamic content means a content on the fly, and on the fly in the sense whenever it's required, that's data has been fetched from somewhere. That's basically could be a database or could be a file and then send back to the client side. So that's basically the power of PHP comes in, which it can do at the server side. Instead of just showing a static data like an image, it could also pull a data from a database and generate the data on the fly and give it to the client side. PHP code is embedded in the HTML page which runs on the server. PHP is very easy to use. You just have to embed into HTML page. You don't have to really write a big method to generate an PHP. It's very simple. If you know HTML, it's just a piece of line of code that you embed in the HTML and it's ready to run. So that's basically a summary of what is PHP. So you can combine all of this topic when you want to explain to someone. Let's say someone asks you what is PHP. You can say PHP is a server-side interpreted language which is used to create dynamic content and which can be embedded in the HTML page. So it basically covers all these topics. It has different purpose, but it actually covers everything in the definition that you are saying. So include this in your definitions. Tell them it is a server-side and also it is an interpreted language. So when someone asks you what is an interpreted language and what is a compiler, interpreted language is the one that executes whenever the request has been done. The compiler is basically you have to pre-compile before it actually runs. Dynamic content, and also it is easy to embed in the HTML page. Okay, so next let's understand what we can do with PHP. Okay, a PHP can read data from a form submitted from the HTML page. So you have been submitting all these forms on the web, like a student application, employee application, could be your creation of login details and all those things. That is a form on your client side. When you submit that form and click on submit button from the client side, the request will go to the server side. At the server side, there will be a PHP script which can read all the data from the form that is been submitted from the HTML page. Okay, you can read, save, update and delete data from the database using the PHP code. You can even send emails from PHP. If there are cookies that is been set onto the client side, you can even set a cookie, you can accept a cookie, you can read a cookie, you can delete a cookie. You can also do the tracking of the user via the session management. This is similar to when you're trying to buy something on the Amazon, right? You try to click a product and say add to cart, then you go for shopping and come back to your cart, your item is there. That's basically session management. So it will help you remember what you're trying to do on the web page, and then it will track down all these details with something called as session management. It also help you to restrict user to access some pages on your website. Let's say your website have an admin dashboard or a normal user dashboard. You can restrict the admin dashboard with some of the roles and also restrict some of the parts of the admin dashboard with different roles altogether. Okay, that's all possible with the PHP. Well, there are many other backend transactions that you can do at the server side. As when we go into the lecture, we'll try to understand it. But this is very core about what PHP can do in the web application. It can read the data that has been sent from the client side, access the database, play around with cookies, creating, deleting, track the sessions, and you can do some kind of security on the web page as well. Okay, so remember this, what you can do with PHP. This is a very common question being asked. The first question they will ask you, what is PHP? The second is what you can do with PHP. So try to remember all those points that I've given and try to incorporate them in your definitions. So what we have learned by now, you should be able to explain what is PHP and also describe what you can do with PHP. So that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on how PHP works. Let's understand how PHP works in a web application and what role it plays in this web application. We'll relate back to concepts that we have learned like client server model, request response, and then we'll try to use those terminologies to explain how PHP works. Okay, so let's move on. So after completing this lecture, you should be able to explain how PHP works in the web. This is a very important topic that you need to learn, because if you cannot explain how PHP works, then the point of understanding PHP is gone. So conceptually you should know how PHP works and also what job it does in the whole web application. Okay, so let's move on and understand this in the next topic. So we have seen this definition wherein the web browser will send a request and then the web server will access that file and post that response. This we have understood in the request response pattern. So let's elaborate this and understand how the PHP will come in picture and help this whole scenario. So if you see on the right hand side in the diagram, I have embedded the PHP code here. So whenever a web browser is requesting for a PHP code, whatever code it is, okay, we haven't gone through the PHP details, but imagine it's a PHP code. So web browser is requesting for that PHP code. You will send the request to the web server. The web server will execute this PHP code, generate the HTML file, whatever the content of the file is, and then that content is basically pushed back as a response to the web browser. However, we haven't discussed about the file names and all those things, but the web browser only understands HTML. It doesn't understand what is PHP. So if you give the PHP to execute to the web browser, it doesn't really understand it, because PHP is a server-side code and PHP is interpreted by the server and convert it into an HTML code. Whatever code it is that you write in the PHP code is converted into HTML, and that HTML content is given to the web browser so that web browser can display onto the browser. Okay, so couple of things that you have to understand here, how PHP works. The PHP code executes on the server. That's the point number one. Whenever the PHP code is executed onto the web server, the converted code is an HTML code, and the HTML code is given back to the web browser so that web browser can display that code. And the role of PHP here is basically to connect to a database. That's basically the main role, and fetch the data from the database or access a file, or does all the things that we have learned for the PHP, like accepting the cookies, maintaining the session management, doing the security, sending emails. All this is done from the PHP code itself. Okay, so that's the purpose of having a PHP code sitting at the web server and doing all those transactions. So a proper definition of how PHP works you can explain like this. A web browser requests the PHP file and the web server will execute the PHP code and generates the HTML file content, and then it sends that content to the web browser, and then web browser will able to print the HTML code. So one question that you can think is, what if there is no conversion of PHP code into an HTML code? What if web server just give the PHP code to the web browser? What happens at a web browser? The web browser will print the PHP code. It doesn't understand how to interpret it, so it will just show the PHP code. The interpretation of PHP code to HTML code happens at the web server. So remember this definition, remember this concept, how PHP works. It's very, very important. When you start writing the code, when you understand these concepts, it is easy to relate back how things are magically happening on the web browser. Because when you try to access a PHP code from a web browser, you won't see a PHP code, but you'll see an HTML code. The reason behind is because of this concept. Okay, so I'll leave you with this definition. Remember it, by heart it, or whatever it is which means comfortable to you, but make sure you are able to explain this definition to anyone who asks you how PHP works in the web. Okay, so let's move on. To summarize, by now you should be able to explain how PHP works in the web. Try to explain to your friends and see whether they can understand this concept or not. Okay, so when we start writing the PHP program, you will see how this works in the real time. So that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on Compare PHP. In this lecture, we'll compare PHP with other web-based programming language. Okay, so let's look into the section. So here is the lecture objective. After completing this lecture, you will be able to compare PHP with other web programming language. Okay, so let's look at the differences now. So on the left hand side, you have the PHP web programming language. By now you should be able to know what is PHP, what PHP can do, and how PHP actually works in the web. So there are other languages like PHP which can actually does the same job that PHP is doing. Well, to simplify what PHP can do, PHP can talk to a database, and PHP can access any files. It can generate dynamic data on the fly, and PHP typically runs at the server interpreting the PHP code into an HTML code. So all these things and many of others like cookies and sessions and security can be done by other web programming languages as well. So you might be confused if you're starting your career and if you're trying to move from other languages to these languages. So I'll give you some fair bit of idea on what other languages are available which is similar to PHP. Well, if that interests you, you are free to jump onto that, but it's important to understand this, because if someone asks you, if you know PHP but how it actually relate back to other languages, you should at least know why you have picked PHP and what benefits do you see from PHP. Okay, so let's look at some famous web-based application that can similar to PHP and does the similar job. The first is ASP.NET. ASP.NET is a language from Microsoft themselves. It's a language from Microsoft and it's heavily built into their environment. It's not very easy to learn. Well, there are so many settings and so much of software that you have to install, make sure it is configured, and you have to understand a lot before you actually write the application. Okay, so one thing to really compare PHP with ASP is it's not really easy to go in and start learning it. Next is Rails. This is basically Ruby on Rails. Ruby is the language, Rails is the framework. So this is not basically a web language, but this is basically something like an framework, right? It does the job very well, but is very tightly engraced into the libraries that it has, and whatever Ruby actually supports as a language, it's only built on that. Okay, so to easily compare PHP with Rails, Rails is basically a library which is sitting on top of Ruby language, and it does the same job of PHP. Comparing Python with PHP, you might have heard of Python. Python is a general purpose language. It's not meant for a web programming language, but it is meant to do many other things like desktop applications, trying to build a complex business logic running at the server. So the main differences between PHP and Python is do more than web programming. It's not focused on web programming, but web programming is just a part of Python. Next is Java. Java is similar flavor like Python. Java, you can do many things. It's difficult to learn all those complex things before you actually come down to web programming, because at PHP the step one is you understand web programming, but in Java you have to understand the language first in order to develop. For that to develop and run, you have to really have those settings ready so that you can actually start using it. It's not simple, it's pretty much complex if you're a newbie into the Java and start writing a web application. And Java is not meant only for web programming. It actually can do many things. You can write desktop applications, you can use to write some complex web services and do many more things there. Well, Perl is mostly famous around the general purpose language again, right? It does the CGI programming and it has some parts of web programming, very old and very matured, I can say. But PHP compared to Perl, I can say PHP has all the best features of Perl and it's easy to start with. If you look at the Perl, it's similar to Python and Java, wherein more of the things are evolved from web programming. It doesn't only do web programming, it does many of these scripting languages as well for other general purposes, right? It's not really meant for only to solve one problem in the web. So I believe when you look at PHP actually is focused more on the web programming, and its only job is to do web programming. So you see the way it is been organized is very simple and very straightforward, and when you try to use PHP, it's really simple lines of code that you embed into HTML. Okay, so let's look at some of the characteristics of PHP now. So there are the 5 characteristics of PHP. This is defined by PHP manual themselves. So first is simplicity. When you write PHP, you will really enjoy and you will see how simple it is to write PHP code. Second is efficiency. The short notations that they have, the easy to access some complex objects is really made easy in PHP in the web area. Well, in web application, security is the most important thing. So PHP actually handles security very well. So we'll go in this topic later and we will see how to handle security in PHP. It's very flexible. You can write very flexible PHP code. It not really punish you for missing off some of the things in PHP. It's very a loose typed PHP code, most like an English, right? And it's very easy to write as well. Familiarity, if you are coming up from a Java background, C background, it has some of those flavors already embedded in PHP. So it's easy to pick up if you already know some of the programming language. It doesn't really invent something new. It is follow all these coding practices from C and Java as well. Okay, so let's move on. To summarize, by now you should be able to compare PHP with other web programming language and make sure you're able to explain them why PHP is better. PHP is a neutral language. Always you can say that. It doesn't add any complexity or it doesn't do anything apart from web programming language. That's an easy win because it's focused more on doing web applications, and it is have all the characteristics that we have discussed, and it actually easy to start with and write many complex code as well. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on PHP useful resources. Here I'll show you some of the books that you can purchase and continue your reading on PHP, and also there are some great online resources that you can start reading and use as a reference. And also there are some of my sites which you can also use it as your reference for your learning purpose. So first look at the book. So there are a couple of books here. First is from O'Reilly, is basically learning PHP, MySQL and JavaScript. This basically I can say the master manual. You can refer this and you can find all the references and examples that can improve your language to the next level. Next is Murad's PHP and MySQL. This is my favorite book. If you have to ask me to pick a book, I'll pick this book. And most of my learnings or references that I have to do on in terms of validating some structures and everything, I always go back to this book. This book is really the manual. If you are learning and you want to know something for PHP, this is the best book on the market. Next is PHP programming with MySQL. This also I find very good examples that you can start exercising with. Also the topics that they cover are quite interesting. The next is PHP and MySQL by Larry. This is basically a very famous book around the PHP developers, and it has very easy way to understand PHP. The language Larry speaks is very common language and it's very easy to understand. So these are my favorite books, and if you have to pick, my choice is Murad's PHP and MySQL, which I prefer to use a lot if I have to do a reference onto the PHP. Next are the sites. So there are some online sites and my sites. So online sites, you can go to php.net. That's basically the manual for PHP. So the PHP language, when there's a changes in the versions and if there are changes in the libraries, all you can find it at php.net. Okay, next is W3 Schools, has a great resource for HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also for PHP as well. The next I find of this book called PHP the Right Way. It has a very good topics that it cover on PHP. Well, there are some sites that I also maintain. Some sites are learnphponline.org. This is basically a PHP in multiple languages. So there are around 15 languages you can read PHP and learn it. Then another site is myphpjobtraining.com. This is basically a site where all the job-based resources are available. You can get to access all the interview questions, certification papers, and all those resources that will help you to get a job in PHP. Then there's a forum here, forum.phpjobtraining.com. So if you have any questions during this course, if you want to start a topic and take an advice from any of the PHP expert, you can go to forum.phpjobtraining.com where you can start your discussion on PHP. Well, this is my premium site. It's called as my.phpjobtraining.com. When you register, you get 1 week free access to the premium sites. The main focus of this site is to get job-based PHP training material. It covers interview questions, soft skills, certification tips, and also you can do quiz there. You can even write some certification questions there. So there's a lot of things going on, and the main purpose of this site is to make you ready for attending and getting any PHP job. Take some time, go to these sites, read these books, see if it's worthwhile for you to enhance your knowledge to the next level. That's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. So we have reached to the end of this section. Let's do a quick recap. So by now you should be able to explain and understand client-server model and answer request response definitions. If someone asks you how request response happens in a real world, you should be able to explain it. You should be able to describe what is PHP language and also explain about how PHP works in a web application. Also, you should be able to differentiate PHP with other languages. Okay, so these are the topics that we have covered in this lecture, and if you're unclear with any of these topics, I highly recommend don't go to next topic. Make sure you understand these topics well, because these are the definitions and the languages we will be using for our next lectures. So make sure you understand this concept well and you are able to explain this to everyone and you know the definitions very well. Then go ahead and move on to the next topics. Till then, have a good time and I'll see you in the next section. Hello and welcome to the section on PHP language basics. So let's look at the objective for this section. After completing the section, you will be able to embed PHP in HTML pages. So we're going to start embedding the PHP and writing up and building up our HTML pages. Then you'll run the PHP on the console. So PHP is not just used to run on the web page. You can even run on the console, which is nothing but the command line. So I'm going to show you how you're going to do that. Next, you'll understand how the white spaces behave in PHP. You should be able to understand what is the purpose of white spaces in PHP and how it displays in the output. Then you'll learn about PHP escaping characters. Then you'll understand what are the roles of PHP reserve words, and you will come across all the reserve words that we use in PHP. Then finally, there are exercises, interview question, resources, and practical test. So I highly recommend you go and take all those things. Okay, so let's jump into the section now. Welcome to the lecture on how to embed PHP in the HTML code. So if you go to the material folder, you will find PHP language basics. Open this folder and you'll go to example 1. That's what we're going to see in this lecture, how to embed PHP tags in HTML. So if you go to the example folder, open the deliverables file and also open the logical flow of the example. So we're going to do the same way what we have done previously. Deliverables are basically your files that we'll be creating, and logical flow are basically the logics or the concepts that you'll understand for each files. Okay, so before you write any of the code, make sure your AMPs are running and you are able to access the local host. So we're going to check quickly that you're able to access AMPs. Okay, and then you know where your AMPs is installed. So quickly open that. Okay, so your AMPs is installed and you have a www folder. If you're on Mac, you will have the same folder. So you should be able to access that folder. So I'm going to create a folder here and I'm going to say language. Okay, so all the exercises that we're going to do part of this section will be in the language folder. Okay, so I'll minimize this and you open your Sublime. Okay, so we're going to start building these programs now. So make sure you understand what you're building. So I have my browser, I have my Sublime, and I have the logical flow of the examples and the file names I'll be using to creating these files. So it's very clear what I'm doing now. So first let's understand how to embed HTML code and display the PHP. Okay, so for this we will create an HTML template first, and after that we will start embedding our PHP. So I'll show you how to create an HTML template for the first time. The next time onwards, we're going to reuse that in our next lectures. So let's create our HTML. Head tag. I'm gonna put a comment here, sample1. Okay, so I have my basic HTML here. Let me save this. So if you go to www folder, go to language folder, and I'm using the same file name, HTML tags in PHP1. So I've pressed Ctrl S on this Sublime. If you go to file, you have Ctrl S to save this file. Okay, so once you press Ctrl S, you save this file name, right? The thing that you're going to start writing is the HTML first. So that's the exercise now. So we'll finish writing the HTML. Let's view this file. Then we're going to embed the PHP code here. So for this, we go to language folder and I'll paste the file name. Okay, so you're able to see the h1 tag. If you go view source, so we're going to see all our code here, right? So let's start embedding our PHP. So embedding PHP is nothing fancy here. You just use the same notation that you have learned, and then you can say hello world. Okay, so we haven't done anything. It's nothing new. We learned this, how to use the PHP opening and the closing tag, and how to use the echo method to print a text. So let's quickly verify this right there. So if you open up and check the source, you should be able to see hello world. Okay, so this is how you basically embed a PHP in HTML. Okay, so let's start creating new files. The second, we will use the same HTML and we will try to use PHP in creating the HTML attributes. So we're gonna see that. So I'll show you more ways how you can embed PHP. So I'll say create new, save this file, copy paste, and then we're going to start developing the sample2. And this comment is HTML comment, so don't get confused between HTML comment and PHP comments. So next, let's look at another way of creating the PHP and HTML. So previously we have just printed the text. Now we will print HTML code itself. Say sample1. Let's use print this time. Okay, and we'll close the p tag. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm using the same PHP notation. I'm printing HTML tags from the print statement, and I'll see whether I'm able to see the paragraph or not. So for that, I have to, let's do the number 2 here, right? So you see the same text. Let's verify the tag. So you have the p tag here, right? Let's look another example in the same file. We'll use a short notation and we will print a horizontal line, right? Let me refresh this. Right, you have the horizontal line, you have the HR here. So you can use a short notation and the double quotes to print the HTML tags or whatever tags or just the normal text. And let's do another way. Let's write the same paragraph which is outside the HTML, right? You're writing outside the HTML and now you're using the PHP tags to print the text. Okay, so there are 2 ways. I'm going to talk about it. Sample2. Okay, Let's view this first. Okay, there's sample 2 and you can see the same output, right? So there are two ways. One, you can use print, and in the text you can use the HTML tags, or you can just remove the XML tags and put it outside, and you can just focus on PHP just to print the text. Okay, whichever way you feel comfortable while writing the HTML, both ways are fine, but highly recommend you put everything in one shot so you know what is the starting and the ending tag. Here, if you have long PHP code, then you forget what is a top and the bottom HTML tags, but here you are very confident that when you look at the print statement, it's all coming up from your PHP code. Okay, so these are the three ways, basically different types how basically use the PHP to print your HTML. So let's go ahead and create the third one. We'll use another way. I'll show you one more way to do it. Let's create one more file. I'll copy everything as it is, right? And then we're going to move on to sample 3. And here we're going to do one thing. So let's print the paragraph. Right? And I'm going to have an attribute here called style ff00, right? I'm going to have a semicolon here. Okay, this is plain HTML. Let's view this first. So I'll change it to 3. So I have this text. Let's print this with PHP. Okay, so how you're going to do that? So let's comment this out first. Copy this one. If you want, you can give a try before you see how I'm actually doing it, and then you can compare it. So you can pause this video if you want, and you can start converting this and print this via PHP. Okay, so let me continue to do that. So notice that there's a double quote here, and we want that double quote to appear in the output. Make it to 3, and we want double quotes in the output. Okay, so we'll use a short notation here, and I'm going to embed them with the single quotes. Okay, so this looks fine. I have the double quotes coming up, and also I have single quotes embedding the double quotes, and I'm using the short PHP notation to print this. Okay, so these are one of the classic example wherein you want to get some values from the server, and some values you just want to print it on the output. Okay, so this is one of the classic examples. So remember this example, you can just not even print the whole block of HTML code, but you can put this kind of snippets inside any of the values, and you can print everything from there. Okay, so let's go ahead and look into another example. Let's look at example 4. Let's look at printing HTML in a different way. The previous one basically is printing with HTML attributes, so that's what we did. We printed the attribute. The fourth one is basically we'll use another way to print it. Okay, so let's do that. I'm gonna copy paste this. Let's do a sample 4. So I'm showing you different ways, right? You learned how to print text, how to print a tag, how to just print tag and text and just the tag. Use a HTML tag inside you print the PHP, then print the attributes of an HTML via the PHP. Okay, so we're going to use one more method to print the HTML tags and then print the normal text. So I'm going to use this example, right, and I'll do a reverse way. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so I'm gonna say this is sample 3. So sample 3 is printed, so let's say sample 4. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I'm printing the HTML tags with PHP and the normal tags as it is. So let's verify this. Okay, use source and it should be fine. So this is another way wherein you can print the start and the end tags with PHP, and then whatever text that you have, if you have a long text, you just write it over. So PHP will take care of printing the right positions, right? It's not jumbling up the position, it's printing whatever you have set it to print in the same order. Okay, so let's look at the last example. So write a JavaScript alert with PHP. This is a very good example to understand how PHP really works in the background. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm gonna say copy this, Control N, Control S, paste this. Now you have the 5th file. I'm gonna use this. So we'll write an JavaScript. So we'll go to head section. Okay, so we'll place a script tag here. Okay, here I want to print an alert, and I want to print the alert with the PHP. Okay, so if you look at the double quotes and single quotes, I'm starting with the double quotes, ending with double quotes, then I'm using single quotes inside the method. Okay, and I'm using a method called alert, which is a JavaScript alert, which is a JavaScript function which is used to call the alert boxes on the web page. So when you run this program, you should see an alert saying that I'm coming from PHP. That's basically will be coming up from this piece of the code. Okay, right. So if you see the power of PHP, you can write the client-side scripting from PHP itself, and the client-side scripting will be executed by the browser. So PHP doesn't really care is it JavaScript or maybe Ajax or jQuery. Any of this code you can write it easily with the PHP, and it also helps you to understand a concept that PHP is trying to put the output to the browser. It's not trying to execute anything. It's dumping all the data back to the browser, and once the browser get the data, the browser is trying to execute that data. And while it executing, you understand, oh, this is a JavaScript, so let me execute it as a JavaScript. Oh, this is basically an HTML, so let me print that output. So you see the difference between client side and server side. Even though it is server side, it doesn't really care what happens at the client side. And when it reaches to the client side, all the PHP tags has been removed, and you will see the script tags that is basically executed from the browser. If you say okay, you look at the code and you should able to see the script tag here. Okay, so you can even control anything that you want to print or take care at the client side from your PHP code as well, which means you can even execute a jQuery from your PHP code. You just have to print that jQuery, call that method in the JavaScript, and once it is return it back to the JavaScript, so before that output is shown to the user, the JavaScript or the jQuery will be executed. Okay, so that's where the 5 examples that we have discussed, right? And make sure you have this material downloaded. So all the programs that I've shown is already available in this 5 programs, so you can go and refer to them. Okay, so quickly run through it. So sample 1 was to just use echo and the PHP opening tag and the closing tag to print the data. We use sample 2 to print the HTML tags. Sample 2 also had only printing the HTML tags and printing only the text. The sample 3 we were printing the attribute with the PHP. Sample 4 we printed the HTML tags and all the text we just printed without an echo command. And sample 5 we printed the JavaScript with an alert coming up onto the web page, and all this basically happening from the PHP tag. So that were the 5 examples for this topic on how to embed PHP in HTML. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on how to run PHP on console. So we're going to learn how to run PHP on console. So we will not run it on a browser, but I'll leave it and I'll try also on the browser to show you what's the output on the browser and what's the output on the console. So when I say console, is basically your command prompt. So open your CMD. That's basically your command prompt. Okay. So the first thing you want to do is go to this language folder. How you're going to do it? You go to CD, paste the path, click enter, and you will be going to the D drive. If you are in the C drive, right, and you paste this command, let's say you did this, you'll still be on the C colon. You see, you're in the C colon, you type cdd, you'll see in the drive, you have to change the drive. So you go to D drive, then you are on the D drive. So clear, say CLS. So if you're in the material folder, open up the example2, open up the deliverable file and the logical flow of the example. So let's review this for a minute, then we'll jump into developing this. So there'll be two files created part of this lecture. One is to configure PHP in the environmental variables. This I'm going to show you the step how to do that. It's not a program, but it's basically a configuration that you need to do to make sure to run the PHP on the console. The second step is basically writing up the code. We'll display the PHP code in the command line console. We'll run the PHP code in the command line, and then we'll display some HTML code and the PHP code in the command line console. So part of that will create these two files. So first we'll look how to configure PHP in the environmental variables. So what I mean by configuring PHP in the environmental variables. So if you go to the command prompt and type PHP, you will see this. It's unable to recognize PHP. But where is your PHP? Your PHP is running on amps, right? So let's verify that folder. Go to amps folder. Then you have your PHP. You have two versions. You have PHP 7.1. Okay, so this is where your PHP is running. And then you have a exe called php.exe. So we'll use this exe to run our programs. So what we will do, we'll take this path and we'll add to our class path. Okay. So for that, you go to your environmental variables. You can just search for it. You go to advanced tab, environmental variables, click on it. Then you go to your path here, system variables, and click on edit. You can click say new, paste the path, say okay, and okay, and okay. So you will still not be able to execute it, right? What you have to do is you have to reload this command prompt. So what you're going to close this, and I'm going to open it again. Okay, now you should be able to have your PHP. This only happens because we have added our path in the environmental variables. So you should be able to see this before you actually run this any of the programs. So make sure your PHP is running fine on the command prompt. Then go and write your program. Okay. So I'll move back to the folder where my code will be. So I go to amps ww language, copy this, paste. Okay. So I'm in this folder and my PHP works fine. So make sure you have this PHP up and running and you're able to run the PHP. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the exercises now. So your first step is done. You are able to configure the PHP in the environmental variables and you are able to run that command. Okay. Let's display the PHP code in the command line console. So let's write this program. I'm saying Control N, Control S, and I'm going to save in the same language folder. Okay. So first thing we will do is we will print hello or welcome to PHP. Then we'll print some text with echo and print. So we're going to try echo. And then print as well. So one thing I want you to note is whenever there is only PHP code in the .php file, I will not be putting the closing tag. So that's the recommendation from the PHP themselves. They say don't use the closing tag. So it's fine that you have the opening tag and don't have to close it when your code is only PHP and there's no else code that is required part of this program. If you, let's say you have an HTML code, right? In this case you need to close this, right? Because you have to have more HTML code in the bottom. But when say you have no HTML code and you have no other code that is going after this PHP, then you should not be using the closing tag. So I'll follow the standard from PHP from them, and most of my programs I will not close this PHP. So take a note of that and make it as a practice. Okay, so let's run our program, say PHP, and put the file name there, press enter. So you see you have the welcome to PHP, hello world, and also this is printed from the console. We're going to do this from the browser as well. Hello world, this is printed from the console. Okay, so this is how you can run a PHP from the console. This doesn't have an HTML, so in the next exercise we are going to do with the HTML. Okay, so let's quickly create that. So I'm using Ctrl N and Ctrl S to save the file. So what we're going to do, just to save time, we're going to copy over the code from this one. I'll leave the hello world as it is. So let's verify this, how to run this and how the HTML will look like on the console. Okay, this time I'll say 2, and you see it prints everything. It prints the hello world, not the PHP tag, because it's executing the PHP code. Okay, so it's pretty much to help you understand how to run a PHP on the console. And the question is why you want to run a code on the console. This is basically for the debugging purpose, right? You want to run this program before you give it to somebody on the browser to run it. You want to verify how the PHP behaves. The HTML part is to verify how the output looks like on the web page. But if you want to verify how the PHP works, the inline PHP code inside your HTML, you use the console. It's a very good practice that you run your program on console. If you have a database connectivity, you're reading a file, you're trying to do all those lookups and trying to fetch the data from something, and you have a complex logic that you want to see the output first before you see the output on the web page. Because once it's in the web page, once you're in the web page, all the JavaScript, HTML and CSS come in picture, and then it basically give you a lot of things to think through. But when you go to the console, it's plain and simple. It's mostly showing whatever is the output of that program, and then you don't have to worry about rendering and all those things. You can just put all the trace there and you can see all the trace in the console itself. I hope it's very clear how to print a PHP on the console using the PHP command. And if you're unable to run PHP, make sure you set the environmental variables. Okay, so you have these examples available on the example folder, on the after folder, and you can open it and you can do this exercise. All right, that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on how to work with white spaces in PHP. So if you're in the materials folder, open the example on white spaces. Open these two files. So we're going to do these two examples, and then part of that will create these two files. The first example is how to add white spaces in Echo and verify in the browsers. I'm going to show you what is white space and how it affects the white space in the browser. Then we'll add some multi-line white space into HTML tag and verify in the browser. So you'll understand what is the purpose of white space and how it actually impacts, and how you can add so much of white spaces in the program, and how it actually behaves in a PHP and also in the HTML. So let's quickly create those programs. So I'll open the Sublime. I'll create this file, Ctrl N, Ctrl S. Okay. So let's write this sample one. So what is white space, right? That's the first question. If you're hearing white space for the first time, white space is actually space, right? This is called as white space. I'm gonna extend this. White space is typically space. You know, see the dots? You see the dots there? Right? That's basically called as white spaces. So what happens if you have a lot of white spaces in your program that is printing? How does it affect the output, right? Do you gonna get the white spaces in the HTML? Are you gonna see the white spaces as you type in the PHP program? Is it the output? Is it gonna be this space, a space and test? Or is it gonna be a string saying that this is a test? What's your guess? Can you make a quick guess? Okay, let's gonna do this. So let's open this program. Let's save this. Okay, and there is no space, and if you have guessed there will be a space, there will not be a space. Let's guess the output. What will be the output? Does the output have a space? Yes, output have a space. Why it is that a browser cannot display white spaces? Because HTML ignores white spaces. Even though PHP prints those white spaces, HTML actually ignores them, right? That's how white spaces works in browser and also in the PHP. You can add whatever white spaces you want in your echo or in your print statement. It doesn't really matter how many white spaces that you have. It's just gonna print without white spaces because HTML is gonna ignore them. Okay, that's one rule, always remember. So let's say you're writing this test and you forgot, oh, this is a 2 spaces. Is my outputs gonna have 2 spaces? So you need to know this concept, that even though you have white spaces, HTML will ignore it. Okay, so let's look at another example. Let's create one more file, and as I told you, I'm going to remove all those question marks in the last, just to get used to this kind of notation, right? So let's write another code. So I'm going to copy this. Now I'm going to close this and I'm going to say sample2. This time, and you see even these are white spaces, right? Everything is a white space in your program, and also the white space that is going on to the browser. Okay, that's a 2 kind of white spaces. So let's look at the tags. Okay, so the quick way to write HTML free flow. Okay, let's say you add double quote here, you close double quote here. So actually this is everything printed on the browser. So now you can just free flow write your HTML code here. You are free to type inside this. Okay, it doesn't really matter how many spaces that you have, how many indentation you are doing, how many new lines you are creating, because HTML is going to ignore them, right? And PHP doesn't really care what you're printing. If you see the double quotes here, that's basically used to print this output, right? But if you write like this and you're going to see to this page, right, it's just going to be a one-liner. The reason behind, as I told you again, is basically the HTML is getting those spaces as per PHP, but HTML actually ignores white space. That's why you're not able to see all those white spaces. So when we go to escape character lecture, I'm going to show you how to get these white spaces. So for that, hold that concept as of now. And we're going to look into another lecture wherein we're going to deep down into how to work with the white spaces, new lines, tabs, and all those things. Okay, you have to learn that concept as a whole. So I'm going to cover that topic in another lecture. Okay, for now, understand how white space behaves. So if you are going to write an HTML and a lot of white spaces, don't really worry about it. Okay, you're free to type whatever you want to type. Even though you have a new lines here, it doesn't really matter for HTML. Even though it's printed in the output, for it, new line is different. A break is different. HTML needs an HTML code to break it, not the white spaces. So white spaces are literally ignored by the PHP and also by the HTML. So have some fun with it, and you can create your own examples and try out how white spaces behaves. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on PHP escaping characters. So we have seen white spaces, and we have seen the white spaces are not printed on the HTML page. And now if you want to print the white spaces, so you have to understand the escaping character sequence. So if you open up this folder in the materials, you will find the deliverables file and the logical flow example. I'm going to talk about this file later. We're going to develop how to display and escaping characters in console. We're going to print those console escaping characters, then we'll print the escaping characters in the HTML page. As part of this, we will create 2 PHP programs, and those programs are available in the after folder. Okay, so let's go ahead and quickly create these files. Control N, Control S, Control V, and I'm gonna change this to language folder. Okay, I'm gonna save it here, so the file will appear here. Okay, so what are the escape characters in the console? So I'm going to remove this just to make sure, and I'm repeating it this, that if you are not using any other code apart from PHP, you don't need the closing tag. Okay, I may repeat it again and again sometimes just to make sure you get this concept clear, because that's basically the good coding standards from PHP. These are the multi-line comments, if you remember that. So I'm going to show you what are the escaping characters in console. First is /n. This is the backslash. Okay, you have to have a backslash and notation n. This is called as new line. Then you have carriage written. /t is a tab. If you want to have a tab, then you have to say /t. Then you have a special character called $. We haven't covered variables and constants. So when you go to the section on variable and constants, you will understand what is the value of the $. So even if you want to print the $, then you have to say backslash and $. Okay, then you have single quotes and you have double quotes. Okay, and if you want to print the backslash, then you can print 2. Okay, this means escaping. This slash is called as escaping character. Okay, so let's use this and print some text. So let's say echo this isn't print, and let's say I want to use double quotes here. Okay, not possible. This is not possible because you cannot write double quotes inside the double quote. So what we can do, we can put a slash here. Okay, next let's say you want to print a new line. So I'll say new line. This is printed on new line. Then next, let's use again a new line just to see how two new lines look at the output. And then we'll add a tab. We have a tab to say /t/t here, and then say we'll /n. Okay, so we have tabs there, two tabs. Then we'll say this is a special, so we'll say special character inside the, not really a special character, but really having a special meaning of the escape characters. Okay, so that's all for this example. Let's run this code on the console. So I'm going to open command prompt. Go to language folder and say PHP escape characters in console. So I'm running this program, and if you're seeing the program, we'll see compare the output now. Okay, so you see we have new lines here and a carriage written. Then we have a space here that's basically coming up from the tab, and then we have the double quotes being printed. Double quotes here, double quotes here. So what happens if I change this to single quote? And I want this to be single quote. Right, let's execute this. Okay, even though, right, so it's escaping the single quote, and I'm gonna say let's remove this new line. We put the new line here. Okay, let's execute this. Okay, so there's one thing that you have to be careful with is if you're using single quotes, whatever is inside this single quote, the escape characters are not converted, means they are not rendered in the output. So it is going to treat anything that is inside the single code as a simple text. Okay, so make sure when you want to print the escape characters, it is in double quotes, not in single quotes. Okay, so that's why you see the /n is printed instead of a new line, because we are using single quotes. If you want that new lines to be converted, you have to convert this into a double quote. Okay, so remember that's rule, and we're going to start doing the next example. So we're going to use the escape characters in HTML. So before that, so let's verify how this file looks like in the HTML. So I'm going to show you this output and the HTML output. Obviously the HTML doesn't understand all those /ns and /r, and if you see the page source, you still see the tab, you still see the new line, you still see the carriage written, but the output doesn't really care, because output of HTML, and as per HTML standard, it ignores all the white spaces, /n, /rs, and all the things that you put in the HTML page. So in the next sample, we're going to see how to deal with this. Okay, so let's start writing the second sample. So I'm going to create this file. Let's copy over this thing. Okay, and we're going to say new line in HTML is BR. Okay, carriage written, can say BR. This is called as &NBSP semicolon, and you can use double quotes, which anyway will be printed. Right, the main important thing is basically how do you put a tab and how do you enter a new line. Okay, so let's do that in the new line. It doesn't matter single code or double code as of now, because anyway those will be printed as part of our output in the HTML, and HTML will take care of those BRs. Here you say &NBSP semicolon, BSP. Right, you have a tab here. Okay, so this file will be available for you to verify. This is in the after folder, and you know how to print your single quotes, you know how to print a new line, carriage written, and then you know how to print a space. It's not a tab, but it's basically a space. So using space, you create the tabs there, and if you verify the output, you're gonna see those characters. You're not gonna see the output that you saw in the console, but you're gonna see the characters because HTML understand the HTML code. So you have to convert that into an HTML code so that it looks exactly like same of what you have seen in the console. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I hope you have understood how to work with the escape characters. Okay, all right, I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on PHP reserve words. So let's look into all the reserve words from PHP. Well, these are the PHP keywords that's used in the PHP language. So you're not allowed to use this because that will error out and it will create confusion for the program. And these words are used by the program. It is used as a language keywords, so you're not allowed to use it to define your variables, to define your constants, or you define your function names or class names. I've given you the link, so go to this link. You can find all these keywords. It keeps changing, adding something new and removing something in the old one. So make sure you have a look at all the keywords, and as I told you, these keywords you're not allowed to use in your programming language. These are predefined one, and you do not use it to write your variable name, constants, functions, or your class names. So here are some of the reserve words. I've given you the link. You can go to this link and always have a look what are the reserve words that has been newly added in the PHP version. Int, float, and bool are basically all these are called as data types, which are also called as reserve words. Next, let's look at the predefined constants. So when we haven't covered constants will be covered in the next section. We're going to use some of the constants and we're going to write some program, but we are topic to the reserve words. Even some of the predefined constants are reserved. You're not allowed to use it for your variable or any of your programming purpose. It's already predefined in the language, so you have to use it as per whatever is this constant will do. Let's say you have a PHP version, you want to print the PHP version, you can use this PHP version constant and print it with an echo, right? You cannot use it for define a variable. I've given you the link again for reserved constants. Just go to this link and have a look in all the predefined constants that you have. Okay, so I believe there are three types. I'll go back to the slides again, going back one step, another step. So here you have the PHP keywords. I have given you the link. You have the reserve words. I have also given you the other reserve words. And next you have the predefined constants, which you should not be using or any of your programming purposes. So that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on recap on the language basics. So we'll do a quick recap on all the concepts that we have seen in this section. So let's go to the material folder and you open the recap language basics, open the flow and the derivables. So part of this will create one PHP file. So the logical flow, we will look at embed, how to embed the PHP tags. We'll run PHP on console. We'll use some white spaces, then we'll use some escape characters. So let's quickly do this in just one file, just to show all the concepts. So in this you have two folders, before and after. So whenever you see before and after, before is the folder you want to start with, means you should start opening this file and start typing and doing this exercise if you're doing it without seeing. And if you have done this exercise and you want to verify, then you can open this file and you can verify the output. So whatever I'm doing here will be available as part of this file. Okay, so let's create this file first. Okay, so let's do this for example in one. So for this, as I told you, we will be opening up the basics file, before file. So go to this and we will copy this code and we'll place it here. So this is basically your starting point. Okay, and it has some title tag and h1 tag and no PHP code here. Now I'm gonna use Bihar to print the new lines onto the browser. Okay, so let's put this around a paragraph. I'm doing some indentation just to look it better. and I'm going to print an horizontal line. Then let's print some white space text. I'm just printing something just to show you how it will look like in the output. We have seen this, but just a recap. It's really fun to run with PHP, trust me. Okay, let's look at how to use escape characters. Did you read the PHP cookbook? If you haven't done it, please read it. It's a very nice book. Right, so I'm using a single quote inside a single quote. So I'll escape this with the backslash. It's basically escaping character. So just a quick recap, we have used PHP inside HTML. We have used the white spaces, a lot of white spaces here. And then there's an backslash to escape the single quotes. And then I'll gonna put a BR here. Okay, so let's verify this in the console and also on the web browser. So you see single quotes are fine, and we haven't embedded new lines here, so we can do a new line here, doesn't harm. Because it's a double quote, even that should work fine. Yep, you have the new line after the BR. And yeah, let's execute this program onto the browser now. So we're using all the concepts that we have learned. Okay, so if you compare the outputs, basically the BRs is basically converting into a new lines. That's basically from this line, and there is an horizontal line, and then all your spaces are gone. Then you have your single quotes already available. Right, you still see the white spaces on the output. Okay, so that's basically the recap on the language basics. Next, let's look at some of the exercises that we have, and then we'll have some practical test for you to do some hands-on. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the exercise on displaying the following text on the web page. So what I want you to do is I want you to display exactly the same output with the PHP. I'll leave you with your own creation, whatever tags you want to use, and try not to use everything with HTML. Try to print this output with PHP because that's the purpose. Okay, the only thing that you need to know is the about me is the heading tags. Skill is an heading tag. The second, I am Srini and I love to work with PHP, is basically an H2 tag. Then able to develop is a paragraph. And make sure you use PHP with all the concepts that you have learned. Don't try to skip those concepts and put everything into one echo tag and print the output. Don't do that. Split this into multiple ways that you have learned. Use some BRs there, use a different way to print a tag. Use all the concepts that you have learned so that you get used to the PHP. So that's the exercise I want to do, and make sure you print the similar output on your web page with PHP. Okay, so let's do the exercise now. Welcome to the lecture, and I believe you have done the exercise and you were able to print the output that I've shown you to print. Well, if you haven't done that and you have some questions, you can go back to exercise 1 folder you can go to before and after, and you can find the files there. Before file is basically the file that you start with, and after is that where you end. Okay, and there's an image here. When you open this, you will able to see what the output you want to print. Let's open the other files and let's start doing this exercise now. Okay, so I'm going to take this file, go to Sublime, create this file. So we're going to use all the new concepts and build a HTML page like the one that I've shown you. Let's start writing the code. So for this, as I told you, you have to use the before file. We'll copy this, we will start it from here. Okay, so let's start printing the text. So I'm going to use h2 as I told you. Inside h2, I'm going to escape the single quote because I'm using single quote. This way I'm going to learn how to escape single quotes. Right, I can use semicolon or I can skip it, doesn't really matter. Okay, then I have an horizontal line, then I have h1 which says skills, then I will use a paragraph tag. Here I can type that text. Right, and you can play around with the white spaces, and you can do some more modification here based on whatever learnings you have, but pretty much this one will give you the same output as requested. So let's quickly verify this file. Right, so this is the code and this is the output. Okay, so I believe you were able to do this exercise, and I believe you are able to get the same output as mine, and you were able to do this exercise. And if you have any questions and you need any clarification, then you can go back to the Q&A section and you can post your questions, and I'll be happy to help you there. Okay, so that's all for this section. I'll see you in the next topic. So we have reached to the end of this section on PHP language basics. So by now you should be able to embed PHP in HTML pages. I highly recommend and now start writing your PHP code with HTML. Don't just write PHP. So now you should be able to use HTML with PHP. You should be able to run your PHP code on console. You should know how the white space behave in PHP in the output. You should also know how to work with the escaping characters in PHP. So by now you should also be able to know the roles of the PHP reserve words. And I believe you have worked with the exercises, interview question, resources and practical test. This will give you overall idea on how to work with PHP, and you have a basic knowledge on how to write a PHP code and how to execute the PHP code with the HTML. Well, that's the end of this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the section on variable and constants. Let's look at the section objectives. After completing this section, you will be able to define variables and constants. And in this section, we're going to do a quick intro to string, integer data type and functions. Remember that we have a separate topic to talk about data types and also on the functions where we'll deep down into this topic. But to understand variables and constants, we're going to use some of the string and data types and functions to understand the concepts of variable. So we'll do a quick intro to understand this concept in as well. Then we'll look at differences between variable and constants, how to define them, how to use them, and what are the differences. Then understand different types of variable scopes, predefined variable, variables of variable, and magic constants. Then we'll work with the exercise, interview question, resource, and practical test. So these are the topics we're going to cover into this section. Okay, so let's jump into the section now. Okay, so before you start defining a variable, there are some terms I want you to understand, and this is the language that we use to define a variable. Okay, so if you look at the code here, there is a PHP code. The first thing that you see is the variable name. The variable name is always on the left hand side. The variables are never on the right hand side. Okay, they are always on the left hand side, and they start with this symbol called as dollar. Okay, dollar some name is called as a variable name, and it is always on the left hand side. The right hand side is called as variable value. Whatever that value that you're assigning to a variable is called as variable value, and this variable value can be, the string, could be an integer, could be a boolean value. So the things that you want to hold it into a variable is called as variable name. So in terms, how do you read this? Message is a variable name having a variable value of a hello variables. So that's how you read it as a sentence. To understand how do you read this, you have to understand what is a variable name, what is a variable value, and where is the variable name. It is on the left hand side. And how do you know it's a variable? You know because there is a dollar sign. So to define a variable, you need to have a dollar sign in front. Okay, I'll read it one more time just to make sure you understand it. Message is a variable name. Message variable actually has a variable value which is hello variables. Okay, and all these are called as assignment statement. Means you are assigning a value to a variable. This is called as a statement, and this type of statement is called as assignment statements. We're going to look into statements in the next section. So when we define the variables, we'll be using this term, so we get used to these new words, and also it will help you to explain your code to somebody else. Okay, so let's create some variables now and look into the next section. Okay, so let's define our variable now. So if you go to the material folder, variable and constants, open this folder, go to example 1, define a variable, and here you have before and an after file. Okay, so before file name basically have before as in file name, that indicates it's a file that you have to start with, and after file will not have that value. Okay, so let's open the files. So I hope by now you know what is the pattern of having the logical flow and the deliverables, and I'll keep attaching the homeworks here which you can go ahead and practice. I'll show you in the last what is the homework. So we have opened two files, deliverables and logical flow. So we'll create two files, define variable 1 and define variable 2. Then in the logical flow you have define a variable. That's what we're going to learn, how to define a variable. Then we will change the variable value. Okay, so for that we will open the before folder file. Okay, and then we're going to create the file. So I'll say Control N, Control S, Control V. So before that we need to have a folder. So let's quickly go ahead and create that folder. So I'm in the amps ww folder. Previously we have created language folder. Now I will create another folder for variables. Okay, and we will save the file in this folder. Okay, I'm going to save the file in this folder, right, and I'm going to copy and paste the HTML code. So now you can start with this. Okay, the first example is to define a variable. Okay, so I'm going to say sample1. Let's create the opening and the closing tag. Then I'm going to create a variable called about me. Okay, and how to define a variable? You need to have a dollar sign and some of the name that you can assign to a variable. Then you can attach the variable value to a variable. Okay, and when it's a double quote, it indicates it's a string. When there's no string and when you write numbers, it's an integer. Okay, we're going to look into that next section, but as of now treat this as a string with double quotes. You can use double quotes and single quote, doesn't really matter. So use as of now a single quote and consider this as a string. Okay, so I'm saying I am training and I love programming. Okay, so I've defined a variable and I want to print this variable. So you can, so before that I will print some HTML tags h1 I'll say about me, and just say dollar about me. As simple as that, right? Is it defining a variable, right? I can write the comment here. And this is printing the variable. Okay, so let's quickly view this file. So if you head back to browser, localhost variables slash our file name define variable 1.php. Okay, so there we go. You have the text here, and this text is coming up from our variable dollar about me. Remember, when you want to define a variable, it should start with dollar. If you remove the dollar, it won't able to recognize this as a variable. Okay, so that's our first example of defining a variable. Let's change the variable value and redisplay it. So for that, I'm going to create new file. Copy the previous code. Let's look at another sample. Now I'm going to change the value of about me. Because it's a variable, you can change the value n number of times. So I'll say text is changed to PHP now. Okay, some text, and I will print the variable. Okay, so one thing I want you to understand is if it's a variable, you can change the text n number of time. Okay, and you can print this variable. You don't have to redefine anything, right? You're not defining about me one time and then you're changing the value. You're just doing the same thing again and again, and it's going to define and change the value. Okay, let's look into that. I opened up the second file and it says text is changed to PHP now. Okay, very simple example of how to define a variable and how to change the variable value. Well, that's a very simple example on how to define a variable and how to print a variable, how to change the variable value. Okay, all right, that's it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on string and integers. This is basically a quick intro on string and integer. There's a separate section on data type wherein we're going to deep down into strings and integers, boolean and other data types. But for now, to understand variable, you need to at least have a basic knowledge on what is a string and what is an integer and how to print them. So for that, we will cover this topic of string and integer in this section. Okay, so if you go to the material folder, string and integer example, you will find the deliverable and the logical flow. So part of this lecture, we're going to create 3 files, and the 3 files basically have define a string and integer variable. We'll define string and integer, and then we're going to print them. Then we'll display string and variable together in one line. Then we'll add 2 numbers with integer variable. We'll do some add operation on the integer variables. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So I'm going to use the same folder, variables folder, and I'm going to create all the files here. So copying this file name, new, saving it, make sure it is in the variables, paste it in the file name, say save. Okay, and if you go to the folder here, you have a before folder. So every time you have a before folder, make sure the file is open up, and then you verify what is the code inside it. So this is basically a starting point for us to start writing the program. Okay, so now we have the HTML code ready, so we can start understanding how to use strings. So first, let's define a variable of type string. Okay, so I'll say name, John Smith, and I'm gonna have a message for him. If it's a double quotes or single quotes, then it is considered as a string variable. So you can say message is a string variable. And how to define a variable? You use a $sign. And how do you print two variables. Okay, you can say echo $name, and you want to print message in the same line. You use an operator called as dot. Dot is an operator to combine variables and strings together. It could be integers as well. And then you say message. Okay, so now you will see name and message as a value, but before that we want to have dummy text to separate the two variables. Okay, now you will have name John Smith : and the message. Okay, so let's verify this, and as we go along we type more. Okay, so we have John Smith, this is a string message. So now we are printing two variables, right, in the same line using the dot notation. If you want to print the same thing on a string, you can use double quotes, and then you can remove all the dots. Okay, I'm doing the same thing, and here I can add br. Okay, let's refresh this. Right, you have the same string. This time I'm using double quotes, and I'm using the variable inside the double quotes. Means you can even print a variable inside the double quotes. Well, you might be confused how PHP understand this is not a string but it's a variable. That's the value coming up from the $sign. The $sign is telling the PHP this is a variable, so fetch the value and print the variable. If there is no $sign, then it actually becomes a text. Let me show you that. So it becomes a name, but once you add a $sign, it becomes a variable. So now try to fetch the data of that variable. Okay, let's similarly print an integer. So we're gonna say, let's add some heading here. Then we'll say now we'll say version of the PHP is 7.0. Let's try to print this variable. So I'll say echo version is, I can directly say version here. So one thing is, the variable need not have to be a string only. It could be any type, as long as it has $sign and it is a variable that is defined and has some value, it will print it. So let's verify this. So now you have two headings, and then you have this PHP version is 7. All right, let's try to change it to 7.3, and you can able to see 7.3. right? So it's very simple to work with integers and strings as a variable, and then you can assign string with double quotes or single quotes, and you can assign the integer values as it is to the variable, and then you can use the variable to print with the echo inside the double quotes or using the dot notation. Okay, so let's look at the next example. The next example is displaying them together. Okay, so let's display them together. I'm going to copy paste this. Let's do a sample 2. So let's combine them, and then you'll see the power of PHP. So we have seen this $name : message. You can even say name : $name. You can even say $language PHP, then echo. So you're actually writing, you're writing English language, right? You're just reading it out as an English. The language version is the version value, right? So it's easy to see the power of PHP when you say you can attach strings, you can attach integers together. It doesn't really matter, it just understands everything. You can even, if you want to split this up, you can say dot and dot. It doesn't really matter whether you're using an integer to a string or string to an integer. It doesn't really care how you're writing it. Just you have to say what notation you're using. I'm using a dot to attach it, and then dollar to specify it's a variable. Okay, so let's quickly run this, and we should say combine strings. You should see the name and the value, the name. You can do this, you can attach the new lines, right? Then you have a string message, you have name John Smith, a string, and you have also attached an integer to it. So that's how you basically play around with strings and integers. So let's look at the last example. The last example is to add two numbers. So I'm going to add two integers. Use the same example. Example 3. Here I'm going to have first value is equal to 10. Second value is equal to 20. Then I'm going to have a total. First value plus second value. We're going to look at the operators later, plus operator, right? So as of now, just imagine we are trying to add two values. Okay, then we are going to print total well, that's the example of having a first variable, integer variable, second integer variable. I'll rename this to second, right? Yeah. Then you have attaching this to a total, and then you have a total variable. Okay, then printing the total, and we're going to attach heading to it, and we'll say add two values, right? Let's quickly run through this. Okay, so the addition is here. So it's very simple to work with integers and strings. This is basically a very quick intro on strings and integers. We're going to deep down into integers and look into different values, plus values, minus values, what is the range of integers, and all those things in the next section. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on variable declaration. Let's look at the lecture objectives. After completing this lecture, you will be able to understand how to use correct names for your variables. So let's see some of the rules that you need to follow when defining your variables. So let's look at the rules now. The first rule is the variable name should start with $sign. So we have seen this example wherein when you put a $sign in front of the variable name, and then you use that in the double quotes to print the message, then it's able to recognize it as a variable. So all the variable should start with $sign. The next rule is when you define your variable name, right after the dollar, the character should be an alphabet or it should be an underscore character. You cannot use numbers, nor you cannot use special characters right after the dollar. After dollar, let's say you put any alphabet, after that you can actually use the numbers. The next rule says the variable name cannot have space. The example is $user underscore name. That's basically two words, user and a name, and you have to differentiate with an underscore. You cannot say $user and some space and some name. You cannot define variable name like that. And apart from underscore, you actually cannot use any other special characters like percentage, hyphen, plus. You cannot use that because it has separate meaning in PHP. So don't use those characters in your variable names. Variable names are case sensitive. We're going to have a separate lecture on it to understand why variables are case sensitive and why some of the methods in PHP are not case sensitives. Okay, so if you could take an example, the $user underscore name is different from $u caps user underscore name. You should use the same case that you're used to define and use it. The next rule is a good practice. It's not a mandatory, but it's a good practice not to use variable name as keyword or reserve words. Well, we have seen keywords and reserve words previously, so don't use those words as a variable name. Even though it works because you're assigning dollar to it, but it's not a good practice to use the keyword names as a variable names. You no need to initialize the variable with default values. You have seen previously when we created $message, $name, we never created $name and then assigned it later. We then and there define the variable and assign the value. So there's no need to initialize like other programming language if you have coming from C or Java, where you have to define your variable first. Here you no need to define any variable, no need to initialize any default value for the variable. Last, you can assign integer to string and string to integer variable. We're going to look into this lecture separately, wherein we're going to play around with converting string to integer and integer to string in the variable typing lecture. Okay, so that's basically some of the rules and good practices that you can follow to create your variables. So let's look at some of these examples in the code itself. Well, this is the lecture summary. By now you should be able to understand how to use correct names for your variables. Okay, so that's it for the lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on single quote versus double quotes. So in this exercise, we're going to understand what is the difference between using single quote and double quotes and when to use them. Okay, so if you go to the material folder, you have a deliverables file and then you have logical flow. So part of this, we will create one file and then we'll understand when to use single quotes and when to use double quotes, and we'll keep the concepts back to variables. So let's go ahead and create this file. I'm saying Control New, Control S, and I'll use a variables folder. Inside this, I'm going to save this file. Okay, let me put some text there, and let's try to print this variable in the echo. So I'll say printing the message variable, and now you can embed message in the double quotes. So what happens if I convert this into a single quote, right? That's what we are trying to understand. Okay, so let's verify this output. So we have a message variable and we are trying to print the message variable using double quotes and single quotes. Okay, so let's print this output and verify what happens. Variables folder and go to your file name. Okay, you can see it's printing the first time, second time it just print the variable. Interesting, right? So let's add some breaks to make it more visible, and then we're going to verify the code. Yeah, so when you use single quotes, your message variable remains the same. Means it doesn't really look into the variable and say, okay, I have to put this value into the at the place of the variable. It just treat everything as a text. Whereas in double quotes, it basically check for this variable symbol and then convert that symbol into a text, right? So whenever you want to print a variable, you have to use double quotes. That's the rule. Okay, let's go ahead and do some more changes to our message and say I have message 2. If you want to print two variables, you can say echo double quotes $message and $message2, right? You can use n number of variables, it doesn't really matter. Okay, let me add the breakpoints. And it basically prints both of the variables. Okay, let's do one more final test. If you have message, you can even use dot notation. This time let's use single quote and see what happens, and use message2. Okay, so you see that the single quote, it doesn't really print. That's basically the message I want you to convey. If you want to print a variable, always use double quotes. Okay, don't use single quotes, and you can attach n number of variables in a double quotes. Okay, and you can even use dot notation to attach multiple strings. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I hope you understood when to use double quote and single quotes and how it actually behaves. Okay, I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on variable typing. In this lecture, you're gonna see how the variable typing works with PHP. When I say variable typing, how the conversion of string to integer and different data types, because we haven't covered all the data types, so we'll look into string and integer, which we have already covered, and we'll try to understand these concepts of variable typing, wherein how PHP actually converts integer to string and string to integer. Okay, so if you go to the material folder, go to example 5, you have your datables file. We'll create 3 files, and these are logical flow. The first file, what we'll do, we'll define 2 integers, length and breadth, and we'll print the area. That's the typing one. Then we'll define 1 string, 1 integer, and print the area. Okay, we'll convert that 1 integer to string. Then we'll use 2 string characters, not the integer, but we'll try to use some characters, and then we'll try to print them and see how it actually behaves. Okay, so let's quickly do that exercise. So I'm gonna copy the file name, new, save. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that file. So I'll call this sample1, where you have length field, breadth variable, and you're calculating an area. Okay, very simple and straightforward, right? The standard method of printing 2 integers. Okay, let's quickly do this and then we'll enhance this program. Right, let's create another sample. Okay, so let's save this file. I'm going to create one more file so that you have a reference of where we started, and we'll enhance the program. Okay, I just copied the code and I renamed the file to variable typing2. So here we will try to use the typing concept. So I'll say everything remains the same, so I'll copy this so that we can save some time, and I'll convert this into string, right? And the best part of PHP is, even though it is trying to multiply needs integers, right? Even though it's string, it converts into an integer and then help us to do that operation, so we don't have to worry about converting a string to integer or integers to string. Okay, so let's quickly verify this. Okay, it's still print 200. Let's quickly create the third example. And let's play around with this. Okay, I know if I make it string it will work, but what happens if I do this? That's interesting to know, right? Sometimes when you're trying to define a variable and you imagine it's integer but it is not an integer, so what typically happens? Okay, so I created this length and breadth. Okay, it will error out, so you should need to know this. Typing is good, Typing, you can play around with it, but remember that typing is bad also, because if you are not aware of that value at that runtime, it will error out. Okay, so you need to know whatever operation you are doing, that value has an integer, and you assume it is a string and has an integer, and sometimes it doesn't have an integer, you will run into errors. So be careful with typing. So make sure before you apply any of the integer operations like plus, minus, addition, divisions, those kind of operations, make sure those variables are integer variables. If you're using string, that's fine, but make sure those variables are already having some integers. Okay, don't try to multiply string with a string, or integer with a string. Okay, it will stay error out, right? So don't do this kind of operations, and try to be careful with the variable typing. Okay, alright, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on functions. So if you go to the materials and variable and constants, go to functions folder. This is a quick intro, so I'll not go details into functions. So there is a separate section on functions where we'll deep down into function and understand different types of function and how to write functions, because we'll be using some of the examples to show variable concept and constant concept using functions. So we are doing a quick intro on it. So if you go to the functions folder, there's a variable here, and then you have the logical flow file. Open this up. So let's open logical flow and the deliverables file. Okay, so let's verify this. So part of this deliverable, we'll create 3 files. The first one will define a function and call it. Second, we'll understand how the duplicate functions will work. And third one, we'll see the sequence of the functions. Okay, so we'll quickly run through the functions concept. Again, this is a quick intro. When you go to function section, we're going to deep down into function and understand all the details of the functions. Okay, so let's quickly write about functions. So if you're hearing functions for the first time, it's also called as methods. If you have a piece of code which is duplicated in your program, you create it as a function and you call it multiple times. Okay, so it helps us reduce your number of lines in the code. So let's do a sample one, and let's define a function. To define a function, you have to use the keyword called function, okay, followed by a function name. Let's say you're defining an add function, so you can say add as a function name, then you open and close the parenthesis. Okay, then you create the block of the function. So in this block, all your function code will lies, and after the block, the function will be completed. So here we will try to define in the function body. Okay, so this is called as function declaration, and this is called as function body. So whatever you will write here will be executed when you call this function. So I'll show you how to call a function as well. So let's define a variable first, value, then we'll do some total plus, because there's an addition, so we are adding 2 variables. Anyway, we are not passing it, we're just creating it here and then returning it to the total, and then we're going to print it here itself. Okay, so how to call this function? To call this function, you just have to say the name of the function and open and close parenthesis. Okay, this is basically called as calling the function. Okay, so let's verify this one. Okay, so you get the 30. This basically the function is calling the add method. Okay, so let's go ahead and create another file. Copy this. Okay, so I'm going to create sample2. Here I'm gonna try to duplicate the function and see what happens. Okay, so we define a function add again, and we'll say duplicate function. I just want to show you what happens if you create a duplicate function. Okay, obviously it error out, so you cannot have same function name twice defined in the same file. Okay, that's an example for you to remember. So let's create one more file, and this time we will see the sequence of the function. So copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to comment this out. So what I want to do, I want to call a function first. Let's say welcome message. Okay, and then I want to define it. Okay, so even though you define the sequence as first you call the function, then you define the function, let's see what happens, whether it can find that function or not. Right, so let's execute this, and it has no problem executing. So functions sequence doesn't really matter, right? You write it on top, you write it on bottom, you call it first, then you define it, or anyway it's fine. So even though you're defining the function after you're calling, it's able to call that function. Okay, and then you cannot have duplicate names, means if you have same function name twice, it'll error out. How to call a function? You have to add the function name, that's the add function name, and then you have to add the parenthesis. To define a function, you have to use a keyword called function, the function name, two parentheses, and the block. Okay, so that's all about the function. I hope it's very clear. So we're going to use functions going forward as of now, and we'll try to use some concepts to define variables. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on PHP case sensitivity. So here we'll understand what is case sensitive in PHP. We looked in this case sensitive previously with variables. Now we know how to create a function, and we will also look into how PHP behaves when you try to use the same thing in lowercase and uppercase. Okay, so part of this, go to example 7, PHP is case sensitive. We'll create one file and we'll define some examples in it to see what is case sensitive in PHP. Okay, so let's understand this. So Control S, Control V. Okay, what happens if I say PHP in caps? Okay, that's the first thing I want to try. What happens? Okay, and I'll try to use echo in different caps. And completely caps. Will it complain or will it not complain? That's basically we're trying to understand here. What is the case sensitivity of PHP? So if you go to language for variables folder, and it doesn't really complain. Yeah, this is basically PHP. Not everything is case sensitive. You can define the functions, you can define the tags in upper or lower case. It doesn't really care. That's why it's called as loosely typed. Sometimes PHP is called as loosely typed. That's the reason. One of the reason is you doesn't really matter whether it is lower case or upper case. It's just able to print this as per is required. Okay, you can even try to use print, and it should be able to print that as well, right? So let's look at variables. Variables as case sensitive. So let's define a name, call it PHP. right? And then we'll define another name. Let's say I call it my name. Okay, let's do an echo. So it's able to print both the variables. It doesn't really complain, you know, there's a case differences here, and it actually treats both the variables differently. Means if you have a different name with different caps, then it treats that as a new variable. Okay, and you cannot say like this, right? It doesn't know what is that variable, because variables are case sensitive. That's what we are trying to show here. So be careful with the variable namings, because variables are case sensitive. Okay, so let's try out with function. We'll print a message. So let's understand whether functions are case sensitive or not. Okay, and I tried to print this. And let's see what happens. It doesn't really care, right? It doesn't really care whether your functions are basically uppercase or lowercase. And what happens if you create a duplicate out of it? Because it doesn't care, it will be able to find the duplicate, right? It will error out because you're creating a duplicate. You have to understand from function that function are not case sensitive. Means the function names that you have are not case sensitive. Means you can create any name that you want and call it with any case that you have, but you cannot have duplicate by changing the case. Okay, so I hope it's clear. I'll comment this out. Well, PHP is not case sensitive for the functions and the keywords, but it is case sensitive for the variables. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on local variables. So if you go to the material folder, variable and constants, go to example 8, open up the logical flow and the deliverables. So we'll understand how the variable behaves inside the function and outside the function. So this will help you understand the concept of local variables. Local variables are the variables that is defined outside the functions, and how it will vary the scope, and also what is the value of that variable inside the functions. So we'll understand two concepts here. Understand local variable concept first, then we'll learn about scope of the variable using functions. Okay, part of that we'll prepare this two files. So let's go ahead and create this. Okay, so I have created Control N, save the file, and Control S. I'll call this as sample1, and I'll create a variable. I'll define a function to print that name, and I'll change that value to PHP, and I'll try to print that name. Okay, then I'll say print underscore name, and I'll say echo $name. So what do you think the output is? So what we have done is we have defined one variable name. Inside the function there's another variable called name. We are printing that variable. Then we'll try to print that variable, and then echo, using echo we'll print the $name variable. So what do you think? After the function has been executed, the value of the variable name is changed to PHP, or it will return to Srini. Let's verify this. So I'll copy the file name, Okay, so if you see it here, it has PHP for the first time, that's basically this variable. Then it has Srini, that's basically this variable. So this is basically called as variable scope. The scope of $name is outside the function, and when you redefine the same variable with a different value inside the function, the variable will die after the function has been completed. Means after the function has been executed, the outside code doesn't understand what is the $name variable. So it's know the $name is variable defined outside and it has a value of Srini. So the function doesn't really change the variable name because the scope of the $name inside the function retains inside the function itself. Once it comes out, this variable is killed, means it has no scope outside this function. Okay, so let's understand one more concept in variable scope. Let's create one more file. This time we'll understand the scope of variable using functions. I've created the file too. Copy this. I will call it sample2. This time we will have a message to say welcome to PHP, and we'll write a function to display it, print message, and we will try to echo the message, and then we'll print the message. So can you guess what happens when you try to print a message of a variable that is not defined inside the function but is defined outside the function? So another way is, can the functions access variable that is defined outside the function? What do you think is the output? Make a guess and we'll try to execute this. Well, it's unable to print anything. This PHP and Srini is actually coming up from sample1, and sample2 is unable to print that variable because it doesn't know, the function doesn't know this variable that is defined outside this function. Okay, because the scope of this variable is only limited outside the function. If you go inside any functions, it doesn't understand the variable that is defined outside the function. Okay, this is called as variable scoping. It's very important to understand, when you define a variable, you cannot access inside any function. And if you define the same variable name inside the function and use different value, it doesn't really affect the variable that is defined outside the function. Okay, very simple to understand, and you need to know how the variable works and what is the scope of a local variable. Okay, so I hope you have understood how the local variable works, and that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on global variables. So if you go to the variable and constant folder, go to example 9. Let's open these two files. So part of this lecture, we will create 3 examples. First, we'll define global variables and compare it with local variable. Then we'll understand what is the purpose of a global variable here. Then we'll try to replicate one error to see how a global variable will affect inside the function. Then we'll see the right way to access the global variable inside the function. So this way you will learn how to work around with global variables. So let's create these files and then we'll understand each of these concepts. So we'll create 3 samples. So I'll say sample 1 is this, and we'll try to use the same code that we have developed for local variables, and we'll try to convert it into a global variable. So we'll define a variable of type name, and we'll try to print this name. Okay, so nothing fancy. I defined a variable, defined a method to print Let's print this variable as well in the method. Then I'm printing that variable. You have seen this example previously, so we'll start working from here. Okay, so we're able to see PHP first, then Srini. So if you have to define a global variable, what you do is you name it as a keyword called as global, and when you define a variable as global, it becomes a global variable, means it can be accessed from anywhere. And if you have to define a global var, you have to first define it, then assign it. Okay, that's the rule of defining a global variable. So this is called as defining the global variable. This is assigning the global variable. Okay, so now the name becomes a global variable, and once the print function change that value of a global variable, let's see what happens. So this function also have a variable called name, and then we have a global variable called name. So let's see what happens when a method have its own variable name matching up with the global variable. Okay, there's no difference. Even though you have a global variable, you are not accessing via the function, right? And then whatever you are defining, the variable is actually local to this function. Even though the name global is a global variable, in the function you have the same name. This variable basically is a local variable to this function, and it doesn't really affect with the global variable. So understand this concept, wherein even if you have a global variable, function has a variable same name, it will override, means this variable will be created in this scope and it will die off when the function is finished executing. Okay, so let's run through a second example when we'll try to access the global variable inside the function. Okay, so let's go and do that. Copy this code and we'll say sample2. Here we will define another message variable, and when you define a global variable, you don't assign a value right away. You define it first, then you assign the value. Let's try to print this. And this time we will echo the message. And then we'll also call this method, and then we'll echo message. Right? Pretty simple to understand. We have a global variable and we are trying to print it. Previously we created one global variable and we created another variable inside the function, so it doesn't really change the global variable. So this time we didn't do that. We just trying to access the global variable from the function. So let's see what happens, whether this function is able to access this global variable, because we are not defining it, we're just trying to print it. So let's go to scope 2, and if you notice it from welcome to PHP, you should be getting welcome to PHP twice, right? Because first time is from your method, second time is the echo. So looks like your global variable, you're unable to access a global variable even though it's defined as global. So there's one rule that you have to remember: even though you define a global variable, the function cannot access that global variable. In the next example, let's try to access this message from the function. Okay, so for that I'm going to create one more file. Copy this up, we use it as same example, sample3. We'll call it message1. The only thing that you have to do is you have to mention this is a global variable. Okay, and then we'll try to print it. Okay, now you can see the welcome to PHP actually coming up from here. I'll say PHP 1. Yeah, so these two are basically coming up first from the function and then from the echo. So now we are able to access the message variable from the function because we defined as a global, and we are saying okay, I want to use the global variable and give me the value. So what happens if I change this global variable inside the method? Okay, let's try that. So I'm trying to change the global variable inside the function. Okay, let's execute that. So you see the value is changed even after the function. So once you come out of the function, the variable still holds whatever you have set inside the method, and then it's trying to print that value. Okay, so this is a good understanding that when you have a global variable and you want to access global variable from the function, you have to redefine the same variable as with the keyword global, and then you can start using the global variable. You have to know when to use global variable keyword and how to access a global variable from the method itself. Okay, so that's all for this section on global variable, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on static variables. So let's go to the material folder, variable and constants, example 10 static variables. So in this lecture we're going to define a static variable and print it, and this way you'll get to know how to use a static variable and when to use the static variable. We're going to do that. So for part of that we'll create this file. Let's go to Sublime. So let's write a function called counter, and I want to print the counter. Okay, let's say counter is 1. I'll say counter count count is equal to count plus 1. We haven't covered operators yet, but it's simple to understand that if counter is a variable, we are adding plus 1 to it. Okay, there's a separate section on operators where we're going to deep down into all the operators that we have for PHP, but this is a simple operator plus operator, and you can add any integer to it. Now what I want to do is I want to call this counter 5 times, and I want to see what will happen to the counter and what it will display. Okay, so let's print this counter. Okay, it's not printing 1 to 5, but it's printing all 1. This is because the $count is a local variable to this function, and whenever you recall the function, this variable will be recreated and assigned with 1. But what if you want to assign it once and you want the function to remember that variable and you want to print 1 to 5, right? So how are you going to do that? Let's copy this. And then we're going to add h1 tag. And say static variables. I'm going to call this counter static. Okay, and the keyword to use is called a static. That's all. That's the whole magic of using static. So you call this variable as static, and then we'll verify this. and you know it's 1 2 3 4 5, because when you use a static variable, the static variable will not die off when the function is finished. The static variable is still available for you to access, and whenever you are initializing a static variable, it doesn't reinitialize again. The keyword static will help the count variable not to reinitialize again. That's one of the help. And then it try to remember count, right? Because when you try to do count and count plus 1, it remember what is the previous value of count, and then it will store this value, and even the function is finished, it still holds that value, so you're still able to access that counter. Okay, so that's the one classic use case of a static variable, wherein you have a variable inside your method and you want to hold the state of that method, and whatever value that variable has, you want to re-access it, and you want to use that variable for your processing. And the most common use cases is the use of the counters or use of any running numbers. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on super global variables. Super global variables are the variables that is predefined by PHP, and you can access them inside your code. So let's look at some of the predefined super global variables. So part of this lecture, we're going to create 3 deliverable files, and first one we will see how to use super global variables. Second, we will predefine some super global variables and we'll reuse it. Then we'll see how to use this super global variables to access the global variables inside the function. Just now previously we saw how to access a global variable inside a function. Now we'll try to do the same thing using the super global variables. So before we go into this exercise, let's go ahead to this URL, and this URL is php.net manual language variables.superglobalvariables. Okay, and this link I'll attach it to the description so you can get this link, and this link actually have all these super global variables. These are the variables that you don't have to define, but it's readily available for you to use. So we're going to look into one of the global variables that is called as _globals. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that exercise. Creating a new file, save it, go to d:\amps ww variables. I'm gonna save this. Okay, so that's our first sample. We'll use the global super global variable called $globals. Okay, so let's define our first message, global message. This is basically a variable defined as a global. Alright, then we'll assign some message to it. To print it, we can use this super global variables. We can say globals. Inside this, we can specify the global variable name. And if you're seeing the square brackets for the first time, there is a separate section on this square bracket which is called as arrays. We're going to go in depth within arrays and understand how arrays work in a separate section, but for now treat it as a notation of how to access your variable. You have to have a square brackets and put the variable name inside. Okay, so let's quickly verify that. Okay, so we are able to access the message variable from this $global, and if you see the code, we haven't set this variable anywhere inside this variable, but by default when you say global, it's already setting your variable in this super global variables. Okay, so let's move on to the next exercise, and that is basically predefined, use one of the predefined super global variable. So what we'll do, we will use a predefined super global variable called $_server, and if you hit to this link, I'll provide you this link. There is this $_server super global variable already available for you to use, and we'll try to use one of the parameter of which is called as PHP self. Okay, let's do an exercise on that. Let's use the super global variable to access PHP self. And what this PHP self will does it gets you the file name of the current executing script. So you'll get you this file name. Okay, so we copy this code, we say sample2, and we'll just echo the file name, right? Then you can use the super global variables server square brackets, and then inside this you can say PHP _ self. Okay, so that's all you have to do to get the file name of this script. So let's execute that. Okay, you got the file name. That's basically super global variable 2.php. So there are other super global variables which you can use for in your scripting. Let's look at the third one. This one will try to use the super global variable to access a global variable inside the method. So this is our sample 3. So I'll say same thing, global variable define name is equal to John Smith. Then we'll write a simple function to print the name. And we see previously, if you print echo $name, it doesn't really have access to global variable. You have to define it as a global and then you have to use it. But there's a good way you can, without even defining the same variable as global, you can use the super global variables. Okay, so let's access this. Okay, you see the John Smith. So you are able to access a global variable with the super global variables. There's one observation, all the other super variables actually have underscore, only the global doesn't have an underscore. This way of accessing a global variable is basically a standard. We don't really redefine every time we go ahead and do this. We typically not do this as a coding standard. What we do, we try to use the globals, super global variable, to access our global variables. Okay, so here are the 3 ways. One is how to define super global variables and how to use the predefined super global variable. We have used server. Then how to access global variable using this super global variables within the function. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on variable of variables. Well, this topic is super confusing to understand, but if you understand this concept very well, then it's really easy to understand and move forward and use it. So I'll go very slowly on this, and if you have any questions on how this actually works, you can post your question in the Q&A and I'll be happy to answer that. Okay, so if you go to example 12 folder, so we'll create one file, and the logical flow is how to use variable of variable. So we'll understand this concept. Let's quickly create this file. So for this, let me define some variables, then I'll explain you the concept. Okay, so let's say you have two variable. One is male, that is the name John Smith, and one is a gender, which is saying it's a male, right? Male is basically a variable, right? We know that male is a variable, but gender is actually holding the variable name. So gender is holding a variable name. So we say male is a variable, gender is holding a variable name. Okay, remember that, variable name. Don't get confused with the text and the variable name. It's still a text, but it is referring to a variable name. Okay, I keep repeating that so that you understand what I'm trying to do here. Gender is holding a variable name, not the text. So now if I want to print male via the gender, because it is holding the variable name, I'm going to use variables of variables. So I can do, if I do gender, I actually get male as an output. And if I want to access male's value, because male is a variable, right, and gender is holding a male variable, so if I want to print male variable value, how I'm going to do it? So I'm going to use $2 and I'm going to say gender, and this $2 is something like this. It's something like this, and this $sign of gender is male. For that you are again saying a $sign, means you are saying is equal to, right? Then it will try to get the value for the male, which is John Smith. Okay, so let's comment this out, and then we'll try to access this. You see the male, this male is coming up from $gender, and you see the John Smith, this is basically called as variable of variables, means $gender is a variable which is holding a value of a variable, and when you say variable of a variable, you actually get the value of a variable, that is John Smith. That's why you see a John Smith. Well, you can play around with it. Let's create three more variables. Let's say student is John Smith, and then we'll say male is equal to student. I'm going to hold the variable of a student, then I'm going to say gender is going to holding a male variable. Now just make a wild guess how you're going to print John Smith, okay, using the gender variable. How you're going to do the variables of variables and print John Smith. So for that, the first $sign and gender will print male, the second $sign will print student, and if I do one more dollar, that's basically a student variable, and the John Smith will be printed. Okay, so let's verify that. So for that, I'll just put a breakpoint here. And we can see all these things here. Right, let's refresh this. Okay, so the first gender prints male, right? The second gender is male's value, that is student. The third gender is basically your John Smith. So it's 3 level up, then we're going to reach to the John Smith, and that's what is printed here. So this concept is called as variable of variables, wherein if a variable has a value of another variable, you can use the dollar symbol to get to that variable value. Okay, so I think this concept is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. If you haven't really clear about it, I highly recommend you try this out and play around with it to understand this concept. All right, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on predefined variables. So if you go to material, variable and constants, example 13, you can find these three files. Let's open the deliverables file, logical flow, and then you have this predefined variable where you can find the URL of all the predefined variables from PHP. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I want to show just one example of predefined variable, and what I want you to do is go to that URL and try to do some more examples from the predefined variables. So just a variable is all these variables are predefined and available for us to use in PHP, and whenever there's a need, typically you don't have to rewrite it. Sometimes you have to go and see what variables are available for you to use. Okay, so that's the exercise I want you to do on hands-on. Instead of me showing you all the variables, just try out some of the variables to have a feel how to read the documentation, how to find your own variables, and try to do some research around it. Okay, so first let's go and look into the URL. This URL is available in this predefined variable file, and if you go to the predefined variable, these are large number of predefined variables to available to all the scripts. And one that we have seen previously is nothing but the super global variables, where we saw underscore global and underscore server. And apart from that, you have all others predefined variables, and it will be keep adding as in the new version comes up. So let's try to use one of the predefined variable, that is PHP error message, and I'll leave it you with this link and try to go to one of the example and try to reuse and play around with it. So let's quickly create our file. We'll define from variable. In order to use PHP error message, you have to create an error. An error can be done by 1 divided by 0. That's an error there, right? You want to print the predefined variable, that is nothing but $PHP error message. Whatever is the error message here, it will be printed here. Okay, so for that you cannot run this code because this line itself will error out, so you will not be able to print the message. The @ symbol will suppress the error that is happening from this line, so that we can access the error message in the next line. Okay, so let's go ahead and access this file. Okay, so there's an error, divide by 0. If I remove this, you will see a different error. Okay, you see the error here, but you see the divide by error. If you want to suppress the errors, you just put @. Okay, it will suppress that. So it's showing an error that has happened previously, right? It happened in the previous line, and then you can see that error that happened in the previous line with this predefined variable. So the other predefined variables. So in this section, I want to do some hands-on. Go ahead and try to use one of this predefined variable and super global variable, and try it yourself so that you get an access to this URL. You will try to browse through it and read some article around it, and try to use your own variables that you find interesting here. Okay, so I'll leave you with this exercise, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on variable isSet. isSet basically is a method to check whether a variable is set or not. Okay, so in this example, if you go to the material example 14, open the logical flow and open the deliverables. The logical flow is how to check if a variable is set, and I believe isSet is the highly used method in PHP, and you will be coming across isSet in many of the codes that you see online. Okay, so it's a good exercise that you learn about it. So let's create this file, and then we will try to define and use isSet. So first we will have to define an empty variable, right? So we'll define an empty variable $name, and we'll echo $name. Okay, so let's verify this first, then we'll go around in the topic. Okay, There's nothing on the output because the variable is empty. Okay, now let's use that method. Okay, so let's use the method eset $name, and we're going to use ternary operator, which we haven't discussed yet. Again, this will be discussed in the operator section. I'm going a step ahead, but there's a very simple syntax wherein you have a condition here. You put a question mark, then there is a true colon false. Okay, if this condition is true, this will be printed. If this condition is false, this will be printed. So what we'll say, variable is set if is set, or we will say variable is not set. Okay, using a ternary operator here which says this value is printed true when this condition is true, when this value is printed when it is false. Okay, so let's look into that. So let's say variable is not set. Now we will set the variable. And we'll try to use the same ternary operator to see what it says. Okay, now it says variable is set. So that's the use of this method. It's very simple and straightforward. It checks whether that variable is set or not. You can even do that if you have a variable of a variable, means you have a first name, let's say test, then you have a name which is pointing to first name, and you want to verify whether the name variable is set or not, and this name variable is pointing to another variable, right? Let's verify that. So variable is set. Okay, so what if this value is not set? Will it be set? Because name is already set to first name, but first name is not set. So what do you think is the output? Any guesses? Right, the variable is not set because you haven't set the variable, and if you turn it back, the variable is set. Okay, so that's how the isSet will work. It will even check the variable, and it's also references whether even that variable has some value or not. Okay, so this is a very important method. Make sure you work some exercises around it and do this same hands-on without even seeing this code, and try to play around with isSet. Okay, the main purpose of isSet is to check whether the variable has some value or not. Okay, so that's all about this isSet in this lecture, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on recap all the variable concepts. So in this lecture, we're going to recap all the concepts that we have seen in one program. So this way you remember all the concepts, and if you want to refer back to the variable concepts, you can go to this lecture directly. Okay, so in the logical flow and the deliverables, we'll have one file to be created as deliverable, variable concepts.php, and we'll recall all the variable concepts one by one. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this file. So first we learn how to define a variable. Okay, we say name is equal to John Smith, and we use a $sign to define a variable. And we learn variables can be used as string and integer. Means you can define message as 1, you can define message as PHP the best. You can echo the message, and you can use a dot operator to separate the text. Then we looked at double quote and single quote. So print variables with double quotes. So we used echo. And convert into single quotes. It won't print the variable. Next, we learned about variable typing. This is basically converting the string to integer. And vice versa. Okay, so let's look at that example. So we have a variable length. Let's make this as a string. So this is a typing wherein we are multiplying a string with an integer, and then the conversion of string to integer is taken care by PHP. Then we looked about variable is case sensitive. So if you define one more name, Walter White, and then we print it, then we'll see two values, one from the lowercase n and one from the uppercase n. Then we looked at variable scope. Right, we had a counter is equal to 1. Then we defined a function show counter. Then we see counter is equal to 2, and then we echo the counter value. Then we had show counter, then we have counter. Yes. Okay, this will help you to understand what is the scope of the counter inside and outside the function. Then we saw global variables. Okay, it's the same example. I say global, I say count. So you know, even though you define as a global variable as count, you can still not access it. You have to say global $count, and then now when you assign the value, it's going to refer back to the global variable. Then we looked about static variable. We had counter static method. We have a static variable, and then we print the count. and then we will increment the count. Okay, and then we'll call this method. That will print all the count in sequence. Then we talked about predefined variables. You can say print global variables, and we can use the super global variable echo dollar count. The global variable is count here. You can use that. Then we also looked about variable of variables. Count of count is equal to, let's say, count okay, and you want to print the count of count. This will print the count value, okay, which is nothing but the count value that you have defined previously, this count value. Okay, so you are accessing this variable via this variable. Okay, and then we looked at set function. So you can say set $$ count of count okay. So let's execute this file. So we hit into one error, and that's saying unexpected, line number 35. Obviously we have to define the counter variable first, and then we have to define assign the value to the global variable, right? So that solves the problem. So let's review one by one. So we have a name variable, and we have the integer and string, and we printed the message. Then the message variable was previously integer, then it became string. Then we printed the two variables with double quotes and single quotes. So first time we saw the variable value, second time we saw the variable name itself. Then we have variable typing, string to integer multiplication works fine, and we see the variable case sensitivity, wherein we have two different variables having the same name and different case. Then you have scoping. Then you can see the counter value 2 and then the 1. Okay, then you have global variable, that's basically your counter 1, then the counter 2, that's why you're able to see 2 here, right? Then you had static variable. We can print this 3 times just to see the output, 1 2 3, right? And then you are able to access the global variable 2 with the predefined variable, and count of count, which is nothing but variable of variables. You are able to access that too. So we haven't printed this, so let's print this also as well, so that we can see this value, right? So we should see 1 more 3 here. So that's basically accessing the global variable, and then we are trying to access the count. So count is a local variable, count, this one is a global variable. Okay, so that's why you see 2 values. And then variable is set. Yes, the variable is set, that's why we are able to see the value. All right, the output is not much important, but you have to understand how to use them, right? What we try to learn in this section and how to use these concepts when you write PHP program. And you have to understand like variable typing, variables of variable, global variables, predefined variables, all these concepts you have to have some hands-on and you have to understand how it works. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on constants. So let's look at the material folder, variable and constants, and example 16 constants. Let's look at what we will learn in this lecture. Okay, so part of this we will understand how to define and use constant. Then we'll try to change the value of a constant and see if you change a value of a constant, what will happen. We'll use the same name as variable and constants to see whether it's able to differentiate between variable name and a constant name with the same name. Then we'll understand some of the naming rules of constants. Then we'll use the method isSet method, which we use for variables. And part of this we will create all these files. Okay, so first, what is constant? Constant is basically a value which doesn't change across your program. If you want to define a value that's basically holding up some string or integer and you don't want to change that value in your overall program, then you define a constant. Whereas variable will change the values, constant doesn't change the value. That's all this difference is. So part of this, if you go to www folder, so we have done with variables, so let's go ahead and create a folder called constants. Okay, so let's open our Sublime, then let's start creating our first program. Control N, Control S, and I'm going to change the folder to constants. Okay, let me open my browser. Okay, the browser is here. Okay, so let's define a constant. So I'll say define constant, and this is going to be our sample one. To define a constant, you need a function that is called as define. Define has two parameters. The first one is basically the name of the constant, and next one is the value of the constant, right? That's how you basically define a constant. So let's define one constant. And the good practice is basically whenever you define a constant, make it uppercase. Okay, so let's define a constant called language and give a value of PHP. Okay, now let's see how to print this. Okay, before printing we can even do this. Okay, how do you assign a constant to a variable? So you just, how do you assign a constant to a variable? So you'll say language, and if you look at it here, we are not using any dollar sign here. Okay, if you use a dollar sign, it becomes a variable. Whatever value that you give here mostly should be uppercase, just to define it's a constant. That value you can directly use as a normal English, right? There's no special characters in front to make it understand it's a constant. Okay, so let's try to print this. So let's say echo I'm going to increase this length so that you can see the program. This program is written using, then I'll call the variable first. Okay, let's call the variable first so that we know how to differentiate between variables and constants. So I'm going to copy this. This time let me call language here, and then what I'll say, okay, so I want to call it outside. So now the question here is whether it's a string or it's a constant. How does the PHP understand this? Because you're not assigning any dollar value here, and without a dollar value, is it considered as a string, like a normal string, or is it considered as a language, which is nothing but a constant? And here it's very straightforward because it's outside the string interpolation. So here it should be able to understand it's a constant. Let's print this and let's understand how this works. Constants. Let's open our file name. Okay. And if you see here, the first one was the variable. The second one, it was not able to identify it's a constant, so it treated this one as a string. So remember that there's no string interpolation for constant. Right? Don't do that. If you have to define or print a constant, you have to do it outside your strings. Okay. For the first one, it's good to see the first one was able to interpolate. Right? It was able to convert or change the value of the lang to the actual value of the lang. But in the second line, the same double quotes is unable to recognize a constant. So you have to remember this. Someone will ask you this: if you define this and you print this, whether the language is going to print PHP or the string is going to print as string. So every time you define it outside your strings. Okay, so that was the first example, and let's do a second example where we'll try to change the value of a constant. So copy this, copy the file name, Control N, Control S, and paste it here. Right, so I'll call it sample2. So let's redefine, means change the value of a constant. I'm gonna say same language. This time I'm gonna say Java. Right, I'm trying to change a constant, and if you have worked with constants before, you should not be changing a value of a constant. Right, so let's look at what happens if you change a value of a constant. So let's print this, and we'll use the same echo here. And can you make a guess what will happen? Is it gonna print PHP or is it gonna print Java? Make a guess. So in the meantime, I'll execute this. Okay, it's gonna print PHP. It doesn't care how many times you will change it after it is defined. It still holds the value of the first definition. Right, you try to change the value, it still holds PHP. That's basically the constant. Constant doesn't change value. That's why it's called as constant. Okay, so let's look at the third example. The third example is same name with variable and constant. So let's look at this. Sample3. This time I'll say language as a variable. Right, and let's see what happens if I do this. And I'll try to print the constant and print the variable and the constant. So is it going to be differentiating, or it will error out saying that, oh, language constant is already defined, now you cannot define a variable? Okay, so let's verify that. Is it gonna check that, or is it gonna ignore that? Well, it's gonna ignore that. It doesn't really care what name you give to the constant and what name you give to the variable. Even though the names are same, it doesn't really matter. It's able to differentiate that. Okay, so let's look at the fourth example. We'll look at one of the naming rules. And most of the naming rules will tie back to what we have seen in the variables. It's all gonna be same. Let's look at one of the constant naming convention. So let me define, we know the variable should not start with an integer, so let's define one, say version, right, and we say 7.3. Then we say echo one version. Okay, so let's execute this. This is number 4, and it's an error. It's an error because you cannot have constant name starting with an integer. Okay, if you remove this, it should work fine. Okay, so I'm going to leave the sample here. I'm going to comment this out. The last one will use the eSet method to see whether the value is set for constant or not. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. So we're going to look sample 5, and I'm going to define a name, and this time I will not assign any value to it, just to check whether the eSet method works or not for constant. So I'll say echo eSet of name, and I'll say echo name. So let's execute this program and see whether you can use eSet for constant. Okay, if you execute 5, no, you cannot use eSet for a constant. So remember this, if you want to verify a constant is empty, you cannot use eSet. Okay, the last one I want to add it here is how to access constant using the constant method. There's a method called constant, and we can say constant, and we can say name. So I want to call this name. Okay, let's comment this out. Obviously you can say echo, right? If we haven't set any name, we can use language and print it. And here's your language. All right, so let's do a quick review. So for sample 1, we understood how to define a constant. We assign it to a variable, and remember that you cannot print a constant inside the double quotes, it has to be outside. You can have same name, then you cannot, second sample we saw, you cannot change a constant is unchangeable. When you try to change it, it doesn't error out, but it doesn't change the value. The sample 3, we created the same variable name as a constant, and it doesn't really care whether you have the same name or not. Then fourth, we saw the naming convention. Sample 5, we saw whether we can use eSet method to check whether a name constant is empty or not. Then we try to use a method called constant to access a constant. Okay, well, that's all for this constant lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on variable versus constant. So by now we know what is variable and what is constant. So let's do a comparison between the two, and let's try to understand if you have to define a variable or a constant, or you have to differentiate what is the difference between both of the two. So this lecture will help you understand that. So I'm in the materials, variable and constant, example 17, variable versus constant. Let's look at the deliverables and also the logical flow. So there's only one file we'll create. We'll understand what is the difference between variable and constant. Okay, let me quickly create this file. Okay, so let's first understand what were the differences we have seen so far. So for this, I'll create a simple documentation for us to type. The first one we saw is no need to use $sign to use the constant, right? We use a method called define to define the constant, not a $sign. So constants are defined only via the define method, right? We even saw this. Value can be assigned only once. Okay, that's for constant. And constant has global scope. We haven't seen this, we'll see it now. And can access anywhere. And constant method can be used to access the constants. Thus we have seen. We will see the global scope now, and also we'll see some of the differences. So we say name is equal to John Smith. We're defining a variable here. And we'll define a name. And we'll say echo $name dot, right? So it's very good example for you to summarize most of the points. First is, how do you define a constant? You use define. How do you define a variable? You use $sign. How do you assign a value to one variable? You use an assignment operator. And how do you assign a value to a constant? You use a method called define. How to print them? For variable you use $sign. For constant you just specify the name of it. Okay, so let's try to change it. Able to change variable but not constant. Let's try this out once more time. That's basically the major difference between constant and the variables. Right, so let's run this file. Localhost right. So you see the Walter void is basically coming up from the variable that is changed, but the constant, even we try to change, doesn't change. Well, that's the difference between variable and constants. Let's look at the global scope. So let's say I write a function print constant, very simple, and I use the echo to print the variable and a constant, and I'm going to call this, and let's see which one is going to print out. And remember, $name has a local scope. So you see only John Smith is printed. So let's do a break here. Right, so you see only the constant is printed but not the variable. That's basically the name constant has a global scope. You can call it from anywhere. You can even do this constant name, right? It works fine. So you can use the method as well to call the constant, or you can use a constant name as it is. Well, that's all for this differences between variable and constant, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on valid versus invalid constant. So we'll see some valid constants and we'll see some of the invalid constants. So part of this lecture we will create one file, and remember that after you finish this you can go ahead and look at this file as well. So part of this we'll see some good practices as well, and we'll also list out the valid and invalid constants. I'm going to save this file. So first let's look at some good practice. Okay, good practice number 1. Always, any guess? Well, always use uppercase. Right, so that's easy to differentiate, because if you have a same variable name and same constant, just by looking at the case we know it's a constant or it's a variable. Obviously you know from the $sign as well, but you know, the good practice point of view, always define your constant as an uppercase. Well, that's a good practice. Then we'll look at the good practice 2, do not use constants like this, like underscore underscore constants underscore underscore. Well, underscore actually have a different meaning in PHP, as we have seen previously in variable, the super global variables and some predefined variables, right, which are starting with underscore. So don't get confused and don't write your own constants with underscore. That's not a good practice. Always define it as a simple constant like this. Okay, don't use like underscore and constant. Well, that's a bad practice. Okay, so I'll show you an example. Don't define like this. This is a wrong practice, right? Let's look at good practice number 3. Avoid this. We have seen previously, same name as variable. Okay, so we've seen this previously. I'm just going to type it faster. Okay, make sure you don't use same names. And the last good practice is use the same naming convention. Okay, the naming convention was, don't define, one naming convention is do not start variable or constant name with integers. Obviously it will error out, but remember this, a good practice, right? Don't try to define it. So you can, don't do this. Let me show you what I mean by that. So if you're defining, let's say, a message, okay, you don't do like this. You can always print this, and don't follow this for your constants as well. Okay, not a good practice. I'm going to remove the $sign. Right, so let's print this and let's verify this file. Right, how many echoes we have? We have 2 echoes, or just we have 1 echo. That echo is coming up from variable and a constant. Obviously the point I want to make here is don't start with integer. Doesn't look good, and sometimes someone say, okay, I don't want an integer, it becomes an error, right? So don't follow this practice. Okay, if possible, don't start with underscore as well, right? So those are the good practices for defining and constant. Remember this and use it in your programming style as well. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on magic constant. So we have seen super global variables, we have predefined variables. So let's look at magic constants. So if you go to example 19, magic constants, let's look at what we're going to do here. We're going to learn about magic constant, and we're going to create this file. Okay, so before that, head back to PHP manual and let's look at magic constant. So these are predefined constant. One good example is the line and basically the file name, and then you have the directory path. Okay, these are the variables already available in PHP. You don't have to do anything, you don't have to include anything, just start using it. Okay, and if you see the notation, it's underscore underscore. So that's why the one good reason is never define your variables, never define your constants using underscore, because it will confuse between magic constants or super global variables across with your normal custom variable names and constant names. Let's use this in our program and write a simple program using magical constants. I'm going to quickly save this file. Let me go back to my amps folder, www constants, and I'm going to save it here. Okay, so before that, I'll copy this manual link here so that you can refer this when you write this program. Let's try to print some magic constant. So I'll print a line. Then I'm gonna print the file. Okay, so let's print this. So you have the fully qualified file name with the directory path, and then you have this line number, right? This is the line number, number 5. If you move down to, let's say 10, then you have 10 here, right? That's basically the line number. Okay, it's super helpful when you want to do a tracing and you want to see at which line you are writing some complex code and you want to debug that line, right? Then you know what else you are writing, and like 1,000 lines of program, and you want to have a checkpoint for every 30th line, right? Wherein you are saying, okay, the first logic is done, second logic is done, third logic is done. You can use this line to say, okay, on this line, this is basically I've reached to this line. Then it will say, okay, I've reached to next 20, then next 30. So it will help you out to trace as well. So remember this link given you in this program as well. Go and do some R&D here and try to print directory and play around with functions and try to get used to this magic constant. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture, and we're going to recap all the constant concepts that we have seen. Okay, so part of this lecture, we're going to create one deliverable, and basically we'll recap all the constant concepts. So let me save this file, and let's look at the concepts that we have seen so far in constant. I'm going to do a real quick here because we have seen this previously. So define constant. How do you do it? And treat this as your exam, right? Because once you learn this concept and someone say, okay, how do you define a constant, you should be pretty much writing it without saying it. This is how you define a constant. Do not redefine the constant. So do not again say define language as Java. It's not going to change, so it's no use redefining it. Do not use variable and constant. Names, I've seen that. I'm going to do very quick here. If you want to use a constant inside a string, how you're going to do it? Think for a second, because you cannot print constant inside a string. But let's say you have to do it because you have a long string and somewhere in the text it says, oh, hello, and then you have to print a name, and that name is a constant. Imagine for a second. And then how do you going to print a constant inside a string? It could be an interview question. So think for a second how you're going to do it. That's your answer. Well, you'll assign it to a variable and you'll print it. Define a magic constant. Right, so let's print this. So first we print the name and a constant, that's basically this. Then we print this is a language, that's basically coming up from PHP, and then we print the line. I hope you understand how to define a constant and what is the difference between a constant and a variable and how to use this constant. Okay, So that's it for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on exercise on create and display variables. So let's look at what I want you to do as an exercise. Okay, this exercise, don't skip it. If you skip it, you will not understand how to write variables, because understanding a concept is different and writing and practicing is different. So make sure you always practice it so that you understand the concept very well. Okay, this is a file name, and we will check the exercise one variable before the PHP file for the topics. So the exercises are listed in this file. So let's open the before and after file. After is after you complete. You can compare it with the after folder. Before you start, you use this file. So let's open this file. So here are the exercises. So first we'll say define a string variable, integer variable, print variable from a function. Then you define a static variable, global variable, super global variable, and variables of variables. Okay, so let's look at this file. Okay, and the output file is basically the exercise one variable. So let's create this file and we'll save it in the www folder. Amps. So there will be an exercise folder. I'm going to dump it here. Okay, and we're going to copy this and we're going to paste this here. So what I want to do is I want you to write the string variable, integer variable, print variable from function, and do all these steps. Okay, once you are done, you can share it with me and then I'll give you my comments there. And if you're stuck and you don't know some of the things, then you can go back to after folder and then you can verify with this file. So pause this video here and finish your exercise. Alright, so I'll show you how to do this exercise as well. So let me close the before folder. So first is create and display a variable. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So that's how basically you create and you display a variable. Next we'll print the string variable. So we already defined that variable, so we're going to print that. Okay, then we're going to print integer variables. So that's basically our integer variable. Let's print a variable from function. Okay, so that's a function that will print the counter variable. Next, define a static variable. Okay, so static is the keyword used to define static variable. Let's define a global variable. So we use global keyword to define our global variables. Then we can use super global variables to print our global variables. So we already did that. Then you print variables of variables. Okay, that's basically a variable of variable. So before we run that, I think there's one PHP missing here. Let's close this inside the PHP. Put a semicolon here. All right, So here we have to put it a flower bracket so that it understands this is a variable again. If you don't do it, then it will take this $sign as text. Okay, so we are saying this is basically a variable and then we want a $sign out of it. All right, so let's print this now. Okay, so let's quickly verify. We have created and display and variable, we have a string variable, then we have an integer variable, then we have print variable from the function, then we have define a static variable, then we have global variables, right? Then we have super global variable, which is nothing but this. Then we have variables of variables. So variables of variables is this one. Okay, and if you want a double quote, then you basically can do this. Then you can remove the flower brackets here. So yeah, even it's going to print the same output. Okay, so that's basically the exercise, and I hope you also did the same exercise. If you haven't done it, I highly recommend go back and do this exercise. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on exercise 2, define and display constants. Well, I want you to do this exercise on how to define and display constants. So open this folder. Let's look at the deliverables. So you'll create one exercise file and you have to check this for the instruction. So I'll open this before folder, open this file, and let's print this file first to see what is the output. So I'm going to place this file in the exercise folder. Okay, so let's see this file first. Then you can see the instructions. Exercise 2. So we'll define and display a constant, a string constants, integer constant, print constant from function, then we'll display magic constant. Well, do this exercise, pause this video here, and then you'll come back here if you have any questions. Alright, so let's do this exercise. So I'm going to copy paste this one into a new file. I'm going to go to amps folder, www exercise, and paste it here, right? And I'm going to copy paste from the before file into this one. Call this exercise 2. And close that. So let's quickly define constant. Well, we have defined a constant and we have printed the constant. Let's do a string constant which is already defined. Then we'll do an integer constant. Then we are calling the method which is printing the constant. Then we have integer constant and we have string constant, and we have define and display the constant. So let's see this exercise. I want to access that file. Okay, so first is exercise with constant. That's what the program info is. Then we print the string, and then we have an integer constant, right? Then we have print constant from a function. We have used this echo to print it, and constant has global scope, so it's able to access from function as well. Then you have display a magic constant, which is the line number. So if you're on the line number 39, you will see 39 here. Okay, so that's all the exercise for constants, and that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Let's summarize what you have learned in this section. So by now you should be able to define your own variables and constants. You should know how to work with string, integer, data type and function. Remember, this is not the full section on data types and function. We have a separate section to cover on that. But on a high level, you should be able to define string, assign an integer value to a variable, and you should be able to write a function and call it. You should know the difference between variable and constant and when to use any of these two. And you should understand these various concepts of the variables that we have seen in this section. And I highly recommend that if you have not done exercises and you have not attended any of the questions, go back, do this exercise, take the interview questions, and even do the practical test. This will all help you to learn PHP faster, because without even trying out the examples, it's really hard to do and learn PHP. Okay, so that's all for this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the section on expression and operators. Let's look at the section objective. After completing this section, you will be able to explain expression and operators with the standard definition. When someone asks you what is expression and operator, you should be able to explain them in your own words. Then we'll look at different types of operators like conditional, arithmetical, increment, logical, assignment, comparison, bitwise, execution, and error control operators. And we'll go through each of the examples with each of the operators, and after this section you should be able to do all these examples by yourself. Then after that you should understand how the operator precedence will work. Precedence is basically sequence, in which sequence the operators will execute. Then finally you will work with exercises, interview question, resources, and some of the tests using the expression and operators. Okay, so let's move on to this section. Welcome to the lecture on what is expression and operators. Let's look at the lecture objective. After completing this lecture, you should be able to explain what is expression and operators in your own definition. And you should be able to understand different type of operators we have in PHP. Okay, well, that's the objective you will learn in this lecture. So let's look at what is expression and how you define an expression. Expressions are evaluated into a result value or a final value or a single value. So there is a value that has been evaluated as part of that expression. Then that is called as an expression. Let's look at some of the examples. So the example is you have $message wherein you are assigning a string. We have seen this example in the string section where we are assigning a string to a variable. This assigning of a string to a variable results into a single value, means it is nothing but an expression. The whole line is an expression. $a is equal to 10, you are assigning an integer to a variable $a. It's also an expression because it has a single value. There's a result value that's assigned to an $a. If you look at the third example, $total, you see there's a function called add, and add is accepting two values, and add will return the addition of 10 plus 20, and that value is assigned to the $total. So again there is an assignment, there's a value or a result value, assign it back to some variable, and that's basically an expression. Okay, so let's look at further and understand what are operators. So what is operators? Let's take an example. $message is equal to hello variables. So $message is a variable and hello variables is a string, and everything is called as an expression, right? And the equal to sign is called as assignment operator. It's an operator that is doing some kind of operation, and that operation is assigning that string value, the variable value, to a variable, and everything that's from $message to semicolon is called as an expression. Okay, so that's how you basically read it. So when someone tells you what is the operator in the whole expression, then operator is called as assignment operator. And what is an expression? Expression will result into some kind of a single value or a final value. That's basically the $message is a value, right? So let's move on and understand what is the definition of an operator. Operators are used to perform some operation on the variables and they are represented with some symbols. So you will see some of the symbols when we go in arithmetic operators, conditional, logical, assignment. You will see so many symbols you will see, and each symbol actually have some kind of definition attached to it, and it does some kind of operation on the variables. Some of the examples of operators is equal to, which is nothing but an assignment operator. The plus plus is an increment operator, and the asterisk is called as multiplication operator. So these are symbols. It has special meaning in the programming world, especially in all this C, C++, Java, and PHP, Python. Most of the programming language depends on these symbols to do some kind of operations on the variables. Okay, so let's look at different types of the operators. First is the arithmetic operator. Arithmetical operator basically are mathematical operators like plus, minus, divide, and modulus. Then you have conditional operators. Conditional operator is the ternary operator. We have seen this in the variable section. When you have question mark and colon, you put a condition and then you select true or false. That's basically conditional operator. Then you have increment and decrement. This is to increase the value of a variable or decrease the value of a variable. Then you have logical operators. Logical, basically you want to decide between A or B, or A and B, something like that, which you're making a logical choice between the two given options. Then you have assignment operator. Assignment, you have seen $message is equal to hello variable. The is equal to is an assignment operator. You have different assignment operators which we are going to look through in this whole section. Then you have comparison operator. Comparison is to compare two things, right? Compare means if you have a variable A and B, you want to compare whether both the variable have same value or not. Then you're going to use comparison operator. Then you have bitwise operator. Every variable or every string or integer that has been held up in a variable can be represented into bits. That's basically zeros and ones. So if you want to do an operation on zeros and ones, you use the bitwise operators. Execution operators are denoted by backtick, which is a symbol that is beside your number 1 on the keyboard. Using this, you can execute some system commands. Then you have error control operators, using which you can suppress the errors coming up from PHP. Okay, so we're going to look into each of the operators in the next upcoming lectures. We will work through an example of each of the operator, understanding how and where it should be used. So let's do a quick summary. So after this lecture, you should be able to explain what is expression and operators. At least you have a basic understanding of what is an expression and what is an operator. If someone gives you a statement and tell you, can you identify what is an expression and what is an operator? And if someone asks you, can you define or explain what is the difference between expression and operator? You should not be confused. Expression is basically the whole line, right? Doing some kind of a result value or a final value. And operator is basically a symbols that you see in terms of doing that operation on the variable. Okay, and we have walked through the different types of operator which we'll be going through in this section, but at a high level you know what are the different types of operators we have. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on arithmetical operators. So let's see how to do arithmetical operators with PHP. So for this, go to example 1 and open up the two files, that is deliverable and logical flow, and let's see what examples we will work through in this lecture. So we'll create 7 files and 7 different examples we will see, and here are the 7 examples that we will see as part of this lecture. The first one, we will see how to calculate a student total marks for 3 subjects. We'll use some addition operator. Then we'll display the same total without the variable. Then we'll find the difference between marks achieved and total marks. Then we'll calculate the area using the multiplication operator. Then we'll calculate the percentage. Then we'll check if remainder is 0 or 1 using modulus operator. Then we'll try to use some multiplication operator as well. Okay, so part of this, we'll create 7 files, and then we will also create a folder for it. So let's open that folder. In the amps ww, will create a folder called operators. Okay, we'll place all our files here. Okay, so let's create this file. So I'm copying this file name, Control N to create a new file, Control S Control V, and I'm using operator folder. Okay, so let's look at the arithmetical operators. So let me type all the arithmetical operators that we have. Okay, so these are the arithmetical operators we'll see in this lecture. We'll have addition that shows as plus, subtraction with a dash, multiplication with asterisk, then a forward slash as division, percentage symbol as modulus, then exponential with 2 asterisks. Okay, so first let's look at addition operator. So this is our sample one, and the first one is calculate the student total marks for 3 subjects. Okay, for this we will define 3 subjects. Let's call this maths, okay. These are the 3 variables which holds the marks for 3 subjects. Then we'll calculate the total. Okay, then we'll display the total marks. So if you see, I'm using an operator called plus. What it it basically add up all the integer values. So if you echo this out, student total marks for maths plus science plus English. So instead of browser, we will print this on the console. So what I'll do, I'll use PHP end of the line to print on the new line onto the console. Okay, so let's run this and verify whether we are able to print this. And one thing that to note is, while this plus symbol is not an addition operator, it's a simple plus that has been displayed in the output. So let's run this program. So for this, I will open the command prompt. So instead of browser, we will use command prompt for this example. Okay, let's head back to operators. And we'll say PHP arithmetical add operator. So if you see, the total marks is 180. Maths, that has been replaced with marks, maths marks, and science marks, and English marks. And okay, and you see these plus symbol are just text, wherein if you use the plus symbol outside, it becomes an addition. Okay, that's why the total marks is holding up the total of each of these integers. Okay, so let's move on and doing the next exercise. So I'll say Control N, Control S, Control V. Then I'll copy this code. Then we'll start creating the sample 2. This time we'll display the total without this variable, total marks variable. Okay, so for this, we'll copy this just to make sure to see whether it's printing properly or not, and we'll convert this into same arithmetical operator without a variable. So you can try different methods. Okay, if you can replace this with this, let's verify it works or not. All right, so let's use this and see what happens. Okay, and if you see here, the variables has been replaced, but the addition doesn't work. Okay, so you have to take note of it. The addition operator will not be executed inside the double quotes. Okay, the string interpolation will not do the addition operator or any kind of operators. It has to be done outside your double quotes. Okay, however, the variable substitution has been done in the string interpolation, but not the operators. Okay, that's an interesting thing to know. So how do you handle it? So you can say like this, and then you can convert it back. You can place the variables outside the string. So you can add the parentheses just to make sure all the operation happens within the parentheses first. And if you run it, you will be able to see the total marks. Okay, so do remember how this actually works, and it's more interesting to know that additional operator will not work in the double quotes. Let's move on. Let's do the third exercise. I'll copy this. Now we're doing a subtract operator. So let's do sample 3 and find the difference between marks achieved and total marks. Okay, so I'll say total subjects. This is total subject marks, and then he has total marks. We have the total marks here, right? You need to know the difference, so we'll say total difference, which is equal to total subjects minus your total marks. Okay, and if you see, it's a dash symbol, right? It's represented as an dash symbol, which is nothing but your subtraction when you want to subtract two numbers. Okay, let's print this out. Okay, so let's print this out. Now we have to use 3. Okay, so if you see, it's 120. You can move into the new line, and we will add the PHP end of the line, right? So is the difference between total and the marks achieved is 120. That's basically a subtraction from total marks with the marks that is achieved. Okay, so let's move on. Let's do the fourth exercise. Let's use an multiply operator. I'll copy paste the whole code. Let's do sample 4. This time we will calculate the area using the length and breadth. So we'll define two variables. Length is equal to 10, breadth is equal to 20, and your area is equal to length. Now you'll use asterisk, that's basically multiplication symbol, and then we'll echo the area. Right, so let's quickly look into this. Okay, that's basically your 200 is the area, 10 into 20. Okay, so that's how you use the multiplication operator. So let's use the divide operator. Let's look at sample 5. We'll calculate the percentage of overall score marks. So we'll calculate the percentage of overall scored marks, and we'll calculate the percentage. So we'll call the variable name as percentage. So the formula is total marks divided by total subjects and multiplied by 100. That's basically a percentage. So we'll echo and we'll put a percentage symbol just to show it's a percentage. Right, let's execute this. Okay, so the percentage scored is 60%. That's the formula. So we have total marks, total subjects multiplied by 100. Okay, so let's move on. Let's do the modulus operator. So // is basically the divide operator. Let's look at modulus. Let's look at sample 6. Use the modulus operator. Well, modulus is basically used when you want to find the remainder of the operation. So let's say you have a variable a and you divide 100 with 5 and you want to know what is the remainder of it. Okay, so let's print that. Okay, let's quickly print this. So you see the remainder is 0. So let's do another example. This time we see 101 and you should get 1. That's basically a reminder of the division operation. Well, it will find out what is the remainder of when you divide 100 by 5. Right, when you divide 100 by 101 by 5, what is the remainder of it? Similarly, we quickly do for one more thing, 105 and 106. Yeah, it's gonna show the remainder. It's always 0 or 1 or whatever is the remainder, it will show you. And let's move on and do the next operator. That's the exponential operator. I believe the last one is the exponential operator, not multiplication. So let's do the sample 7 exponential. So check exponential. So let's say $a is equal to 10, $b is equal to 20, then $result is equal to, let's do this one first. So let's try to do the exponential of 2, right? Then we'll multiply the $b with an exponential 2. And if you remember this formula, can you guess what is this formula? Well, it's a square multiplied by b square, which is nothing but you are actually doing $a multiplied by $a, and then you are multiplying that with $b multiplied by $b. Okay, that's the formula, and you will echo the result. Okay, so let's quickly look into that. Okay, so you have that value. That's basically the exponential. This is a square and b square. So a square multiplied by b square. Okay, the two is the exponential of $a value. Okay, so that's what we have learned. We have learned exponential operator, modulus operator, and divide operator, multiplication operator. Then you have addition and subtraction operator. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on conditional operator. If you look into the material folder, you will find example 2 as conditional operators. So let's open up the deliverable find and the logical flow. So we'll do one exercise. We'll see how to use the ternary operator. So conditional operator is also called as ternary operator. This is used to check a condition, right? And this is an operator. For checking conditions, you have control structures like you have if, else, switch, and all those things, which you'll be looking in the next section. We also have an operator for checking a condition. We have used this previously in our variables. So let's try to define it and we'll try to play around with it. Okay, so let's create the file. Control N, Control S, and I'm going to save in the operators, and we'll use the console to print the values. Okay. So this is how the condition operator looks like. You have a condition, then you put a question mark, then you put some value here which is a true value, and the right hand side is basically a false value. So anything on the left hand side of the colon is true and right hand side of the colon is false. Okay, when this condition is true, this value will be executed. If the condition is false, this value will be executed. So let's look into a sample example. So let's use the ternary operator because it's called as ternary operator as well. Let's use a flag variable and we'll say if flag is true. Right now I'm using a boolean variable here. We haven't covered data types. I know we have looked into strings and we have looked into integers. We haven't looked into boolean variables, but as of now consider true and false is basically a boolean variable, which will cover this section of data types in the next section. Okay, so I'll be using true and false as a boolean variables. True means just true, which is 1, false is 0, and we'll say if this condition is true, I want you to assign this value, which is correct or wrong. Right, then I'll say echo flag. Okay, let's execute this and you say correct. Okay, let's do the opposite. Just to understand this operator, we have used this operator previously. So it's very simple. You have a condition and then it will print whatever is a true or false value. Okay, so if you see it's the value condition is true, then it will print this value. If the value condition is false, it will print this value. Well, I hope the ternary operator is simple to use. Give a try out your examples, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on logical operators. So let's look at logical operator. If you go to material folder, example for logical operators, open up these 2 files. So they are the examples that we'll see to understand logical operators. First we will greet hello and the name of that user if the user is logged in and has permission. So we'll define some variables and we will check that whether they have both the conditions are valid or not. Check if student is passed any of one exam. So we'll use OR condition here. Then we'll find the difference with another operator called and then this is another operator for OR. We're going to look into all these things and check if student is not passed and print the results. So we'll use a not operator here. So we'll look into all these operators. So let's go ahead and create the file. So I'll be doing it in the operators folder and I'll be using the console. Control N, Control S, and I'll save in the operators folder, which is under www. So let me copy all the operators here. Okay. So these are the operators. You have an AND operator, means both condition should be true. OR operator, any one of the condition can be true, and then AND also can be represented with double ampersands, and OR condition can also be represented with this symbol, and then you can use OR as a word or even this symbol. Okay, and then you also have if not, which is basically a not condition. Okay, so let's look into all these examples. So first example was to greet hello, so I'll copy this out. So we'll say whether that person has permission, so I'll use some boolean variables here, and we'll say logged in. Okay, so the dollar permission is true and logged in is true, and then we'll say user is equal to John Smith. Then we'll say echo then we'll say hello user, or we'll say hello guest. Okay, so this is basically a simple check, and we're using the AND operator to check whether both the conditions are true. If both the conditions are true, then the true is executed, and if any of the condition is false, then the false is executed. Okay, so let's run this. So it's saying John hello Smith, and we will print and if you make any of this is false, right, it will say hello guest. Okay, because the two of the condition has to be true in order to be true. If any of it the conditions is false, then it will be false. So I'll change back this to true, and it's hello Smith. Okay, so let's look into the next example. Or condition, Control N, Control S, saving the file. So the next example is check if student pass any one exam. So we'll define a student, that is John, and we will check his maths passed. True. Science passed is true. Then we'll check whether any of the exams is been passed by the student or not. So we say either true, either this or that is true. Okay, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to check any one of it is true, and we are checking with the student marks. We say so maths passed or science passed. Then we'll say $student has passed so we are saying any one of the exam is passed and the student is passed. And let's see what happens. So we say John is passed because any of this is true and both are true. So if this is false and this is false, then the John is not passed, right? Let's say if any of this is true, then John will be passed, and also the other way around, right? So any of the conditions are true, it will be true. Any of the conditions are false, even though it's any of one of is true, then it becomes true. If both are false, then it is false. If both are true, then it is true. Okay, so if you make this false, this is the last condition I want to show you, then that will be John not passed because both are false. Okay, that's the OR condition. Let's continue and do the next example. Copy the code. We'll do sample 3. Find the difference between AND and OR. That will be interesting because you can replace AND with ampersand and it still works, but you need to know when to use those operators. So we're going to find that difference. So this will be interesting to know when to use AND operator and the ampersand operator. So we'll use two results. Result 1 is equal to true and true, true and false. Okay, then result 2 is also true and false. Okay, then we'll say let's print this out. So we'll compare the results, $result1, and then we will say true or false. Then $result2 will also true and false, and then we will print the new lines. Okay, can you guess the output? If true and false, what do you think it is? Obviously false. True and false, obviously false. So both should be false, right? Let's look at the operators now. But the result says it is false and true. It's true even though it is true and false. It's true. Why it is happening like this? Okay, that's interesting to know. Why the result 2 is basically resulting into true. Why not false? Because AND isn't false operator, right? AND should say both should be true, and that's basically come up from an operator precedence. We will be covering this lecture in the last section, and we will look into this example again. But remember, there is something called as precedence. Means is equal to and are basically two operators happening on the statement. So which one has more precedence over the other? In the first statement, the is equal to and ampersand, the ampersand has more precedence than equal to. So this will be executed first. In the second line, the equal to has more precedence than AND. That's why the equal to is assigned first, which is true. And even though its operator has been executed, it doesn't assign value to the result 2. So that's why the result 2 basically showing you the true value. That's basically the first value is assigned to result 2. Okay, so remember this. We will cover operator precedence in the last, and we will play around with this. Okay, then let's look at operator 4. We'll do a similar exercise with OR operator, and we'll see what is the difference there. So this is sample 4, and we'll say OR and pipe symbol. Okay, I will execute this. This time it is true and true. Obviously, true or false is true, true or false is true. Even then the precedence is equal to, it takes the true. Okay, so let's look into one more example of this one, wherein we'll say true or false. I will put this condition here, true or false. Okay, it still works. If you say false, false and true, let's look into this. So it will have false because the equal to has more precedence than this. But if you put the same statement in the condition, there is no equal to sign, then it will execute properly. It will check true or false, and it will be true, and then true will be assigned. That's basically the next condition. But wherein the true and the false, because the first value will be assigned first, then OR execute, which doesn't assign to the result value. So the first value is false, that has been assigned to result 2. So the result 2 is always false, and the false is printed. And this equal to sign is not available here. That's why the operator precedence is first is to execute this condition in the condition in the ternary operator. and then whatever is the value, that value will be printed. So true or false is true, so true is printed. This true is printed. This is false because the operator precedence for assignment is higher than the OR operator. Okay, so let's look at the next and final example. So I created a new file and I copied the same code, and we'll do the sample file. So the last one is to check if the student is not passed and print the results. So we'll say total marks, passing marks is 34 and passing marks is 35. So this total is basically the total marks that student achieved. The passing marks is 35. Then we will check whether the student is passed. Right, you can use the condition here. You can say $total greater than equal to passing marks. Then you can say, you can just say true or false. Right, then you can say echo if the student is not passed. So I'm using a symbol called not, and this not is will check the reverse. If it is true, it will check for false. If it is false, it will check for true. So we are saying whether he has not passed, right? Then we'll say if it's true, say not passed. Okay, if it is false, he say passed. Okay, this is an operator. It will check reverse of the condition. If it is true, it will check for false, and false will be true for this condition, and this will be executed. Okay, so I'm checking whether the student is passed or not. So let's execute this. So we are saying total is greater than passing marks, then it's true or false. Obviously it is false because total is not greater than passing marks. And then we have saying is passed, then it is passed and not passed. Okay, obviously it's not passed because the total marks is less than the passing marks. And if you have to reverse this condition, then you say, okay, I want to check whether he's not passed. Then you have to reverse this condition as well, right? Because you're checking a false condition, right? So that's how you use the not condition. Well, the not operator will reverse the Boolean variable. So if it is false and you say not, it becomes true. When it becomes true, this will be executed, right? And if this value is true and you put a not here, it becomes a false, then this value will be executed. Means if you say 36, let's say 36, then the student is passed, right? If you say 34, the student will not be passed. Well, that's how to use the not operator. So we have seen not operator, we have seen or, and then we have seen and operator. Okay, and these are the operators called as logical operator. So that's all for this lecture on logical operators. Then I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on assignment operators. So if you go to the material folder, assignment operators, let's open up the derivables and the logical flow for this section. So part of this, we will understand how to use assignment operators. So we'll be developing 3 examples. First, we'll assign a value 10 to a variable which is called as marks as a variable. Then we'll use the operator. The second example, we will learn how to use subtraction and also multiplication. Then finally, we'll learn about divide and modulus. Okay, part of this will create 3 files. So let's go ahead and look into this. So first file is assignment operators 1.php. So I'm going to create this file, save the file, and I'll use ww operators. Okay, so let's first define what are the operators that we will use here. To save time, I'll try to copy the assignments here. I've just copied over the operators that we'll be looking in this lecture. Okay, so part of this, we will use assignment operator, that is equal to. Then we have plus is equal to, which is an add assignment operator. We'll also use dot is equal to. Then we'll use subtraction, multiplication, divide, and modulus. Okay, let's quickly do some examples on this. So first we will assign a value 10 to the variable which is called as marks, right? So we'll say marks equal to, so equal to is basically an assignment operator, and then we'll assign a value to it. Then we'll define another variable, name variable, which will say string variable to variable $name, and we'll give some name to it. Okay, then we'll create the operator, start using the operators now. So first we will use the plus is equal to, which is an add operation, right? So we'll define a counter is equal to 1, and we'll say counter plus 1. Okay, there's one way to increment a counter by adding plus 1, and there's another way to increment the counter using that operator. So you can say plus is equal to $counter. Okay, so you can use this way or you can use this way. It actually means counter is equal to counter plus 1. There's a short notation for using this kind of syntax. And you can also say marks plus is equal to 10. So whatever the marks value, it's increment by 10. Okay, so let's print this values. So we'll say counter so let's quickly run this. So counter is basically increment by 1. Okay, and then marks is basically increment by 10. Okay, so here the counter value is 2, right? Counter is counter plus 1, so 1 becomes 2. So 2 is added back to the counter. So let's verify this. So that's 4 because it's 1 when you assigned it, then you increment it by 1, that becomes 2, and 2 plus 2 is 4. Okay, and then 10, the initial value of marks is 10, then 10 plus 10 is 20. Okay, that's what the 20 coming up here. Let's do the assignment operator for string variable. So instead of printing this, okay, I don't know, print this first, echo imagine you have first name and last name, right? Let's say you have John, and you want to add the comma to it. You want to have the same notation like John comma Smith. So you can say comma here, space, but you can use the dot operator here. Means to the same variable after John you are assigning this string. Okay, you can keep on adding this, right? So this means you're trying to attach some strings to this variable using the dot is equal to operator. It's like the same plus is equal to which you increment. This is the same string notation which is used to combine the strings to the actual existing string. So it's basically whatever value is in the name, to that variable these strings are attached in the last. Okay, so let's print this. Well, the output looks exactly the same. That's because we are attaching the strings to the variable. So that's how you basically attach string to a variable, and you use plus is equal to increment the counter. Okay, so let's move on. Let's look at the second sample. We'll use subtraction and multiplication. So I'm going to call this sample 1. I'm going to copy this to our code and let's start doing sample 2. So we'll use the same counter just to save time. I'm going to copy paste this code and we're going to use subtraction here. It works exactly the same. It's just the operator will do the subtraction here. Okay. Then we'll use multiplication. So for multiplication, so we'll define a variable called square and then we're going to say square multiply equal to square. So this is basically multiplying the same value. This means the square variable is multiplied by the square variable itself. Okay, then we're going to echo this out. Okay, let's quickly look into this. So we have 0 and 100. 0 is because 1 minus 1 is 0. Then 10 multiplied by 10 is 100. Okay, let's look at the third example. I'm going to copy over this and we'll do the sample 3. Sample 3, we're going to use two operators here, divide and modulus. Modulus is remainders. So let's look into that first. So we'll use a variable called, so let's define some comments here. Say use this operator divide by 2. So if you want to divide 50 by 2, this is just a variable name, right? You can say this variable divide by 2. So this is almost equal to so instead of saying divide by 2, you can use the shorthand notation of divide equal to. Then we can print this out. Then we'll use the remainder, the modulus. And we'll say remainder modulus is equal to 2. So we have two cases, one is the divide and one is the modulus. So modulus basically 50 divided by 2, what is the remainder? That remainder will be in this variable. Okay, so let's run this. So let's save this first. So 25 is basically 50 divided by 2, that's 25, and 0 is the remainder for when you divide 50 by 2. Okay, so we have used the operators here. We have used modulus, divide, multiplication, subtraction, then we have used the plus and the dot operator. Okay, so these are basically called as assignment operators. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture. In this lecture we're going to see increment and decrement operators. So you have post increment and pre increment, and then you have post decrement and pre decrement. So we'll look into those operators now. So if you go to this folder example 6, open the durable. So we'll use this operator which is denoted by plus plus, that is increment, minus minus is decrement. Okay, so let's use this operator now. So I'm going to save the file. Now copy over what are the operators here. So copied over two operators here. The first is plus plus, that is an incremental operator by 1. Okay, so whenever you say plus plus, by default it includes that it is equal to plus 1. When you say minus minus, it is decremental by 1. Okay, remember the value 1 is not seen but it's implicated that when you use plus plus or minus minus, the actual value will be decremented by 1 and incremented by 1. Okay, so let's look at these examples. So we'll use the same counter variable. So we'll say use plus plus increment operator. For this we will define a counter of 10. Previously we saw the assignment operator, right, which we say plus 1, that becomes the 11. Then we echo it out. Then we were able to see 11. So let's quickly do this. Okay, the same thing can be achieved with post increment operator. We can simply say like this. So if you notice, the operators I have assigned after the variable, that's why it's called as post. Well, can you guess what is the output here and what is the output here? And remember, it is post. Okay, make a guess, then I'll run this. Then I'll try to explain you why it happened like that. So if you see here, 11 is coming up from here. Again, when even after you increment, it is 11. But after the increment has been done, the next time the value becomes 12. Okay, the post increment will not increment and display in the same statement. The post increment will happen after the statement has been finished. So once statement has been finished, this operator will execute and the variable of counter will be 12. But when echo tries to print this variable, it doesn't take post increment into the consideration. Well, that's because the post increment increments after the statement execution has been finished. That's why once after it's finished, the counter variable value is 12, and that's why we are able to print it. Well, what if you want to increment first and then print it? Okay, so let's look at the pre-increment operator. So instead of using the plus plus after the variable, you use the same operator before the variable. Okay, let's look at the output now. So this time you can see 13 and 13. So pre-increment basically is before any operation happens, the pre-increment will execute. That's basically the operator precedence, right? The first operator execute is this one. The value of counter will be 13, and after that the echo will be executed. Where in the post, first the echo is executed, and after the statement is finishing, it executes this post. So post doesn't take into consideration when the statement is executing. You just execute, and then the value is assigned after the statement has been finished. Wherein the pre, before anything happens, it makes sure the pre is executed first. It has the highest precedence. Then once the value of counter is 13, then it's taken into consideration the statement to execute the rest of the equation. Okay, and then you can see even though before and after the value is same. Okay, let's use the same notation for minus minus, that is a decrement operator. I'm copy pasting just to save time. You can use the same operator minus, and you can verify this. That's basically 9, because 10 minus 1 is 9, and you can have the post and pre for counters as well. Okay, so let's view this. If you look at 9 and 8, that's basically the post. 7 and 7 is basically coming up from the decrement. So this basically, this operator will execute first, then the actual statement will execute. Okay, so that's all about incremental and decremental operators. It's very handy. It's automatically incremented by 1 and decremented by 1. You have post and pre. Okay, so that's all about this lecture on incremental and decremental operator. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on bitwise operators. Let's look at the deliverables that we'll be creating part of this. we'll learn to use the bitwise operator, and then we'll create this file. So before that, we'll discuss something about bitwise operators, then we'll jump into it because it requires some knowledge on bitwise operators works and what is the processing that is happening in the background. So I'm going to copy paste some of the operators and also how this bit works. Okay, let's understand this slowly and then we're going to jump into doing some exercises on this. So there are many bitwise operators. For this example, we'll use AND, OR, XOR and NOT. Okay, the NOT basically works on one operator like plus plus and minus minus, which is a unary operator. So let's look at how bits work. So bits basically are nothing but zeros and one. Okay, and everything that we have on our ASCII characters, or the characters that you type, is converted into a bits because computer only understands zeros and ones. So everything, instructions that you're giving to computer are basically converted into zeros and ones. So everything can be represented with something called as bits, which is a notation of zeros and ones, right? So when you want to operate on that level, at zeros and ones level, you use something called as bitwise operator. So let's look at integers. Okay, left hand side I have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are integer numbers, like the numbers that you see on the keyboard. The bitwise notation of this numerical numbers are, if it's 0 then it's 4 zeros, if it's 1 then it's 0 0 0 1, if it's 2 it's 0 0 1 0, if it's 3 and then so forth, right? So if you want to play around with bits, you basically play around with zeros and ones. Okay, so remember, as of now, for every integer or character or anything that you instruction you pass it to computer is first converted into bits, and then you want to operate on the bits, you basically use these operators. And this operator works not on the value but they work on the bits, and each numerical value, as we have taken an example of 0 to 5, we have listed out the bits value for it. Okay, then we'll do some operation on these variables and see how the bitwise operator will work. Okay, so let's look at the operation here. If it is 1 and 1, okay, 1 and 1 is 1, true and true is true, 0 and 0, false and false is 0, 0 and 1, false and true is false, true and false is false. Okay, so only the 1 and 1 basically are equal to 1. Let's say you want to apply a bitwise operator on 1 and 0. Basically you are comparing the first bits of this, okay, 0 and 1. So 0 and 1 is 0, 0 0 is 0, 0 0 is 0 and 0 0 is 0. So that's how the bitwise operator will work. So let's take a look at an example here. So I'm going to say first is 0 and 0's bitwise operator is 0 0 0 0. And second, let's say I will assign a value of 1. The bits notation of 1 is 0 0 0 1. Okay, now let's apply the bitwise operator on these variables and we'll see what will happen. Okay, so let's assign a bitwise operator. We'll say echo first, second, okay. Let's execute this, then I'll explain you how it actually works. Okay, the value is 0 and now you have no idea why it's 0, right? So let's look into that. So the first variable is 0, right? So we say 0 0 0 0 and 0 0 0 1. That's basically the bitwise notation, and this is a bitwise operator. Okay, now the first operator will work on bits, right? So 0 and 0, then it's again say and 0 and 0, then we'll say 0 and 0, and we'll say 0 and 1. Okay, and if you look at all the zeros and 1, that's an AND operator, right? Here we say AND operator, right? So AND basically will say first one is 0, second one is 0, third one is 0, fourth one is 0, because false and true is again false, right? False OR is true, but false and true is basically false because both has to be true. So it's all zeros, and because it's 0, the numerical value of all zeros are 0. Okay, let's take another example. Let's put 2 and 3. okay, just to see some variation. And bitwise for 2 is basically 0 1 0, that's from here, and 3 is 0 0 1 1. Okay, let's do the same operation and let's compare the output, then we'll talk about it. So this time it's 2, right? So let's look at why is this true. So first, the 0 0 1 0 and 0 0 1 1. Okay, now let's do each of the bits, 0 and 0. So I'm taking the first bit here, first bit here, the first bit here, and the first bit here. Then you say 1, then there'll be a 1 here. Okay, then and again 0 of 0. Next is 1 of 0, 1 of 1. Then you have 0 of 1. Okay, that will result us into 0 0 1 0, right? And 0 0 1 0 from our table is basically 2. That's why the value 2 has been printed. Okay, so it's operating on the bits. And let's say you want to do some other transactions. Let's say we want to do OR operations, right? We want to do OR on the bits. You have the operators here. Let's do a quick review: OR, XOR, and NOT. So we want to do an XOR here. So this character can be found on keyboard 6. Then you have the NOT character. Then you have NOT operator, which works like your plus plus and minus minus, like an unary operator. So it doesn't operate on 2 variables, it operates on 1 operand, which basically like this. Like this. So the first one, let's do a quick review. So you have 0 0 1 0, so it's basically 0 and 1, right? 0 and 1 this time will be 1, right? And here the 0 and 1 will result into 1, and 1 and 1 will result into 0. It's basically a NOT, so it's a reverse one. If it's true, it becomes false. If it's false, it becomes true. Okay, this is inverting the bit. If 0, then it will be 1, or if it's 1, then it's 0. Okay, it's actually reversing the bits. Okay, the inverse, the NOT operator will reverse the bits. So if you have 0 0 1, it becomes 1 1 1 0. Okay, it just reverse the bits. The OR, the NOT operator, if it's true, it becomes false. If it's false, it becomes true. The OR operator, if 0 is 1, then any 1 is true, it becomes true. Okay, so let's execute this. That's the value when you have OR operator, XOR operator, and the NOT operator. Well, to work around with bits, you have to remember how the bits notation of that value and what operator you want to apply on that bits. Okay, this is a very helpful topic when you understand how bitwise works. So I'll highly recommend you do some exercises here and play around and understand how bits work here. Okay, so that's all this lecture on bitwise operator, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on execution operators. So let's go ahead and look at how execution operator works. So if you go to execution operator folder, you have deliverables and logical flow. So execution operator use a symbol called as backtick. Don't confuse backtick with single quotes. Backtick is a symbol that you can find beside the number 1 on your keyboard. Okay, you have a tilde symbol there, then you have a backtick, so you have to press shift to get to the backtick. Okay, so we'll use this backtick symbol. Remember, it's not a single quote, it's a backtick, which is a symbol you can find on your keyboard beside the number 1. Okay, this is used to execute the DOS command. So if you have like dir, which is to list the files, you want to execute the same command and get the output in the PHP program, you use backtick symbol. Okay, so let's quickly look into that. Very simple to understand, so I'm going to create this file very quick. Save this file. So let's use this backtick symbol. So let me show you what is that symbol. It's like this. You don't have to press the shift, just hit the button that is beside 1 and you can get the backtick. This is left side to number 1 on keyboard. Okay, for Windows you can say echo dir *.php. So I use single quotes there. Now I'll use backtick. Okay, you can see the difference, right? Single quote will print the text, right? And now I'm replacing single quote with backtick, so you can see the difference. Okay, that's called as backtick, and this is called as execution operator. It will execute this code on the command line, and then whatever is output, it will be printed on your page. For Mac, you can say ls. Okay, so let's quickly run this, and you will see dir *.php. Okay, and ls is not a command because ls is for Mac. If you're writing a program that you want to execute some Windows commands on the command prompt, or you want to execute on the terminal using then ls and Unix commands, you can use this backtick symbol. Okay, well, you use the backtick symbol to execute the commands on the command line, and you can execute it from the PHP program as well. Okay, so play around with it, remove this command and use some other commands that you want to do on the command line and try to play around with it. So that's all on this lecture on execution operator, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on error control operators. So let's quickly look at what we're going to learn in this section. So error control operators are used to suppress the error. So whenever there is an error, right, we will raise an error, right? The operator that we use called as error control operator are used to suppress the error. Okay, so remember that it is not to raise an error, but it's basically to suppress it. So we'll try to raise an error manually, and then we'll try to suppress it. Okay, so let's look into that. So I'm creating that file. So how to raise an error? You can always raise error by dividing by 0, and this line is an error and will not proceed further. Okay, so let's look into this. If I say echo hello, so that's basically an error here, and you want to control this error. It means you don't want to show this error to the user, right? But you want to skip this error. For that, you have something called as error control operators. So if you want to skip this error and you don't want to raise an exception and show it to the user on the web page, you just want to control. Maybe you're not sure whether it will raise an exception or not, but if it raises an exception, you want to skip this error. You don't want to show this on the web page. So for this, we will use something called as error control operator, which is denoted by @ symbol. So if you put the @ symbol and you print it, it's basically skipping that error. And if you remove that error control operator, it's basically show you that error. Okay, very handy and very useful when you want to suppress the error on the web page and you want to know whether an error has been raised, right? What you can do is you can check whether an error has been raised previously or not using something called as PHP error message. Okay, let's execute this. Then you can see the division by 0 error has been raised. So if you suppress it and you execute, you know there is an error has been raised, and this variable will actually holds an error if somewhere in the operations the error has been raised and you have suppressed it. By checking at this variable, you know any errors has been raised previously or not. Okay, so what I've done, I've printed this before and after. So let's call it before. So what I've done, I've called it before and after this variable, right, to see whether before, whether does it have any value, and after does it have any value. Okay, before have nothing, after it has division by 0. So even you suppress something, you want to know whether error has been raised, this variable can actually help you do that. Okay, so remember the error control operator, which is denoted by @ symbol, which is used to control the errors to be displayed on the web page. Okay, so that's all on this lecture on error control operators, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on operator precedence. So operator precedence is basically a sequence in which the operators basically execute. You have seen this previously, but we're going to look into all the precedents that we have for operators. So if you go to example 10, let's open these files. So we'll understand how the operator precedence works, and we'll create this file part of it. So let's copy this file, create this file. So I'm going to copy paste the operators here. So they are basically operator precedence. First you have unary operator, the minus, exclamatory, plus plus, and minus minus. Then you have multiplication, abstract and subtract, relational, equality, logical, and that's basically the ampersand and basically the OR operator. Then you have conditional operator, that's the conditional operator, and you have assignment operator. So that's basically the precedence in how the operators get executed. So let's look at some examples on this just to understand how the precedence will work. You have to remember this because this is how the precedence actually happens over the each and every operator. So if you look at conditional over the plus plus, the plus plus execute first depending on pre or post. You have seen that if it's post, then basically it's go down, right? Pre means come up. Then you have multiplication. If you have multiplication in the conditional, the multiplication will execute first, then the conditional will be applied later. But if you have assignment operators, then the assignment operators, you know, the conditional has more preference than assignment operators. So we have seen that as well. So let's look at some examples. So if you say we have a value, let's define a variable and let's echo this out. And we'll assign a counter. And guess the output of the counter. I want you to think through with all these examples that we have seen, assignment and increment and unary operator, right? So guess what is the output of counter? Okay, the value is 11. That's not 12, but it's 11. And if you print the value of value, it's actually 12. The value is 12, but the assignment basically happens first and then the unary operator. Even the unary operator execute first and assignment the last. But if it is the post operator, then basically the assignment gets the first precedence, then the post. So post, basically everything after your statement is finished, then the operator get execute. If it changes to pre, then the value of counter will be 12 first, then the actual operation happens. Okay, guess another output. Okay, I'll give you one more example. So let's say value is equal to 5 into 2 plus 5. I'll say echo $value. Okay, so guess the output. What is the value here? 5 into 2 plus 5, 2 plus 5 multiplied by 5, or 5 multiplied by 2 then plus 5. How this actually works? Okay, this is a very good example to see how the operator precedence will work. So why it is 15? It is because the operator precedence, the multiplication has the highest precedence over the add operator. So add will get the last precedence. The first precedence go to this operation. 5 2's 10 and 10 plus 5 is 15. Well, that's how the operator precedence work. The multiplication has the higher precedence than plus, and that's why the multiplication execute first and then the addition operation. And then we saw a classical example, right? If you remember, the assignment operator has higher precedence over AND operator. We saw this result 1 is equal to true and false, and result 2 we have seen this example previously. Just to donate the is equal to and the AND operator, which one execute first? For both the operation you should say AND, right? So AND of true and false should be false, but sometime it is true. We have seen this previously, right? False and true. So second case is actually true because the assignment operator has higher precedence over AND. That's why it just assign the value true and it ignores the AND operator. Okay, so that's a classic example of understanding how the operator precedence work. This will help you understand how two operators works, and this will help you understand when you do a mathematical formula, you need to know which operation comes first. Okay, and then you have post and pre increments and decrements that you have to understand how the operation will execute before and after assigning the value in the statement. Okay, so that's all about the operator precedence. This is the precedence in which the operator gets executed in the statement. So do some exercises on it and understand how the operator precedence works. Okay, so that's all on this lecture on operator precedence, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the exercise section, and we'll do exercises on expression and operation. So if you go to the materials folder, exercise 1, you should be able to find two folders, after and before. Okay, so before that we'll see what exercises we have. So part of this will create one file, and here is the exercise that you're going to do. First we will add two numbers using arithmetical operators. That is the first exercise. Second, we will find students passed or failed using conditional operator. Then third, we will show a number is even or odd using a comparison operator. Then we'll check if user has access or login rights using logical operator. Then fifth one, we will assign an integer value and increment by 10 using the assignment operator. So you see there are two exercises, exercise 1 and exercise 2. So we are doing exercise 1 and we'll cover some of the operators here. Okay, so before you start, you don't have to create from scratch. There's a before file, so you should start from here. So let's go ahead and put this file in our exercise folder. So if you go to the amps ww folder, exercise, so we dump the file here. Then we'll rename and remove that word called before. Okay, and this exercise we are not doing from console, we are doing from a browser. Okay, so let's run this file and see what's the exercise all about. Okay, so here are the exercises. So we'll start doing this exercise and then we'll print all the details here. Okay, so let's open this file. So if you go to www exercise folder, I'm going to open this file and it have some HTML content in it. Okay, so the first exercise is add two numbers using arithmetical operators. So let's do this. So let's define two variables. First name, not first name, first number and second number. You can call it anything you want. Then we'll say add. Then we'll use the add operator. Okay, and then we'll add break. We don't need to add break because there's an heading tag, so it will automatically add the breaks. Okay, so let's verify this. So that's 20. That's basically using the arithmetical operator add. Next we will find a student pass or fail using conditional operator. So we'll have a result variable and we'll assign passed. Then we'll echo out whether the result is passed or failed. Okay, so we'll say result equal to passed. Then student is failed. Okay, so they should print pass or fail based on the conditional operator. Okay, the student is passed because the result is passed. Then we'll show an even number and odd number using the comparison operator. So we'll say number is equal to 10. Then we'll use modulus to determine the remainder, and then based on the remainder we'll know whether it is odd or even number. Then we'll check whether the result is equal to 0. If it is, then it is even number or it is odd number. So let's run this. Okay, it's an even number because 10 is an even number. Okay, check if a user has access to login rights using logical operator. So we'll say has login, true, has access, true. Then we'll compare this out. So we define two variables and we are using a logical operator to check whether user has access or user does not have access. Okay, the user have access because true and true is true. The next is we'll assign integer value and increment by 10 using the assignment operator. So we'll increment by 10 and then we'll echo the number. Right, so that's 20. Okay, so we are able to use assignment operator, we have used logical operators, we have used comparison operator, and then we have used the conditional operator, then we have used arithmetical operator. Okay, so that's all for this exercise, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on exercise 2. Okay, so let's do the remaining operators. So if you go to exercise 2 folder, you can find after and before. So let's open up the logical flow of examples and also deliverables. So here is the logical flow of examples. The first example, we will use decrement operator, using which we'll decrement a number. Then we'll use a bitwise operator to show the negative of 5. Then we'll use execution operator, using which we'll execute DOS or Linux commands. Then we'll use error control operator to raise and control the error. Then we'll see one of the example of operator precedence operator. So do this exercise and use the file that is in before. Then if you have challenges, then you can watch this video, or else you should be doing this exercise by your own. Pause this video here and you can continue doing the exercise. So let's doing the exercise now. So first we'll copy the folder that is from before. We'll put it in exercise folder and I'll remove the world called before. Okay, we'll use this file. This is a starting point, so we'll see. So these are the exercise we'll do part of this lecture. Okay, the first one is we'll use a decrement number using decrement operator. We'll use minus minus number and we'll echo this out. So this will be 9. Then we'll show negative of 5. So we'll say number is equal to 5. And then we'll use tilde dollar number, which is negative of 5. That's basically minus 6. Then we'll execute a DOS command. That's a backtick, not a single quote. So these are all the files. Then we'll raise an exception. And we'll put @ symbol. Say like nothing happened, right? But there's an exception right there. Right, it doesn't raise an exception, but if you remove this, then you'll see the exception. Okay, that's basically controlling the exception. Then you show an example for operator precedence. Then we have our classic example. We're going to do that. So I'll say 10 divided by 2 plus some calculation. Okay, so you need to know whether plus execute first or the divide execute first. Okay, that's basically 10, because 10 by 2 is 5, 5 plus 5 is 10. Okay, so that's all for this lecture. So we have seen operator precedence, we have seen how to raise and control the error, we have used the execution operator, we have used bitwise operator, also we have used decrement operator. Okay, so these are the operators that we have learned in this section. So I hope you were able to do this exercise, and you can do some variations as well. You don't have to follow exactly like same. Well, you can try out your own examples with the operators and then have fun with these operators. Okay, so that's all for this lecture, and then I'll see you in the next one. Well, that's the end of the section on expression and operators, and let's do a quick summary on what you should be able to do now. You should be able to explain expression and operators. You should be able to do all sorts of examples with the operators like conditional, arithmetical, and all those things. Well, you should now be able to understand the operator precedence and use them wisely by understanding what is the sequence of the operator that they execute. And also, I believe you have worked through exercises, interview question, resources, and all the practical tests. Well, that's the end of this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to data type section. Let's look at the section objective. After completing this section, you will be able to explain scalar data types. So scalar data types are the basic data types that is offered from PHP, which we can use to define simple things like integers, decimals, and strings and booleans. So you will be able to define and able to use variables using integers, boolean, double, string, and null. And you will be able to define your data type and do some kind of operations using those variables using this data type. Then we'll work with exercises, interview question, resources, and obviously the practical test to help you understand more how to work with the data types. Okay, so let's look at each an example on each of the data types that we have, like integers, boolean, double, string, and null. Okay, so let's go into the section. Welcome to the lecture on scalar data type. Let's understand what is scalar data type. Well, the simple definition to understand scalar is scalar are data types that has single value. So how do you identify data types that has a single value? Well, how to identify the data types that is scalar? So word scalar basically means singular. Well, if something is a collection of values, then it is not called as scalar, right? So it's easy to remember scalar data types. It always have single value. Means it holds one reference to a value in the memory. It doesn't have, like if we are using a linked list, a hash table, or an array, you are basically holding a collection of values. Wherein scalar, you are holding a single value. So that's the easiest definition to identify what is a scalar data type. Scalar are data types that has single value. So some of the examples of a scalar data types are basically 4 types. You have boolean scalar data type, you have integer, you have float, and you have string. All these 4 types of data types that we have holds a single value. It doesn't hold a collection of values. If you want to store multiple values, then you have to follow some other data types. But for PHP, you have these 4 scalar data types which holds single values, and you can represent those data types based on the value that you're storing. If you're storing numbers, then it's integer. If you're storing true or false, then it's boolean. If you're storing in decimals, then it's float. If you're storing a string, then it's a string, right? But remember this one simple definition of scalar data type. It always a single value. If you want to hold more than one value, then it is not called a scalar data type. It is some other concepts. Well, if you want to hold multiple data types together, then you might have to use array or something else. You have to define a class and then holds those data into the class. Well, scalar only stores one value. So that's the easiest definition. Remember this, and there are 4 types: boolean, integer, float, and string. We'll work through each of the examples, creating and understanding each of the data type. Okay, so let's move on. Hello and welcome. Let's look at the exercises for integers data type. So for that, we'll go to material folder. We'll have data types section. So if you go inside it, you have example 1 integers. Let's look at the durable and the logical flow. So what we'll do here is we'll try to understand how to define an integers and how to work with it. Okay, as part of this, we will create one file. Okay, and I'll be using the www folder of amps, and we'll be creating a folder here. Let's create a folder and call it data types. Okay, and we'll be creating the files here, and we'll using console to print all the integers. So as and when we are writing the programs, we will try to use to print it to the console. Let's open Sublime, Control N, Control S, put the file name, go to our data types folder, save this file. Okay, so let's try writing some integers. Before we write integers data type, let's understand it. So for this, let's understand some of the things about integers. Integers are whole numbers, and if you know what are whole numbers are basically, you know, the numbers without a fraction and without a decimal, right? And integer value does not have decimal. So if you want to print or deal within decimals like price, you should not be using integers. The integer could have plus or minus values. So remember that it's not always you can have plus values, the positive values. You can even have the minus or the negative values. The variable can hold octal, hexadecimal, and binary value, which is a base 8, 16, and 2. I'm going to look into these examples. And every platform, let's say you're using Windows or Mac as a platform, will have limited integer number to be defined. This is completely based on your CPU and RAM, the processing power. But you can find out, if you want to find out what is the integer limit that you can have, can have a constant. It differs based on the platform. If you're running on the Windows, you will see a different number. If you print on a Mac, you see a different number. And that's basically the limitation of how many numbers you can define and store in that variable. Okay, so with this, let's try to jump into an example of defining an integers. So let's define and print integer variable. So for that, I'll use a simple variable called marks, and of course it's a whole number, positive number or a negative number, and you can denote it by octal, hexa, or binary. So this is a binary number. So let's print this, echo $marks.php. Okay, so how to run this? You can say, you can go to data type folder, php, and then the file name, and you can see the integer value. Let's define a hexadecimal value. We can use the same variable marks, and we can directly pass the hexadecimal. Let's define a decimal value. Let's say 435345345. Okay, and let's say you want to convert this into an hexadecimal. So for this, you can go decimal to hexadecimal converter. You can place the value and say convert. You got this value, right? So now we can use this value here. To use hexadecimal, you have to say 0x. So that's how the hexadecimal is being denoted. And you can simply say echo, and then you can verify that value. Okay, 435345345. That's the value, and you can donate that into an hexadecimal as well. So for reference, you can have this link. Okay, you can have the access to this file, so you can know how to convert any other values into hexadecimal and then use it in your variable as well. Let's do a string to integer addition. Let's say marks is 10 and total is equal to 1000 plus marks. And let's print total. So can you guess the output? So what we're trying to do here is we are using an arithmetical operator plus, and we are doing on a string and an integer, and we want to see what happens when you do an mathematical operations on string and integer. However, the string actually holds some integer values, so let's see how it actually handles this. Okay, it's a 1010, which is an addition of 1000 plus marks, right? And so this basically show a very good concept that you have to understand, that even though string to integer there's an operation, PHP will convert this string into an integer if it's an integer value and then does the operation. So this is an typecasting automatically happening for us, and we don't have to worry about string to integer conversion, right? The conversion is automatically happening for us. So let's look at negative numbers. So final marks, let's say 5 minus 10, and then we'll echo the final marks. Let's verify this. So we are doing a less value to an higher value, which is results into a minus 5. Okay, and then PHP has no problem handling negative numbers and positive numbers. These are integers, so it will have plus or minus. So plus is not shown. If it's a negative value, it will show with a minus symbol. Okay, if you want to do the similar operation, let's say the minus 5 and plus 5 operation, right? So you're able to understand how the operators and the value of that integer happens, and it does actually do the calculation for us. Okay, which is 0 plus minus 5 plus 5 is 0. Okay, finally let's understand what is the limitation of the integers. So you have this constant. So I'm using Windows, so let me print the integer value for Windows. Okay, well, that's the size of the integer limit. Let's print another one. Let's find out the maximum value. For that you can say max. So you will find the maximum integer value. Okay, that's the maximum integer value you can have for integers. If anything that you're crossing across this, it will result in an error, and the system will not be able to handle any of these integers after this number. Okay, so that is the maximum integer value that you can assign to an integer variable. Okay, so that's all about integers. So we talked about defining and printing integer variable, we looked at hexadecimal, then we looked at string to integer addition, then we looked at find negative numbers, then some operation on negative and positive, then we printed the maximum integer value. Okay, so I hope this is very clear how to use with integers, and there are some of the rules here that you can read it and then you can follow for defining the integer variables. Okay, so that's all for this lecture on integers, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on understanding doubles data type. Doubles can also be called as float, decimal numbers, right? Go to example 2 doubles, open up the logical flow. So we'll understand how to define and work with double or float, and the file name that we will use is double data type. So let's quickly create this file. We'll be using the console to print, and the folder name is data types under ww. So let's create the file, Control N, Control S, and I'm gonna create this file. Okay, so let's start understanding what are decimals and what is float and what are doubles. So decimals are basically real numbers. They have the decimal values. Decimals have decimal points just to show the decimal values as well. And if you want to round a decimal value, you can use a method called round. Okay, so we're gonna start defining a decimal variable. Let's define and print decimal values. So I'll say total score 78.87, and let's print this out. So how does it know this is a decimal variable? The trick is coming up from this dot symbol. So whenever you have a decimal points or a dot symbol in the integers, then it is denoted or stored as a decimal variable, or basically a double variable or a float variable. So this variable total score is called as double variable, or you can even call it as float variable. When you remove this value, it is called as integer variable because it's a whole number and this is a real number. Okay, so that's how you identify between integers and a float variable. Let's look at the negative decimals. Okay, so for that, if you have a temperature of minus 40.23 and then you want to print it, well, that's possible with negative having the decimal variables. So you can have positive or negative double or a float variable, and you want to use a round method to round the double variable. You can do it with the price. Let's say price is 4.99 and then you want to round it, then you can use the round method. This is basically a method, built-in method. You can pass in any double or a float variable, then it rounds that value, right? Yep. So 4.99, which is basically rounded to 5, which is an integer, right? So it's round to an integer number without any decimals. And if you want to compare to double with precision, okay, precision means you want to compare some negligible amount of after the dot. So let's say 0.1 is equal to, you want to have a precision of 0.1, which is from 1.87 to 1.97. so that precision is okay for you, which is nothing but 0.1 precision. So if a two double variable is not exactly equal but they are nearest with the precision of 0.1, how do you compare it? Okay, so let me give you an example. So if you have a price of 1.87 and let's say you are bidding for that stock or something for 1.97, the seller is basically okay to have a precision of 0.1. means if it is 0.187 and you're bidding for 1.97, then he's okay to adjust that precision. So you can say echo, you have to use a method called absolute minus bid, which is less than equal to 0.1. so basically you are saying that you're trying to find the precision, what is the difference between these two, and then if the difference is less than 0.01, then you actually accepting the offer, something like that. Or you basically reject it. Okay, so let's try out this. So it's accepting now, but if it is, let's say your bid price is 199, okay, it's rejected. So that's basically a precision. So you use this method absolute. So this method will find the absolute value, and if that absolute value is less than your precision value, accepting value, then you basically accept or you basically reject it. Okay, it's a very helpful scenario wherein you want to find the difference between two double variable but with the precision. Okay, so that's how you basically work around with decimals. The trick is if you use a dot symbol, a decimal value, then it becomes a double variable, but if you use without a dot the whole number, then that becomes an integer. Okay, so we have seen examples like we have defined and print variables, we have seen negative decimals, we have rounded double value, then we have compared to double variable with precision. Well, that's all about double variables, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture on Boolean variables. So let's look at Boolean data type. So for that, go to example Boolean, and then we'll learn how to define and work with Boolean data types. And the file name that we'll create is Boolean data type. So I'll copy this, open Sublime, Control N, Control S, and I'll create this file. Okay. So before that, let's understand Boolean variables. Then we'll work through exercises to understand how to define the Boolean variables. So Boolean variables have two types, true or false. Small case or uppercase true or false can be used to assign a Boolean variable. Boolean are literals and are case insensitive. True or the other cases are all same. True is equal to typical integer value is 1 and false is equal to 0 when displayed with echo. Typically when you display false, you won't see the false value, but it's indicated as 0. Integer variable value 0 is false and anything else is true. Even if you have negative numbers, negative -1 or 1, that's basically a true value. Anything apart from 0 is true, and 0 is the only value that represents false. The string variable with value 0 is also false and anything else is true. So if you are trying to compare string, that string value should have 0, then only it will result into a false, and any value that string contains will always result into false. So if you're using an if condition and putting that if condition as a string variable, then if the value is 0, then it becomes false, or else everything else is true. So where do we use Boolean variables? It's oftenly used in the conditions to basically check something. So if there's a flag, you set the flag as true or false, and then based on the flag you can say if flag is true or if flag is false, then you try to do something and make some decision out of it. Well, we can even use operators like AND operator, OR operator, which results into an Boolean conditions, like check whether a variable have this value or not. With a not operation, you can execute an AND operation or operation on the Boolean variables as well. Okay, so let's look at the exercises of defining a Boolean variable and then work through some of the examples of it. So first we will define and use the Boolean variable. Okay, I'll use a flag variable. Flag 1 is equal to true, flag 2 is equal to false, and then we're gonna check the condition. Flag 1, which is we're gonna check it is true. Remember, we are not checking the value of that $flag, we are basically checking whether it is true or false in that condition, and then we'll assign based on the true and false the string variable to be printed. Okay, so let's run this. Okay, it's true. Let's do the other one. Then it's false. Okay, looks good now. True and false. Okay, doesn't matter the case, you can use upper or lower cases, it will just work fine. And next is how do you print the Boolean variables. Okay, let's try to print Boolean variables. So I'll say echo. So we're trying to see how does it look like, whether it will show you true or will show you some integer number, or it doesn't show you anything. Okay, the flag 2 is false, so I'll say false. It's very important to understand when you're printing values, and you should know when you print some value or a variable, based on the data type, what it will be printed on the console. Okay, the true is 1 but the false is empty. So empty means there's no value to it, but typically it is not represented with 0 when you print, but its value is false when you print it. But in the conditions, when you assign a string to a 0 value or an integer as a 0 value, it will result into a false condition. Okay, so next look at a simple exercise of, let's say you use a string as boolean condition. Okay, then we'll see how it will react to the string variable as a boolean condition. Okay, let's define a variable is logged in is equal to true, and let's say a user session variable which holds some value. Okay, so let's say it's holds some value. Okay, and what I want to do is I want to check whether a user is logged in and the username is set, right? So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see whether it has any value or not, right? So let's say whether it's able to check this condition or not. Okay, the user is logged in because the string has a value and then it's true. If it make it 0, the user is not logged in. So this is a very good condition for you. You can, if the string variable even holds 0, it is identified as false. If that variable is holding a true, then basically it is true. Okay, so this is how you basically assign and check a string variable as a boolean condition. Okay, we'll revert this back. Let's look at one more condition similar to this, and this time we'll assign this to null. Okay, because we say anything apart from 0 should be false, and if it is null means the variable itself is not having any value. Let's see what it will define. So user not logged in, so even it is null or 0, it is considering as false, and then the false condition is being executed. Okay, this again a very good thing to note when you're dealing with string variables and you want to use it in a condition. You need to know how the condition will behave using the boolean variables. Next, let's use an integer variable as a boolean variable, and then we'll watch out for the negative values. Let's use integer variable as boolean, then we'll see how the negative values will behave. So marks is equal to 1, then we'll say echo so we know if it is 1 means marks has a value, if it is 0 then it does not have a value. Okay, this is very basic to understand, but I want to show you the negative values as well. If it's -1, then it has value. If it has like -1000, then definitely it has some value, right? The only condition that you need to understand is 0. When it is 0, it does not have a value. Okay, so remember this condition of boolean variables of 0 it means false, 1 means true, and when you print them it doesn't really print the false variable. You have saw that when you print a false variable it doesn't really show anything, it doesn't show 0, but when you print the true condition it basically show you the 1. Okay, so let's look at the operators now. So operator results into boolean condition. Okay, let's say you have a name. Okay, and then you want to do some kind of operations on it, so you say $name John, then you say yes John, not John. So using this operator to check the condition, and the condition itself will result into a true or a false. Okay, this condition is checking something, and after it has been checked there will be a true value here or a false value here. Okay, and that is coming up automatically from our this operator condition. Okay, let's look into that. Okay, so it's able to identify this John or not. if you do John 1, say not John, right? So you're able to check all the conditions using the Boolean variable. So Boolean, not necessarily you have to define a Boolean variable and check the condition. Couple of ways we saw as an operator. The operator can result into a true or a false. The value of the variable can result into a true or false. Even if a variable is null, you can even check whether that variable is true or false. And then obviously if you can check with the strings as well. And we understood how to print the Boolean variable and what happens when you print a true and a false variables. Then you know how to define and use the Boolean variables. Okay, so that's all the conditions to understand how Boolean variable works in PHP. So Booleans are basically case insensitive. It doesn't matter how you define the true or a false value. Okay, so there are some rules and there are some things that you need to understand before using Boolean variables. So give it a try, work out your samples, then understand how Boolean variable works. Okay, so that's all for this lecture on Boolean data type. Let's move on to the next lecture. Welcome to the lecture on strings data type. So let's define some string data type and then we'll work around and understand strings. For this, go to example 4 strings. Then the logical flow will try to define and work with strings. There will be a variable file. Open up this file, string data type.php. So I'll open my Sublime, Control N, Control S, and I'm going to open this file. So let's understand string data type first. Okay, then we'll jump into understanding the exercises and examples of it. Strings are defined in double quotes and single quotes. So this we have seen previously in different lectures. You can define your string using double quotes and single quotes. If you want to do a variable interpolation, then it will work in the double quote. So double quote string will interpolate variables, means it will assign the value of that variable when you use double quotes, wherein in single quote it does not do it. It does not do the variable interpolation. No limit on how much string variable holds, but limited with the system memory. Obviously when you are running a file and then that file is reading like 10 GB of data into a variable, and if your memory is not catered for that, means your memory is completely utilized by your program, then your system will just throw the error and the program will be shut down with some memory dump. Okay, so remember there's no hard limit to it, but there's a limit attached with your system memory. You use the escape characters to escape the double quotes. So if you want to print a double quote inside a double quote, you use something called as a escape character. We're going to look at all these examples and you can use it in the double quotes and other characters as well. Well, to work with the strings, there are methods available. So look for the blocks that I have on the string, and there are a couple of examples on how to manipulate the data, how to chop the data, how to extract the data, how to find and replace. All those methods are basically available to work with the string. Okay, so let's quickly define and print some variables, string variables. So let's do an exercise, define a string and use strings. So for that let me define a variable and then we'll say John Smith. Then we'll have two variables, and remember that the variable can be defined with double quotes or single quotes. Let's print this. So to print this in double quotes, you can use a variable name directly like this. Okay, and this is gonna print the name 1 and the name 2. Okay, so let's quickly look into this PHP. Okay, so you see the variable name 1 is replaced with that value of that variable. Okay, even the name 2. So if I say 1 and 2, then you can find the difference 1 and 2. Okay, this is called a string interpolation. If you can even see this with the single quotes, and you will find $name1 and $name2. The single quotes does not replace the variable with the variable value. It just print whatever is inside this single quote. Okay, next look at how to combine strings. Okay, so let's say you have two string and you want to combine into one string. How are you gonna do that? Means if you have a name3 and you want to combine name1 dash name2, right? You have a name1, then you can use dot here and you can say name2, and then we'll echo name3. Okay, so we use the dot notation. The dot notation is used to combine the strings together. Okay, then we'll use backslash to escape the characters. Let's say you have a variable name 4. You want to print double quotes inside the double quotes. Means you have a string, special string, right? And you want to have the special in double quotes. So you use the /, that's the escape sequence, to escape these quotes. Okay, let's print that. So you can see the double quotes here, and if you remove this, it will error out saying that it's not a properly formulated string, because the string start and ends here, then it doesn't know what to do with it. Okay, so in order to print that, you have a /. Okay, and you can use the same escape sequence characters. You can print that. You have tab, you can have two tabs, and that will have two tabs here because there's a two tab here. And let's say you want to print /t. Okay, let's see whether it escapes this value or not, or whether it prints it. So if you see the conditions here, it doesn't really escape anything that it wants, right? If you say /t /s/i/s, it basically prints everything, right? Because it is escaping this value, and this t has a special meaning compared to this t. Okay, and if you put a t here, let's do a simple exercise. It has a special meaning to it, that is t is replaced with tab. Okay, anything that is predefined will be converted, anything which is not will be printed as it is. And if you want to take this example and you want to simply convert this into a single quotes, let's see what happens. So in single quotes, you're trying to use the escape sequence. Okay, so in single quotes, typically nothing will happen. It doesn't really care whether you have /t's or you have an escape character. It just print whatever you want to print. So one of the good way is if you want to print double quotes inside a double quotes, you can convert them into single quotes if you don't need any interpolation or you don't have any escape sequence characters. So that way you can just print whatever you want in the single quotes. Okay, and if you want to print the length of the string, you have something called as string length. We just have to pass the variable in it, and it will print the length of that variable. So there are many methods available for us to work with string. So I'll show you a very good example how to search them in the php.net. Okay, so if you don't know, let's say you know there's a string length, but you don't know how to do a substring. The simple way is you can copy this str length, and you don't know what is the method for substring, and put a / go to str length. Okay, once you're in the str length, on the right hand side you will try to find str length, and you will find all the string operations here. That's the beauty of PHP. They have organized in such a way that even if you know one of the method that is nearest to what you're trying to do, all the other methods, let's say you have no print, but you don't know what is the other print methods that you have, then basically you have printf, right? So it's trying to put all those methods nearest to that function that is doing. So string length will have stri, str, This is a finding the position of the string, and then this is a compare of the string. So all this basically are string operations, right? You want to do a lower and upper, basically it's all available here. You can go and then read about it. So that's the beauty of how the PHP code library is organized. And even if you don't know, you can go to strpause and then basically goes to that function. Okay, you don't need to remember the whole URL. Even if you know a little bit of functions that is nearest to what you want to search, you can even type it here, and then basically you can go to that and you can try to find from the list library here. Okay, so I hope it's clear on how to work with strings. You can define a variable with double quotes or single quotes, and you can even print them using the double quotes and single quotes. Then you how to combine the strings, you can use a dot operator to combine the strings. The how to escape sequence, the escape character is slash, with which you can escape the characters and then print them. And slash t and slash n slash r basically have special meanings in strings. So if you want to print them, the best way is you convert them into single quotes and print them. Okay, and there are methods available. I've shown you how to search the methods, and there are a very good library on how to deal with strings and how to play around with strings in PHP. Okay, and try not to write your own methods, because in PHP there are so many methods that's available from PHP themselves to play around with strings, to cut the string, to find the string, to do all sorts of things on the strings, which will be, on a very high level, it will serve your purpose unless you have a very custom requirement. But most of the requirement can be found from the string documentation here. So highly recommend, go and read the documentation, find your library and directly use them in your programs. Well, that's all on the lecture on string data type, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the lecture. Let's understand nulls, how to use nulls to assign to a variable. So if you go to data types, example 5, null. If you look at the flow, let's understand how to define and work with nulls. Okay, so we'll create an example, null example.php file. So let's go ahead and quickly create this file. Okay, so let's understand how to work with null and understand how null behaves in PHP. Well, null is case insensitive, means you say small nulls or a big caps nulls, both are same. Okay, so remember this, you use null caps or any case, it is case insensitive. Well, null main purpose is used to initialize a variable with empty value. Let's say in your program you want to define the variable name first but no value, and later in the program you want to assign some value to that variable, but you want to define a section wherein you define all your variables there. That is a good place where you want to initialize a variable with an empty value, and that value is null. You have two methods. Always remember this method. These are the very important methods in PHP. One is unset and another one is null methods. We're going to use this method and we're going to understand these methods. And the most common use case to check if a variable is value or empty is using this null. Okay, so let's do some exercise and understand about nulls. So first we will define and check null. Okay, let's say we define a variable name. We don't know what would be the value of it. Maybe the user is entering. You can define it as null as of now, and then you can say whenever the user enter the value, I'll store that value in this variable. But let's understand what's inside this variable first. Okay, let's do a condition as well. Let's do a check on this condition on name and see whether it's true or false. Null is true or null is false. What do you think? Make a guess. And we're gonna print anyway. Alright, so PHP null. Okay, so when you print null, nothing is printed, and null is basically a false value. Okay, null is false always, and it's always going on to the false condition. That's why it's printing empty here. Okay, remember null, when you print, nothing is printed. Okay, it's not like true. When you print, it becomes 1. right? Null is nothing. Let's do another example. Check if the variable is null or not. Okay, we'll use the same condition here. This time we will make it 0. Okay, and 0 of any condition is what gets the output of this? Is it has value or empty? Okay, it's empty. Now you will be confused how to check whether the variable is having a value. It actually has a value, but if you check the condition, it is a false value. That's why it is empty. But it's not empty, right? It actually has some value. So how do you check that? So for that, there's a method called isNull. It will check whether the variable is null. If the variable is null, it is true. If variable is not null, it is false. So we do the reverse condition and we can find out whether the variable has value or not. Okay, very helpful function. If the variable is null, the isNull is true. If variable does not have a value, then it will be false. And there's another method called unset. Unset is to remove the value from the variable. Okay, let's look at that condition. That's basically removing the variable itself. So if you say unset $name and you check the same condition below, then it has empty, right? The empty is basically coming up from this statement, right? Because it is unset, now the variable is null and then it is empty, right? So if you unset the variable, not even the value but the variable itself is gone. Means if you try to print the variable as well, okay, it has value of 0, then it's empty. Okay, then it's empty, right? Well, unset is a very good function to free up the system resources. Let's say you have used and defined some variables which you have used in a calculation in the up top. In the bottom, you feel that you don't want all those variables now. You can just unset them, so the program will release all those memory for your program. So that's basically a very important and a key function in PHP. And just to make your code run faster, unset could be one of the way to do it. Okay, so we have looked at how to remove a variable from the program and how to check whether the variable is null using isNull, and then how to define a variable and assign a null value to it. Okay, I hope you have understand how to deal with null. Null is case insensitive, so if you change null to null, it will work fine. It won't give you any error, right? It can accept any case of null that you can assign to a variable. Well, that's all the lecture on this null, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the exercise section on data types. So let's look at the exercise first. So we'll try to print the data types. We'll define the data type and we'll print it. So go to the exercise 1, go to logical flow, use all the data types and show one example. So if you go to before folder, you open this file which will have all the exercises. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this over to our amps folder. Data types. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Take the file name. Then we're going to go to localhost. Data types. Okay. So this will have your exercises. This is your exercise. Okay. So first you have to calculate the area using length and breadth using integers. Okay. You have to use the integer data type and calculate the area. Then you calculate the student exact marks percentage with double. So you should be able to see some decimal values in the output. Check if the user has admin role. You should be using a boolean variable here. define and display a username using string. So you should use a string data type. Last, you check if the variable is null or not using the null keyword. Okay, so for this you have to start with exercise 1. Before, go to the before folder, you can find this file. You can use this file as a base starting point and start doing this exercise. Okay, so I'll leave this exercise with you and try to do the hands-on section here and try to do this exercise. Okay, you can pause the video or you can continue to watch it how I'm gonna do this. Okay, but highly recommend you pause it here and try it yourself before you continue watching this video. Okay, so all the best. Welcome back. So let's do this exercise. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go to Sublime and create the file, and I'm going to remove the before. Okay, so let's copy over all the text that we have. Okay, so if you look at before, we're going to copy over this text to this one. Okay, so we have this. We can start looking at this file now. Okay, first is we calculate length and the breadth. So we say length, then we'll calculate the area, and then we'll echo the area. Okay, so let's refresh this page. Then you have 200 as an area. You can even add some text here. So area is 200. Okay, so we have used integers here and we have used some multiplication operation, and then we have printed that value. So let's use the double now. So let's have some subjects here, maths, say 45, and then you have science, say 35. Then you have total, which is maths, then you calculate the percentage. Which is equal to $total divided by, and you have to have a total marks, which is 200. Then we'll echo the percentage. You can say percentage is this. Okay, so that's the percentage. So now we have the percentage in decimals, so 0.4, because it's a decimal variable now. Okay, let's check if the user has admin roles. So let's do this exercise. So let's define a user first. So we'll use null. We don't define any roles now. And we say we have two admin roles, so admin and a user role. Okay, now we will assign this variable to the has roles. Okay, we'll see what roles he has. So we'll say if the admin roles is equal to the user roles. Okay, means the user have admin roles or not. We're checking that. This could be assigned value. This could be a constant value. You say it's an admin, we have an admin role, but does the user has that role? So as of now, from the text, user has admin role, and we are using the operator to convert into an boolean variable, and has roles will have a boolean variable now. So now you can say has roles, and you can say username has admin roles, does not have the admin roles. Right. So John Smith has admin roles because it is one. This is had admin. If it has, let's say, some other roles, then it does not have an admin role. Okay. Let's define and display a username using strings. So it's very simple, right? I just want you to get practice with the strings, right? Play around with the strings, define strings, because most of the time we'll be spending time here. So we define two variables, last, then we say full name. This is to combine two variables. We use dot, some space, and then we'll echo the full name. Okay, you can say Smith. Okay, so check if the variable is null or not. Okay, let's do this exercise now. Let's say you have an input value is equal to this is a test value, as value can assign the is null output. Okay, now we will check if not null, right? So we can say echo not dollar has value, then we can say input has value, input is empty. Okay, so input has value, and if you change it to null, then input is empty, right? So that's how the exercises. You're able to calculate using integers, calculate percentage using decimals, check if the user has admin roles using the boolean variable conditions. Then we play around with the strings, how to combine strings, define and combine them. Then check if a variable is null or not using the isNull function. Well, that's on the exercise on data type. I hope you have done this exercise as well, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's do another exercise on print a student details. If you go to exercise 2 folder, you open up the logical flow examples, you have to print the student details, and the file name will be data type exercise2.php. If you go to P4 folder, there's a file here which has all the exercises listed. So let's copy over this file. Okay, so the file has been copied. Let's run this file. Okay, so the exercise is to print student details. student information, exam marks attended, final marks, percentage, and then the result is basically printing all the student details. So you have to print the basic details of the students, print some subjects, have some subjects variable wherein you assign to subject variable with some values, whether he has attended and what are the marks. Then you calculate the final total marks, then you calculate the percentage, then you show whether he is pass or failed. You can pause this video here and do this exercise, then I'll show you how this can be done. Okay, but highly recommend you try this exercise. Pause this video and try this exercise now. Okay, so welcome back. Let's do this exercise. So I'm going to create the file exercise2.php. That's the deliverable here. Okay, I'm going to copy over all the exercises that's available in the before file. Okay, so first we will print the student details. So before that, we can define and initialize our global variables. Okay, so we can say student name Alex, then you can say class section is 5C. Okay, you can say age is equal to 10, the age is 10, then gender is equal to male, then contact is equal to some value. Okay, that's the student information. So let's initialize some variables here. So we'll say math subject is 0 and then science. So we're just initializing the variable. Okay, so let's print the student information now. Okay, so for this I'll print in a nice table format, so I'm not going to print or type everything here, or change to gender here. Okay, then we have called this as gender. Okay, and then we'll verify this file. Okay, so now you have the student detail in a nice tabular format. Let's write exam attended and the marks. Okay, I'm just printing the variables here in a table format, nothing fancy about it. I'll say maths is equal to, the marks he got is, let's say 56, science is 78, then total is equal to maths plus science, and then exam attended is equal to, if it is greater than 0 means he has attended the all tests. Okay, however it's not a real condition, but I'm just trying to calculate here because I don't have the attendance list here. So what I'm examining is if the marks is completely, if the marks is greater than 0, then he might have attended and he got some marks. Obviously with 0, then he has not attended the exam. Okay, so we can say exam attended. I should have the leave attendance, but that I don't have, so I'm just calculating it based on the marks here. So I'm saying, okay, so now if he has exam attended, then we are saying yes attended, or we say no attended. Okay, so let's print this. So because the marks is greater than 0, then it's attended. If it's not, then it will go back to 0. So let's test that out. Right, not attended. Make it to not. Okay, so he's attended the exam. Let's calculate the final marks. We have calculated the final marks. The total marks is total, right? That's his total marks, 134. So let's calculate his percentage. Percentage is equal to, let's do total divided by total marks multiplied by 100. Then we'll print the percentage. That's the $percentage. So before that, we have to say total marks is 1 2, so it's 200. Okay, and then we'll refresh the page. So the percentage is 67%. Then we have to print the final result now. So we can say final result if $percentage is greater than equal to 60%, then we are saying passed, or we are saying failed. Okay, so that's how the final percentage, that's passed because 67. If you try to change it to, let's say, 6, then the result is failed. Okay, well, it's so simple to play around with data types, having strings, integers, boolean variables, nulls and conditions. So I hope you have got some understanding on how to work with data types in PHP and understood how to work with the strings, boolean variables, integers, decimals and null. Okay, so that's all on this exercise. I hope you do this exercise by yourself. If you haven't done it, you can always go back to after folder and you can find the same exercise in this file. Okay, do the reference, do the hands-on, and then get used to this data types in PHP. Very useful and very important topic in PHP. Okay, so that's all this lecture on data types, and I'll see you in the next one. Well, that's the end of the section on data types. So by now you should be able to explain scalar data types. You understand what different types of data types available in scalar. You should be able to define variables using integer, doubles, boolean, strings and null. You should also easily able to create those variables and use it for your operations. And I believe you have worked through all the exercises and all the resources that we have to help you understand data types. Well, that's the end of this section on data types, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome to the section on namespaces. Let's look at the section objective. After completing the section, you will be able to define namespace and sub namespaces. Namespace is really a very good concept that you should implement in your programming style. You should always make sure you separate your code and then you have an abstraction for your code so that it's reusable and you can easily embed in any other projects that you develop. Okay, namespace will give you such features wherein you can separate your logical code and you can have them separately as a library which you can include in any of the projects, and then you can reuse them. Okay, so reusability is basically the main feature of namespaces. So in this section you're going to learn how to define a namespace, sub namespaces and use them. You'll also understand how to work with namespace constants. So there are constants available. We'll see how to use them. Finally, work with exercise, interview question, resources and practical test with the namespaces, which will help you to understand these concepts better. Okay, so let's jump into the namespace topic. Welcome to the lecture on namespaces. So if you open up the material folder, you can find namespaces. Open this up, go to example 1, define namespace. So we'll define a namespace and then we'll use them. If you open up this folder, you will find 2 files. Open that up. The logical flow is to understand how to declare a namespace and how to use it. So we'll declare a namespace and we'll use a namespace. For this, we'll create this file, define namespaces.php. Okay, so for this, we will create a folder in www as a namespace. So let's go ahead and create that folder. Okay, and we'll place all our files here. So we'll copy this file name. So Control N, Control S, we'll go to namespace folder and we'll save the file here. Okay, so let's define a namespace here. So before that, let's understand some definitions about namespaces. The namespaces are case insensitive. So remember that you can use namespaces in any case that you want, and it doesn't really matter because it is case insensitive. Namespaces are used to avoid name collision between other libraries. As discussed, compare namespace are like folders, right? Let's say you have this www folder and then you created a namespace folder. Now your files has been organized based on the namespace folder. Similarly, if you have a code where you want to organize it based on name, right? Namespace have similar concept like folders, wherein you can create a file in the same directory, but you can give a namespace to it, a name to it, so that you can easily differentiate all the libraries and inside that namespace with that name. Okay, now if you want to access a file in a folder, you know you have to access within the folder and then the file, right? Similarly, if a namespace has been defined, you have to access namespace name first and slash the actual constant, right? Namespace is a keyword used to define namespaces. So you will attach a namespace, a keyword to define a namespace. And there are a couple of things you can only define in a namespace. You cannot do variables in namespaces. You can only define classes, interfaces, functions, and constants. These are the only thing that you should define in a namespace. You should not define a variable and try to use that variable. It won't work. Okay. So organizing your classes, interface, function, and constants can be done with namespaces. And namespace, when you declare it, it should always be in the first line. If you declare in the third or fourth line, then it will error out. Okay, so make sure you declare namespace as a first line. There is a keyword called include, which is used to include any file into another file. Okay, this we'll look into as an example. Then you'll understand how to use include keyword. Then you'll use the backslash to refer the subdirectories. Like you have this backslashes. Similarly, you will have backslashes for namespaces to use. So you will understand this concept when we work around an example. But remember the key features like namespace are key sensitive. You can only define classes, interface, function, and constants. You have to define namespace in the first line. Okay, so let's try writing one namespace and then we will try to include them in the namespace here. So for that, we will create one namespace file first. And I'll call it as namespace constants.php. Okay, imagine this file is your library file, right? And you want to include this file into another file and then use all the constants that is defined in this file. Okay, so I created one more file. So let's define the namespace first. So we say namespace is a keyword to define namespace, right? So I'll say namespace and then I'll say my constants. Okay, then we say constants are allowed in the namespace, right? Then we'll define a constant and we'll say file underscore name. We'll give this names space constants.php and we'll also add an end of line to this. Okay, so it's pretty simple. We have defined a constant here. We have defined a constant in this namespace file and we have named this namespace with a keyword called namespace. okay, is similar to how you name a folder. So for this www, we have created a folder called namespace. Similarly, if this file has to differentiate with other namespaces, you give a namespace name to it. And if you want to access the constant in that namespace, how you access a file inside a folder, you use the folder notation and then you access the file name. Similarly, if you want to access a constant, you use the namespace name first, then you will access the constant. Okay, I'll show you how I'm going to use that. So let's go to define namespace. Now we'll try to include that namespace and then we will try to use that, print that constant. Okay, so to include, you can say include. Okay, we're going to include that namespace here. Namespace constants.php. We have included that namespace here. Now once you include this namespace, you have access to this file name constant now. Okay, and how do you access that? Okay, so we'll say here include the namespace file, and how to access the namespace. So you can say my constants / file underscore name. Okay, let's run this. So if I'm in the www folder, go to namespace folder, then you can run the define namespace. So if you see the namespace name, it's my constant, and you see the cap notations, and here the cap notation, it's all small and it's not all small here. So the reason behind is namespaces are case insensitive. You can use any name that you want. Okay, but the constant's name has to be same because the constant is identified with caps. So you put the file name here, and the value of that file name is a file name that we have attached here. That's why the file name has been printed. Okay, so it's a very simple concept. I'll do a just quick recap. When you create a namespace file, make sure you use the namespace keyword. Okay, you give a name to it. The name is similar to as you give a name to a folder. Okay, now whatever you can define inside this, you can access it via this name. Similarly, whatever you define inside a folder, you access it via a folder name, then you access the file name, right? And you can only define couple of things. You can define class, interface, functions, and constants, and anything else that you define in namespace will not be accessible. Okay, and remember the namespace has to be the first line. Let's do a try here. Okay, it will give a fatal error because namespace has to be the first line that you define in your namespace file. Okay, and how to include, you use the include keyword and give the file name, and once you include the file name, then the constants are available and you can access that constant with the namespace name. Okay, similarly how you use the folder name. Okay, I believe it's a very simple and easy concept to remember, and it's a really an important topic that you should include in your programming style as well. Okay, so that's all in lecture on namespaces, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on defining sub namespaces. So if you go to example 2 in the namespace folder, you can find the logical flow and the deliverables. Logical flow is to define and learn sub namespaces, and this is the file we'll create, define sub namespaces. So obviously we'll create some namespace file and then we'll include them in the define sub namespaces file. So let's quickly create this file. Let's save this file. Okay, I'll create 2 more files. I'll call it namespace constant 2.1. I'll create 1 more file and I'll call it 2.2. Okay, so I have 2 namespace files, and I'll include both of this namespace file in define sub namespaces, and we'll create sub namespace, means we'll create a folder inside a folder. So let's define a sub namespace. Namespace so we'll say namespace. Now you can say sub namespaces slash sub1. Okay, often at times you will find a situation wherein your sub namespaces has to be unique, but the inside the sub namespace you want to have as different small sections of namespaces. Okay, let's say a good example of this one is you will say, okay, you want to define some library called string, and inside the string you have to have a section on cleaning the strings. You want to have find, replace. So there will be cases wherein you are defining a namespaces, but you want to have sub namespaces just to have similar operations on the same namespace that you. Well, that is the logical representation of how you want to organize your namespaces. It's just an example. Okay, you can choose to have one namespace and dump everything inside, or you can choose to have sub namespaces so that you organize your code into smaller logical units. Okay, so how you define it, you can use slash in these sub namespaces to differentiate between one namespace and another namespace. So this is basically a parent and this becomes a child. Okay, so we just define one constant here and we'll still say the file name. We'll say sub1 constants 2-1.php .php okay, so this is one namespace. You can copy paste in another namespace and you call it 2, and we can just change some text in it. It's just a text, dummy text, it's a constant, and we'll try to access both of this namespace from the defined sub namespaces, and we'll see how to call a constant from a sub namespace. Okay, so let's go to define constants. Okay, the first thing you have to do is you have to include those namespace files. Okay, so we'll include the namespace file, and then we will say include okay, so we have included the namespaces here, both the namespace file. Now how to access these sub namespaces? Okay, you can simply say sub. You can actually copy that over from here, okay, so that we don't make a mistake. You can say sub namespaces slash file underscore name. Okay, it's as simple as that. There's nothing fancy, it's just the slash notation will create a sub namespaces. Okay, and you can have n number of sub namespaces. You can have a slash b slash c slash x, okay, n number of it, right? It's like a folder structure that you're creating. Okay, so let's execute this. We'll make it to 2, and it's 2 here. Okay, so you can run this sub namespace file and you can find sub1 and sub2. These are the constants name coming up from the sub namespaces. So these are the constant names that whatever you have given here is printed here. Okay, so this is the way you create a sub namespaces. You create a sub namespace, and then this is the way you actually access the constants from the sub namespaces. Okay, the most important thing that you have to remember is how do you create sub namespaces and how do you access them? Well, that all happens with the backslash, and using backslash you can create n number of sub namespaces. Well, that's all about sub namespaces, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on namespace constant. So let's understand how to use namespace constant. If you go to example 3, the logical flow is to learn how to use namespace constant, and part of it will create use namespace constant PHP file. So let's quickly create this file. Okay, so for this file we will reuse an existing file. We will reuse namespace constants.php. Okay, so we have this namespace already created, and then we will try to use it first. So I'm just copy pasting so that to save time. Okay, so we have this namespace my constants, and I'm saying my constants file name. So let's quickly run this, then we will add up the namespace constant in it. Okay, so we're able to print the namespace constants.php, that is the constant in the namespace file. So what is the purpose of having a namespace constant? Let's say you want to refer to the namespace name. Okay, there's a constant for it to refer to the namespace name. Okay, and once you do this, you actually get the namespace name here. Okay, you can add a slash here, and now you can access the namespace that's basically defined as a namespace. So you might be wondering why we need to use this. Okay, what is the purpose of having a constant where I can already know which namespace it is? The beauty of having a constant is basically, let's say in future you decided to change your namespace to _new, right? You don't have to worry about what namespace it is having. Okay, you're just referring the name here, and you don't have to worry what name it is. Imagine you are trying to hard code this somewhere in the down the program, then it's very difficult to change every line wherever you have hard coded it. So instead of hard coding, there's a way to access it, and once you change this, remember to change this in the file where you are accessing as well. Okay, so you see the new has already been referred back with the constant, so you don't have to worry about the constant's name. If a different programmer comes up and change this constant name, your program will not get break. Okay, the reason behind you're using a constant for it. It's a good practice. Always use constants and don't hard code any of the values in your program. Okay, well, that's all about namespace constant, and I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the lecture on defining namespace. So we'll do an exercise now to understand the concept better. So you should be able to do this exercise by yourself, but I'll show you it anyway. If you go to exercise 1, define namespace. So here is the logical flow. So you have to define a constant file using namespace and use it into another PHP file. Okay, we have seen this as an example, but I want you to try it out. Then you use sub namespaces and namespace constants as well. Okay, so for the deliverables, we define a namespace exercise1.php. So let's create this file, and for the namespace, we will name it as my namespace.php. Well, you're free to choose whatever constants you want to define it here. You can define student constants like total subject, total marks, and passing marks, and then you can try to access them via the define namespace exercise 1. So you can pause the video here and you can do the exercise on this defining a namespace constant and access them in the exercise file. You can take a reference of a student constant, and you can have total subject, total marks, and passing marks, and try to access them in the define namespace exercise1.php file. Okay, you can pause the video here and do the exercise now. Welcome back. So let's do this exercise. So let's define our constants first. So first line should be your namespace. So I'll say student constants, and I'll say total subjects is 7, total marks is 700. Passing marks is 200. Okay, let's access this in the define namespace. So let's include the file. So we can say total marks and you can say passing marks. Okay, so I've defined some constants here, and I've defined my namespace name, and then I've used an include to include that file, and then I'm gonna print those constants. So let's run this. Okay, so I'm able to get those, access those values. We can enhance this to have sub namespaces. So I'll say student1, and I can access this sub namespace. Okay, and I'm able to access the students also. Okay, let's define one more constant, file underscore name, and we will use the namespace. Okay, so I've defined a file name here using a namespace constant. Okay, so let's try to access this file name. Okay, so able to get the namespace name and then the file name. Okay, so that's how you basically play around with namespace, how to use sub namespaces, how to use the namespace constants, how to define the constants, and how to include a namespace, and how to access the constants from the namespaces. Okay, so that's all on the exercise for defining namespace, and I'll see you in the next one. Well, that's the end of the section for namespaces. Let's do a quick summary on what you have learned so far. You should now be able to define namespaces and sub namespaces, include some constants in it, and you should be able to use those namespace in your program. You should also understand how to use namespace constants, and I believe you also work with exercises, resources, and practical tests, which has helped you in understanding this concept better.